My mom says you can do better. He's so immature. You're better off without him. My dad says the guy is a loser. He's anything but pure. You're better off without him. Do I only like you because they don't? I'll sneak out my window at 3 a.m. Ride shotgun with a bottle of gin. I feel sick, but I'll hold it in. I know you're bad for me. Don't think my parents will understand. They say I'm Wendy, Peter Pan. If you go with them, you'll never land. I know you're bad for me. Bad for me. Bad for me. Bad for me. My brother says he's a tryhard, and he won't go far. You're different when you're with him. Do I only like you because they don't? I'll sneak out my window at 3 a.m. Ride shotgun with a bottle of gin. I feel sick, but I'll hold it in. I know you're bad for me. Don't think my parents will understand. They say I'm Wendy, Peter Pan. If you go with them, you'll never land. I know you're bad for me. Bad for me. Bad for me. Bad for me. My mom says you can do better. He's so immature. You're better off without him. Bad for me.
He got a rocket ship, it runs on bliss. Nobody can bring you down. A supersonic, so make a wish. Moving at the speed of sound. You know, nobody can bring you down. You go, moving at the speed of sound. You got a time machine, it's in your dreams. Nobody can bring you down. There are kings and queens in your own bloodstream, moving at the speed of sound. You know, nobody can bring you down. You go, moving at the speed of sound. You know, nobody can bring you down. You go, moving at the speed of sound. You know, nobody can bring you down. You go, moving at the speed of sound. Stitch me back together and mend my soul to this. Bound by chains that hold us, we won't be silent. We were born in blood. We were
Now tell me how you gonna get out of this hot mess while cutting up the evidence in your twisted little game. You clench your fists and wish you could just send it all up in flames.
Your nose is getting longer with every little lie you tell. It's winding round and round. Ain't gonna trip, 'cause you already fell. You're slinking through the back door and hiding every tiny clue, and nobody can catch you. But I got news for you. No matter how low you go, you don't stop to check for regret, 'cause you got cobwebs in your soul. Now tell me how you gonna get out of this hot mess. We fell for your footsteps. You had us in your clutch, but it's all unraveling. Did you see just a tad too much? You leave the songs unsung, 'cause the tune, it went too low. You throw your conscience aside, but it left long ago. Now tell me how you gonna get. Tell me how you're gonna get out of this hot mess. Out of this hot mess. Now tell me how you gonna get out of this hot mess. Tell me it's getting a little hot in here. No, you can't get away. I see your train like the seas. They're starting to fray. Now tell me how you gonna get. How you gonna get out of this hot mess? You ain't gonna get out of this hot mess. This is the hour, coming face to face to decide the fate I choose. This is the moment, standing in between. It's not as it seems for me.
Cutting through the dirt by the old barn, dreaming of you with your Dukes on. Been a long, hard week, got my head spinning round and round. 5:15 on a Friday night, it's time to set it off like dynamite. So tell all your friends that we'll be going till dawn. When I hear that song, I wanna get crazy, turn it up, baby. Can't go wrong when it's me and my lady. Follow my lights, come on. Get your crew in the truck, skip the 95. Summer roads to the tiki torches lakeside. All night long, you can find us here, 'cause this is where we belong. Come on, get your hands up, get 'em up high. I wanna see a red solo cup sky. Tell everybody that we're going till dawn. When I hear that song, I think of my baby. That summer was crazy all night long. You can find us here, 'cause this is where we belong. When I hear that song, I wanna get crazy, turn it up, baby. Can't go wrong when it's me and my lady. Follow my lights, come on. Get your crew in the truck, skip the 95. Summer roads to the tiki torches lakeside. All night long, you can find us here, 'cause this is where we belong. 'Cause this is where we belong. That's right. 'Cause this is where we belong.
Try to resist, but the pull is too strong. 'Cause living all my days without you, well, it just feels so wrong. Try to move on, but I just keep getting stuck. 'Cause you're on my mind all night, boy, till the sun comes up. I know you said we can't live like this, having to hide ourselves away for every single kiss. But I can't help but love you. I can't help, baby, I can't help but love you. I can't help, I can't help but love you.
strength to fight. Guess this is getting old now. You said what you wanted, you got it every time. I'd always ask for more. You know the words that make me feel fine. And something feels so good when I'm with you. Do you think that we could move into each other's space now, without a changing mood, without us playing games now? It's you that I've wanted, you make my heart smile. My eyes are begging for more. The way that you move got me feeling wild. 'Cause something feels so good when I'm with you. When I'm with you. So good, so good. You take my hand, my head spins around. You're in my bed, so baby, let's get high. So good, so good, so good. So good, so good. 'Cause something feels so good when I'm with you.
You pick me up, you slow me down. You show me things I didn't know about. You make it right, can't do no wrong. I close my eyes, it's like you're dancing with the lights on. Let's take a ride, late in the night. Forget the trouble, baby, we don't have to fight. That's all I want then, that's all I need. And there's no question, nothing's coming in between. Our love doesn't come around too much, and that's the only reason that I keep believing. It's something we can really touch. Nothing gonna break as long as we are breathing. Your love is so exciting. Stay with me, you know I like it. Now we're here, why don't we try it? Maybe this is perfect timing. We don't know just where we're going. Rain comes down, the river's flowing. Now we're here, why don't we try it? Maybe this is perfect timing. You got the vibe, you pass the test. Nobody better, yeah, 'cause you're the best. You think I'm crazy, moving too fast. We all got baggage, so let's leave it in the past. Let's take a chance, let's roll the dice. You never know, well, maybe this could change your life. And even if it don't work out, at least we try, baby, ain't that what life's about, yeah. We could waste our whole life wondering if all of this is really worth it. Even if it goes right, but we know in the end nothing's a star. Cause it's time to step in your light. Yeah, you're gonna thrive, you're who you're meant to be. Yeah, we gonna celebrate you. Got greatness in your nature, bravery is all that I see. Whenever it feels too much, carry on. You ain't gotta do it alone. You can hold your head up, yeah, be strong. Cause hope will never be gone. As your power only grows from your head down to your toes, you are fabulous. You deserve the kindest touch, there's no limit to your love, to your love. You got the power in you. Oh, 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 oh. Oh, you're incredible. Oh, 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 oh. Nobody knows you better than you. Living it up with nothing to prove. You got the power in you. You're living the life you love. Don't need to change it for anyone. Let yourself fly free, get what you need, cause you're number one. Yeah, you're an inspiration, exceed all expectation. Oh, you got this now. Doesn't matter if they judge, there's no limit to your love. You got the power in you. Oh, 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 oh. Oh, you're incredible. Oh, 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 oh. Nobody knows you better than you. Living it up with nothing to prove. You got the power in you. You got the power in you. You got the power
My mom says you can do better. He's so immature. You're better off without him. My dad says the guy is a loser. He's anything but pure. You're better off without him. Do I only like you because they don't? I'll sneak out my window at 3 a.m. Ride shotgun with a bottle of gin. I feel sick, but I'll hold it in. I know you're bad for me. Don't think my parents will understand. They say I'm Wendy, Peter Pan. If you go with them, you'll never land. I know you're bad for me. Bad for me. Bad for me. Bad for me. My brother says he's a tryhard, and he won't go far. You're different when you're with him. Do I only like you because they don't? I'll sneak out my window at 3 a.m. Ride shotgun with a bottle of gin. I feel sick, but I'll hold it in. I know you're bad for me. Don't think my parents will understand. They say I'm Wendy, Peter Pan. If you go with them, you'll never land. I know you're bad for me. Bad for me. Bad for me. Bad for me. My mom says you can do better. He's so immature. You're better off without him. Bad for me.
He got a rocket ship, it runs on bliss. Nobody can bring you down. A supersonic, so make a wish. Moving at the speed of sound. You know, nobody can bring you down. You go, moving at the speed of sound. You got a time machine, it's in your dreams. Nobody can bring you down. There are kings and queens in your own bloodstream, moving at the speed of sound. You know, nobody can bring you down. You go, moving at the speed of sound. You know, nobody can bring you down. You go, moving at the speed of sound. You know, nobody can bring you down. You go, moving at the speed of sound. Stitch me back together and mend my soul to this. Bound by chains that hold us, we won't be silent. We were born in blood. We were born in blood.
Now tell me how you gonna get out of this hot mess. While cutting up the evidence in your twisted little game, you clench your fists and wish you could just send it all up in flames.
Your nose is getting longer with every little lie you tell. It's winding round and round. Ain't gonna trip, 'cause you already fell. You're slinking through the back door and hiding every tiny clue, and nobody can catch you. But I got news for you. No matter how low you go, you don't stop to check for regret, 'cause you got cobwebs in your soul. Now tell me how you gonna get out of this hot mess. We fell for your false tales. You had us in your clutch, but it's all unraveling. Did you see just a tad too much? You leave the songs unsung, 'cause the tune, it went too low. You throw your conscience aside, but it left long ago. Now tell me how you're gonna get. Tell me how you're gonna get out of this hot mess. Out of this hot mess. Now tell me how you gonna get out of this hot mess. Tell me it's gonna little hot in here. No, you can't get away. I see your tear at the seams. They're starting to fray. Now tell me how you gonna get. How you gonna get out of this hot mess. You ain't gonna get out of this hot mess.
This is the hour, coming face to face to decide the fate I choose. This is the moment, standing in between. It's not as it seems for me.
Through the dirt by the old barn, dreaming of you with your dukes on. Been a long, hard week, got my head spinning round and round. 5:15 on a Friday night, it's time to set it off like dynamite. So tell all your friends that we'll be going till dawn. When I hear that song, I wanna get crazy, turn it up, baby. Can't go wrong when it's being my lady. Follow my lights, come on. Get your crew in the trucks with the 95. Summer roads to the tiki torches lakeside. All night long, you can find us here, 'cause this is where we belong. Come on, get your hands up, get 'em up high. I wanna see your red solo cup sky. Tell everybody that we're going till dawn. When I hear that song, I think of my baby. That summer was crazy all night long. You can find us here, 'cause this is where we belong. When I hear that song, I wanna get crazy, turn it up, baby. Can't go wrong when it's being my lady. Follow my lights, come on. Get your crew in the trucks with the 95. Summer roads to the tiki torches lakeside. All night long, you can find us here, 'cause this is where we belong. 'Cause this is where we belong. That's right. 'Cause this is where we belong.
Try to resist, but the pull is too strong. 'Cause living all my days without you, well, it just feels so wrong. Try to move on, but I just keep getting stuck. 'Cause you're on my mind all night, boy, till the sun comes up. I know you said we can't live like this, having to hide ourselves away for every single kiss. But I can't help but love you. I can't help, baby, I can't help but love you.
I say we gotta talk now, but I have no strength to fight. Guess this is getting old now. You say
Ladies and gentlemen, we're back here for the final day of the LPL Regionals, so the final day of LPL for the whole year until 2024, until we find out who goes to Worlds. My name's Asterix, I'm joined by Naimira and Kitty for the TriCast, and we are going to take you through all the way through to our final series of today. Guys, it is an absolute pleasure, and I have to say, you know, the arena I'm hoping is going to be packed out again to the brim.
We have so many different fans on different teams this time. We've had a couple of our very popular players being playing through the regionals. It's just the nature of this and the level of competition in LPL. Some of our all-time greats can find themselves fighting until the very last day here.
And I'm also very fortunate to be able to cast all 3 days of the regionals, right? I've been casting 3 days in a row, so if I do stumble my words, I am so sorry, but I'm sure tonight is going to be absolutely packed. Like you said, EDG fans were unrivaled on day one, and Weibo Gaming coming off yesterday's win, the fans, the morale, it's right there.
Don't worry, we're all back to back to back to back with you anyway, so 4 days in a row. Unfortunately, Mazel couldn't be here with us, but we know his energy will be inspiring us for this one. As you said, though, EDG Weibo is what lies ahead, but for anyone that's missed out, we always like to give you a recap and let you know what you've missed out on, and especially our days of regionals. Naimira, I want to start with you because day one to kick things off, I feel like we got to, as we talk about Weibo Top Esports, yeah, screw day one. we don't need to bless LNG for getting third seed. Let's just talk about Top Esports.
I'm thinking that there's a Weibo fan in the production room. I don't know. I'm thinking about this because we have had 3 back-to-back days of absolute insanity. We've had 14 games out of the possible 15 games the 3 days we have been in the Xi'an Stadium out here as well. And this series really delivered in the way that we thought it would.
Yep.
Both of these teams, they've had their inconsistencies, but they've had such serious high points as well. Weibo, first game for them, they had some worries in that draft, but they really adapted well throughout the series. And Top East, well, sadly for them, their season ended yesterday.
Yeah, and the most interesting thing from this series, or at least the takeaway with Weibo Gaming going up against EDG for tonight, is that Weibo Gaming, they are more than happy to make the game bloody. It went to game 5, and there were so many kills, and multiple games ended before the 30-minute mark, where these tempos, or at least the fast tempo of the nature of this game, is going to be really concerning for the other side of EDG.
And Weibo keeping up that bloody track record, they had the highest average kills per game in playoffs too, so it feels like we're really seeing that continuation of it. This team, they love to get down and dirty.
They really do, and ultimately, Weibo, again, a team that we were a bit sketchy on, to say the least, right? Even though we came in, you know, talking about Top Esports being similar, I feel like Weibo fans have been disappointed with the result with such a great team. And the fact that they were able to step up at a game 1, Kitty, was just insane.
I'm gonna be real, it should have been a 3-1 going over towards Weibo Gaming, but we don't talk about the third game incident where it was like maybe just a 7k or a 10k gold efficiency towards the side of Weibo Gaming. But look, they locked in a composition where they were very happy to pull off, and that's all thanks to Weiwei and Chris being able to set up early game tempo, and that really shined as that jungle support duo coming into tonight's series. So I'm gonna be really interested on just seeing how the supports really interact with each other.
And for me, the last game we saw on our screen there, the game 5, Shy locking in Gwen, a champion, a carry, which he's not typically done, and doing very well on it, means that they did walk away with a red side victory and ends up making our bracket like this.
I mean, again, makes it so interesting is today we have legacies going up against each other. LNG we didn't get to see before, but they're 3-1 against EDG. Looked convincing. I think just a quick note on that, guys, is that, you know, EDG really struggled in that series. I know we were going to touch on the fact that LNG were a good macro team, Naimira, as, you know, that 3-1 shows us why.
It really was a poor matchup for EDG where they've struggled with their macro. LNG is one of their strengths. LNG came in as favorites, and in a lot of ways to me it was surprising that EDG took such a dominant game 2 against them. We talked a lot about how the Jax pick really worked out for them. EDG, they still walk away with some positives from that series.
And as you can see, we have 3 teams locked in for the world stage. JDG, BLG being the 2 jokers of the deck in the LPL.
Yeah.
Of course, LNG, they were strong contenders throughout the entirety of playoffs and just missing out by an inch in the grand finals. And they finally delivered with that series against EDG. But EDG, they had some warring signs for that series on day 1.
Oh, yes, they did. And while we talk about the last ticket for Worlds, I'm sure we'll go into more about why we're a little bit scared for EDG, especially with the momentum from back-to-back days from Weibo. But for now, again, just to reiterate, last spot for Worlds, LPL gets 4 seeds, and Nymera, it's important to note that for these guys, it's been players who have missed out on Worlds in the past that are now trying to strive for 4th seed.
There are a ridiculous amount of these old legends of the LPL in this season, in this series here, right? Even the top 3 teams beyond them, they have other names, but that's the strength and depth of the LPL's player roster. It feels like every team has real history in its roster.
Yeah, and especially considering the fact that we had one of the most competitive playoffs coming into this summer, and with the top 6 teams giving us so many best of 5s. I can't even count on from the top of my head of how many best of 5s.
Not enough, still. I need more.
Not enough. We also just came off a best of 5 from Weibo Gaming for taking that series win against Top Esports, where unfortunately they were eliminated, but that one was also extremely competitive, and Weibo Gaming, at least Xiaohu, is going to go for that last spot for the world stage.
I like the excitement at the very least. Before we touch on Weibo, though, let's quickly take a back step into EDG first, because they're the team that we've waited a day to see. Weibo Top Esports was yesterday. Day before was EDG and LNG. And Nymera, I think we want to talk a little bit about how this team plays macro, which I know is an overused word in League of Legends. I know a lot of the time macro is just used to define basic gameplay, but I think with EDG, this point should stick hard.
I'm going to be real with you. They're going to really struggle with this aspect today if they don't change something up, because you don't have to understand the greater things about macro to understand that EDG basically push mid and look to fight. They force mid pretty much every game, and they're great team fighters. So occasionally that works out for them. You've got some great individual carries, but it has set them behind on the map. When they're looking for those big 5v5s, you can see them caught out, teleport flanked, and caught out really.
Who's Edward and who's letting him play ARAM? Because that's exactly how EDG play the game, right? If every single lane is losing, they would just force something 5v5 towards the mid lane, and they hope to out-mechanic the enemy team. But like you said, EDG, one of the slowest early games we have in the entirety of LPL.
Did we just invent the ERAM? The EDG RAM? Did we just invent that? Because, I mean, EDG has been their bread and butter, and sadly for them, LNG are probably the worst team in the LPL to face with regards to that. They exploit so many mistakes on the map. So now coming up against Weibo today, who are also not a slouchy team in that regard, it could be a bit of a worry for them. Outside of the individual heroics, which have occasionally, like in clips like this, bailed them out.
Yeah, and the hero of the moment, Allah, stepping up for the entirety of EDG, having something like that first pick Jax really saved the series from going for that clean 3-0 going over towards LNG.
And I want to add on top of your point, Kitty, you know, Arla saving a game, but also those individual heroics can extend to people like Mako as well, maybe in a negative, guys, because I think whether Mako's playing well, that defines EDG. If Arla has something like the Jax and can play these flanks, that defines EDG as well. You know, Fofo, even on this Tristana, we saw consistently having some solid games. That also helps. It's interesting talking about EDG's individual heroics when EDG historically have always been about the 5v5, have always been about playing front to back and one of the best team fighting teams. I'm not sure we're 100% saying that for them this time.
Especially if you compare EDG's run from spring to the summer, I mean, it's just light and day, because if you compare Mako, I mean, it was Enchanter meta back in spring where he was really thriving from playing front to back, like you said, but still, coming into this new match where it is going to be 13-13 and it's all Enchanters, you really see Mako's mistakes getting exposed by enemy laners in the early 2v2, where he goes for kind of questionable trades, and it does affect Uzi to some sort of a degree where he isn't able to step up as that god or as that carry that EDG rely on.
As the god, I like that. No, it's a nice touch. We'll talk more about Uzi in a second, though. Let's go to that solo player, that player we talked about being influential. Arla got the Jax. Game number 2, it was successful. Never got it again for a good reason. This man, look at him. It suits him.
I love it. He's dressed up for the cold. I don't know why he's doing this in summer. It's much too warm outside. He's got his winter coat on. But when he picks stuff like the Jax, it is really understandable why it gets banned so much.
You're going to have a bad time, right? Yeah? Oh, Undertale fans will understand. They know what's going on.
Yeah, and something that was really interesting to me, which is also noted on the entire screen right now, is that it's 75% ban rate on this Jax in the regional so far. But even throughout the players, it was sitting at 64%. So this Jax needs to go. Enemy laners, especially with the Shy showing his champion pool being mainly tanks, is going to really suffer if this champion gets through. And
I think it's a continuation of Arla's year in general. I think you talked about EDG's change from spring to summer. I think Arla's grown from spring to summer as well. In spring, he was still playing carries. He was one of the first players to pick up Cannon. He was always playing that Jax as well. But he was sometimes having those off games where he would die a couple of times randomly. In summer, it's been much more consistent. As we've seen, when he gets a good carry draft, he will absolutely carry. So in terms of objectives for Weibo today, deny that top lane snowball advantage.
And I think importantly enough, you know, spring to now, like more proactivity on Arla as well. Whatever the champion may be, he's really found his form. So it is nice to be talking positive about EDG when we just mentioned that sometimes EDG's macro can come into question. On the other side, though, if we're going to question anything, it should be Weibo. Now, everyone knows yesterday, I showed I was a big Weibo fan. I showed that the Shy...
I didn't hear that, wow.
Well, no, I know that was different for you. Obviously, that went over your head. But for Weibo, this team, Nymera, do you want to walk us through why they're consistently inconsistent?
Because they are consistently inconsistent. This is a team which plays to the level of their opponent. The entirety of this year, they have lost to bottom teams and beaten top teams. It is utterly nonsensical. I don't know where to start with this team. And if you are a fan of them, I am so sorry. Unless you love the emotional workout, then this team is absolutely perfect for you. They're a team which has shown the ability to beat JDG. They beat them in the regular season. They have lost to teams like a struggling IG in the regular season as well. Yeah. It's really hard to put a benchmark on this team.
But you've seen the highest of highs. Like you said, they've never lost a single series against JDG full stop in 2023. And in this series showing up against Top Esports, which was the elimination match, I mean, it was going to be tough because coming into this one, I really wanted to focus in on the ADC matchup in Light and Jackie because of how well Jackie was playing. Yeah. I feel like Light had to really step up, and he did step up. He played champions like the Kaiser and the Xayah, which really did extremely well. When we were gaming, it was all about Xiaohu before that.
I think now, though, looking at the series, for me, actually, it was the supporting cast which did really well. I think that Weiwei picking up a lot of the engages and then Crisp moving away from something like the Brawl, which was less successful in Game 1, and then after, they were so good at pushing the go button. They were very effective at allowing Weibo to play this fast, bloody style.
And talking about inconsistencies, I mean, Game 1 draft was very questionable for a lot of fans.
I pretend I do not see
We had a Renekton, Lilia, plus a Braum, so not a lot of hard engage, and obviously it fell to their demise, and it went 1-0 towards Top Esports, but still, I feel like once you give Weiwei and Crisp tools of engage, they find such great angles to set up the tempo early on, and it allows Xiaohu to play champions like the Tristana and take over the map.
I think the difference is, again, Crisp, when he's on something that can hook in and maybe get separated and dies, the difference with the Rakan, versatility on the support. For that game number 5, which we'll watch in a second, it was just insane. Even throughout the series, as you said, Nymera, supporting cast was God. And I think, you know, looking closer at it, even look, I got to bring him up. The Shy had an impeccable game number 5.
Game 5,
on carries, game like on carries is insane because again we've had a lot of issues with the Shy, not only over the split but over the year on things like the Gwen itself.
It was do or die in Game 5, and the Shy was in a game where he had to play weak side, he had to play a carry, and he had to coordinate his teleports well. This clip here is a great example of him doing all 3 of those things incredibly well. He'd soaked up so much pressure in that early game, and he was a huge factor when it came into those team fights. Multiple times that Gwen was the deciding factor. I'm not getting my hopes up just yet. We've got another series to go. But if that's something they can build on, that's a huge extra string on the bow of Weibo.
And something that was really interesting to me is that from our last night series, we knew that Blue side had a pretty much 80% win rate throughout the entire series, and the Shy utilizing his counter pick with that Gwen and taking over the final match, of course. But as we look into Weibo Gaming's different draws, something that was very interesting to me was Weiwei's overall champion pool, because you saw how much pressure and how much attention Top Esports put on to just pitching into just getting rid of the Ivan and the Vi in general.
I think Weibo, they've shown a lot of different looks. They did tend towards certain identities. I think that Xiaohu with the Tristana, the Azir, and the Yara as well wants a pushing lane. We've seen that. The Shy started to go towards more team fight tanks, where even if you don't have the stronger laning phase, something like an Ornn can sometimes struggle, something like a Gwen as well. Having that reliable impact later was important to them. And then we saw the initiation coming out from Weiwei and Chris. You can see how they evolve across a series, though, to find their strengths on the day.
I mean, again, something solid. We talked about Chris before. Got MVP in game number 5, but on a side note, Chris is a support who I think has been pretty quiet in some regard, or at least someone who's been undervalued when people have been looking at Weibo as well. But on the whole, this Game 5 and this series showed how much he adds alongside Weiwei's draft in the engages as well.
And if anyone's actually heard any of the comms coming in from the clips as well, something which Hysterics is saying just before we're going live, Crisp is quite reserved as a person. We had him on an interview yesterday, but he is so loud on the Rift. Really? Having him with the ability to press the go button and call the shots, I think it really adds a lot to the team.
Yeah, and that's why Weiwei was a perfect addition to this summer, right? Because we had doubts coming into this, replacing Karsa from the spring, where Weibo Gaming wasn't able to find the most ideal results for the first half of the year, but this time around they're looking a lot stronger, they're looking a lot more coordinated, and that is because of Chris and how Weiwei is able to really combine together as that team and go for successful team fights.
I mean, those comms back there, Weiwei alongside, actually quite noisy himself, so it's fun to see the player with no accolades yet on this roster fighting for his 4th seed, but also being a key piece as to how they get there. Quickly, let's talk about some of the historic parts before we get towards introducing the players in a couple of minutes. there's a couple of matchups here people will be excited about. You know, again, we saw Chris versus Tien yesterday. We know that, you know, Arla going up against his old team the other day too, but this one here today matters. Xiaohu versus Uzi, the RNG franchise players going up against each other.
We have so much history in EDG as an org and in both rosters as a team as well. Xiaohu and Uzi, they were part of that golden generation which broke the Korean era of dominance. 2018 spring, MSI and summer was the start of one of our closest golden road attempts in the entirety of League history, and these two did it together. Now they've built up a rivalry against each other, and they find themselves fighting for a last place at Worlds. It's heartbreaking for so many fans. They both have huge fan bases. Only one of them goes forward from here.
And something that's absolutely insane to every LPL fan is they could have never thought that there would be a world where we would have EDG Uzi, because him being the previous RNG ADC, I mean, everyone knows the rivalry between EDG and RNG from back in the day, two of the most successful organizations that we have in the LPL. So with Uzi coming in midway of summer, the expectations were extremely high, but they didn't get to meet that.
And this leads us on to a really great point as well, because we've talked about how these teams have gone from like franchises to somewhere else. How the heck have we got EDG Uzi? Because EDG as an org has had so much history with itself as well. But ever since, you know, it's 2 international titles, 2015 MSI, 2021 Worlds, they've changed out things piece by piece. And we find ourselves with still a very dominant roster in terms of its history and its success, but it is not the same EDG that we once knew.
And again, that's crazy because EDG were always about the historical players. Scout was there for 6 years.
2016 until last year.
Again, changing to LNG, and the fact that he beat his old organization was just heroics in that as well. EDG as an organization, this leads in perfectly, right? They have so much behind them. Again, World's 2021 champions. But now with this new EDG, we're like, hang on a minute, it's about the organization still, maybe not so much about the players, Naimira.
And EDG, they are one of the most successful orgs within the LPL, and they have so many fans because of that. We have heard that, both from Uzi and the EDG fans as well. The fact that they've changed so much, it's quite hard to kind of like reconcile the differences, but we're into a new era now, and we have to just kind of go with the blows.
Yeah, and two of the only remaining members being Meiko and Jieje still staying on this roster into 2023 is going to be the key factor in why so many people have high expectations of this roster, with Uzi also joining alongside the bottom lane. I mean, Uzi and Meiko, two of the most successful players that we have in the LPL, so the stakes couldn't be any higher.
I mean, Uzi 2013 debut, you saw Xiaohu there in comparison. We'll get onto that in a second, but Meiko's been around forever and a day as well. Won the first MSI with Deft and Pawn on the roster. Like, that's how far back these
and Clear Love
dates as well, and Clear Love. Sorry,
he's ancient.
Well, he owns part of EDG now, from my understanding. But still, the point stands. The experience in the bottom lane is huge. But again, on the other side, let's talk about the experience of individual players, because individual players here on Weibo is what's carrying it through. This is an organization that's never been to Worlds.
It's never been to Worlds, but a lot of its players have won a lot of international trophies. Because on one side you have EDG, like the org with the name brand value, but actually the internal pieces are very, very different from what they once were. Weibo, we haven't seen them internationally, but each of these players has accolades, besides Weiwei. He'll get there. He'll get there.
He will get there. Even Light has seen time on the world stage as well, but still, it's the Shy, it's all about Chris, and it's all about Xiaohu, which is bringing a lot of attention towards this roster, as they have, I mean, seen the best at these international events.
And to clarify as well on this point, you know, for Weibo, excuse me, you know, world champion in the top lane, world champion support as well from FPX, back-to-back years as well, as the players are getting close. There is so much experience here. And the fact that we have to say bye to one of these teams today, I think that's the most heartbreaking thing. Like it was yesterday with Top Esports. Again, similar experience across the board. It just feels wrong to deny one of these Team Worlds.
It's very bittersweet. Either you get the Shy at Worlds or you get Uzi at Worlds. And there's a very big possibility that both of these players are looking into retirement because of how long they have shown, or at least been, in the LPL.
And the fact that they haven't been to Worlds since 2019 as well.
Yep. Well, ladies and gentlemen, lights are off. You know what that means? It's time to apparently compare teams. It's time for us to shut up. Everyone in the stadium is getting ready. They're thinking, English casters should stop so that we can get the players out on stage. Just before we do, though, a quick tangent. Weibo, EDG, on the Chinese side, they're comparing these teams. And I have to say, I'm not surprised that Weibo are still leading at 15.
So there are a couple of interesting stats here. Weibo, we talked about how bloody there are. EDG, their answer towards LNG, which was unsuccessful, but I understand the logic of it, was to try and find pushing pushing lanes and trying to secure the first couple of dragons of the game as well to get themselves ahead. You can see that show up in the stats. They just couldn't close it out.
Yeah, something that's really interesting about EDG is that they had one of the highest first blood rates in the summer playoffs, so they are very aggressive in the early game. But I feel like this entire roster does struggle when you do give them an early lead, when it does come into transitioning into the mid game. But Weibo Gaming, they're great at that.
It's just funny, first death percentage though as well. You talk about that aggression can sometimes backfire for EDG, second in playoffs so far. As ladies and gentlemen, just a quick touch up. EDG, I wonder why Arla has so many Jax games on the other side, as Weibo are the same. We're getting a quick look at champions because, folks, we're about to introduce our players to the stage for our very last series of LPL 2023. Weibo versus EDG begins now.
可以吗 ？OK， 各位选手都准备好了吗？
这边准备完毕。
这边 C 准备。
舞台走，舞台右 ，Stage Manager stand by，5秒钟定选拔。
好，我们再准备个选手画面吧。9、8、7、3。
欢迎2023 LPL 全球总决赛资格赛第3日的2支战队登场。有请上海 EDG 合创汽车英雄联盟分部，有请微博17奥迪英雄联盟分部，有请 EDG 上单阿乐。WBG 上单 The Shy， 有请 EDG 打野齐杰 ，WBG 打野魏魏。有请 EDG 中单富富 ，WBG 中单小虎。有请 EDG 下路 GCI， WBG 下路 Light。有请 EDG 辅助 Miko，WBG 辅助 craze。 LPL 全球总决赛资格赛第3日，通往全球总决赛的最后机会就在眼前，让我们拭目以待。
现在目标就是带领微博赢下冒泡赛，然后取得世界赛的门票。
距离去世界赛又过去了那么久，然后这次也有机会再去到这个赛场，我觉得对我来说很重要。
因为是最后一张门票嘛，然后现在心态就想去赢下来嘛，然后已经剩最后一个 BO5了嘛，就是感觉是必须得赢下来。
其实我就想对队友说，就是其实大家真的很努力，就希望大家要有自信心，然后我们一起拼尽全力去打这个 BO5吧。
我想对我的其他队友说，你们都很棒，我们整个夏天的成长也是肉眼可见的。就是夏天最后的果实结成的时候了，希望大家能卯足最后一把劲，赢下这场 BO5。
也是战耀然烛光而行，最终拿下了这场比赛的胜利。
他们将明天面对 EDG 争夺最后一张门票。
我们要打好最后一场 BO5，继续加油进世界赛。
这一年就是大家都很辛苦，下一场也是最后一张世界赛门票了嘛。
而对于 EDG 来讲，他们还有最后一条命。
今年的1年的努力不能浪费嘛，然后我们好不容易走到这儿了，就放手一搏吧。
我们祝 WBG 祝 EDG 好运。
Like every other day, the crowd has come out and ready to cheer on players, but when Uzi's here again, it's a very different story. I'm hysterics, I'm Nymira. Oh, I could be Nymira, you can be Nymira. This is Kitty. This is our TriCast for our very last day of LPL this year. And outside of the audience being incredible as always, I have to say, I mean, this matchup is sure to deliver, at least on paper.
And why this means so much to so much of the audience here, despite some of these players having some really down splits, some down years even, is because these are the players, the world champions, the MSI champions, that really brought China hope in terms of international success. Even when it was back in 2018, 2019, this community remembers.
And they've been given one last chance, one last best of 5 between these two organizations to fight for that 4th seed at the world stage. They were both eliminated very early on into the summer playoffs, but they did extremely promising or gave promising results from spring, so they have been given that chance again.
2 world champions going head to head, and what I mean is 2 world champions on each team, right? Again, those titles like huge on both Weibo and EDG, as we talked about before, but as we get closer towards getting in pick ban, before we start talking about drafts, let's talk about predictions. Let's put our life on the line as we've been doing. And as we bring up caster predictions, first of all, I have to explain myself, guys. Just quickly, yesterday, I'm so sorry I did a 3-0 versus top esports because EDG is not as good as TES. I've dropped it down to 3-1 to be realistic.
That's some fighting words right there. I mean, I did also go for a 3-1 in my own votes as well, because I do think that the matchup, particularly in favor of Weibo, helps him in terms of that macro. But even then, this could go the distance. We know what Weibo are like.
Well, I went for a 3-0 going over towards the side of Weibo Gaming because, like Hysteric said, EDG, they didn't look as strong compared to top esports. EDG isn't going to be that early team that can fight fire with fire against Weibo Gaming. So I'm just going to assume a 3-0, quick and easy. Every single game is going to end at 25 minutes because that's the way Weibo Gaming is going to go to Worlds.
So that's how Game 3 went yesterday, right? Where it was just quick and easy, no Baron throw happened. That's what happened, right? I remember that.
Yeah, well, as Kitty said, should have been a 3-1. Ended up being a 4-1, technically, if you want to be like that. Kitty with the 3-0, okay. Asheen joining suit. The problem is, though, I know Ashin's not here to defend himself, but hasn't got too many points. So I've avoided his prediction, at least a specific score. So good luck.
I'm pretty sure me and Oshin, in at least the caster prediction, are towards the lower end, and Hysterics. I don't know.
You're actually beating me now.
But this is the most important thing now, because if Weibo are to win, I win predictions. I get to have a crown of some kind. It's either that.
okay.
The only person that can beat me is Munchable. So Munchable's there. He's voted for EDG.
3-2, yeah.
So if he gets the perfect score, there's some room for upsets yet.
I mean, speaking of EDG, hang on, Dagda and I will dominate playing. It's not even devil's advocate. That's not fair. They're just playing the fiddle towards EDG, which is interesting enough considering that. Wait, no, I know why. It's because Dagda loves Uzi. He wanted to cast Uzi, he got to, and that's why he's done EDG.
Is that the Weibo Gaming hate watcher in I Will Dominate? I mean, to be fair, he did predict a 5-game series between these two between these two teams, and I feel like EDG, they do manage to pull every single best of 5 series to that 5th game for some reason. They do show up when it comes to these important matches.
LNG just didn't care that, apparently. They're just that good.
Apparently not.
LNG was a little bit too good.
Yeah, LNG just like they're up there, all on the top shelf.
That's a surprise. Just quickly, Cagel's predicted Weibo again.
Well, the thing is, when I've seen these predictions, Kadros predicted this, but it's 3-0 overall. Does this mean he thinks they're not going to drop a best of 5 between now and the World Finals? Where does this end?
I don't know. I just put in what he wanted me to put in, and that's a great question. That is a great question.
Where does this end?
I have a question for production. Why didn't we just put the Shy's head? Because I'm pretty sure if the Shy doesn't stay on Weibo Gaming for next year, I'm Kadro, a little bit of a rat, gonna scatter around and then go towards whatever team the Shy is going to end up on next. But of course, we still have tonight's best of 5 to play to determine if he can get to Worlds.
And we did have a SCADA Game 5 loss anyway, so we decided to reach out a helpful, kind olive branch to the resident, the global SCADA main. Flowers predicting a sweep as well. I don't know what the logic is there, but we thought we'd just put that in a little box to say sorry for the SCADA.
I mean, maybe he's decided, well, if Weibo can beat Skana,
they can beat anything.
Anyone. That's right. Maybe it's more testimony to the Skana. But of course, with our guest predictions in as well, we've got some kind of split there. Casters as well. There is some favoritism towards EDG. Our production, by the way, have also chipped in, and our big biceps production man has gone 3-1 at the end in Jason. And I don't know, man, he's favoring EDG for some reason.
Turns out a lot of people like Uzi. A lot of people like this team. And I will say, in favor of EDG, I really think that top lane could be a huge point of success for them. We've seen the Shy have varied performances, and Ala is still on magnificent form. That could be a winning angle for them today.
And talking about varied performances, something that still lives in my head rent-free is how many times the Shy was able to outplay the enemy team 1v2 style, and that has been a consistent type of playstyle that he has shown us in the previous best of 5. He just did a few little oops.
Sometimes he outplayed his own team as well with his teleport. Sometimes that happened. He outplays everyone on the Rift, and us off the Rift too.
Well, I will say yesterday was some of the best gameplay I've seen from him in a while, though. There was consistency. I'm like a I'm not going to be biased today. That's what I said.
Well,
I'm already defending the Shy. I'm already defending the Shy, and we're about 2 minutes in, or at least 2 minutes away. I will say, though, today's great because regardless, as you were saying before, Nymira, we either get Uzi back at Worlds or we get the Shy back at Worlds.
For the first time since 2019. It's been so long. Considering that these are international mainstays, real icons of the league, to not have seen them for 4 odd years, it's absolutely crazy. Rookie as well, he's even gone out yesterday. Similar story, Jaculov too. These players, we know them to be so successful and so beloved. We can only have so many of them on the international stage.
And something that's crazy to me, it's only August, and we are pretty much finishing LPL. This is going to be the last best of 5 that we will have, like Hysterics mentioned from earlier, before we reach 2024. I mean, this is going to be absolutely insane because we don't know which players are going to be out and in, but still, it's going to be very bloody, to say the least.
And on that note as well, remember, though, it could be a completely different meta too. So the teams we're sending now in 13-13, the current meta might suit as we get closer towards draft, but when we get towards Worlds in 2 months' time, I really wonder how it's going to shape up and how the teams are going to look there too.
I think yesterday as well, we got the patch previews put out on various socials as well. There are some champions, we haven't seen the exact numbers yet, but it's stuff like Wukong's getting a couple of buffs again, Lulu's getting a couple of buffs again. There's a chance that, well, I mean, I think of JJ being great at that champion, Mecha being great at that champion as well, like there's still time for some moving parts to favor one of these teams.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, the casters on the Chinese side are up. That means draft is only moments away, and I want to ask you guys a little bit about what we should expect to see. First pick worthy is really important here, considering, you know, we have talked about Tristana quite a bit. And Kitty, if you want to start this one off, where should we be looking?
Something that we saw out of EDG in particular was something like the rel that was going to be heavily prioritized. I mean, mid lane is going to be fair, simple. It's going to be Jace, it's going to be Tristana, maybe a LeBlanc here and there, depending on how the drafts goes. But top lane is going to be the very important key factor, because I feel like Ala, he's really suited into the current meta where it is all bruises and cannons and rumbles.
I think, you know, I agree with that in terms of the top lane for Ala. On the other side, the Shy, probably team fight tanks. We might see a carry. We saw that in game 5.
Yeah.
I want to hit again on mid lane, though, because that Tristana is very important. I also think Azir will be showing a big for Xiaohu today. The big thing that both of these teams have wanted from mid lane is pushing lanes earlier. It gives them so much pressure to play around kind of this oppressive style to try and control lanes.
And while Fofo hasn't played as much to split and maybe as Xiaohu or maybe looked as dominant, I will say historically Fofo has been a big Azir player as well. We know that Tristana has been first pick worthy for EDG for that regard, especially against the LNG series that came out, I think, all 4 games. But ultimately, that's something that I think we should continue to highlight. Also on the bottom side, I mean, you look at our AD carries, Light had a blast yesterday. While on EDG side, we are talking about Uzi. We don't know which direction the draft can go. As speaking of, oh my God, light up the stage, get me into it. This, regardless, should be such a fun best of 5 with the talent lineup we have.
It does feel like, you know, everyone's eyes are on this from the Chinese community. So many names. We're into the bans completely already, though. Maokai, no surprise, that's on the red side. Weber also not chancing Ala's Jax. They have learned from LNG, who LNG lost to that 1 pick.
But that means Tristana, Kai'Sa much. Without that Kai'Sa, he is going to default to champions like the Zeri.
Okay, so Tristana first locked in. This does open up the option of a double marksman comp from EDG, which they played pretty much every game in the Lost series versus LNG. They really love that composition, though. That means that something like a Sejuani or an Ivern to be either a frontline initiator or a tank can really, really help. However, with the Kai'Sa left up, very easy lock-in.
I wouldn't be surprised if they look for something that is going to be hard engaged. Maybe the Renekton and the Sejuani locked in here, but if they do want to flex the rel, which we did mention from before, which will be a very prioritized champion coming to tonight's series, it wouldn't be a surprise.
Last couple of days, mainly been jungle, though, worth mentioning, but as you said, last night's series, there was a rel support game too. Kitty, with that point aside, Sejuani is now left open up to Jer. But Nymera, I want to know what comes here third, whether it is that topside blind, or do you look for something in support position?
Now, this is the big thing for EDG, right? You really want to have a lane which can crush lane against the Shy, who has shown some weakness in that area of the game, but also can give some teamfight impact afterwards. I think the Shy, he's looking at Cassante or Ornn now, something which can survive and be undiveable. You don't really beat Sejuani Renekton, you aim to survive it.
The Shy can be your Angel or your Devil, right? You can go the Ornn route or the Rumble route for that final
Angel's
pick.
an NIP, he's not here.
Oh, he's not here, but you know who is here? The Shy, and he has played 2 Rumble games so far into the summer, and he also did bring that out in the series from last night with Equalizer, with paired alongside something like the Rel Jungle, did amazing.
I mean, they're leaving that topside pick for a little bit later in the draft. We get the Jace picked up actually a little bit later than expected. No Maokai this time around, but still for Xiaohu, still a dominant.
Also worth noting that Xiaohu hasn't played that much Jace. It has typically been something like the Azir, the Tristana. Really hasn't gone towards this pick, which has been a game-winning pick in the hands of the likes of Knight, the like of Scout.
And it's funny though, historically, I'd look at Xiaohu's Jace and be like, it's actually a pick he has excelled on in previous LPL splits. So a nice note there, a nice little tidbit as we start banning away supports, and of course the Shy's Rumble.
The Rumble's gone, guys. Okay, maybe we just default back to something like the Ornn or the Cassante towards that top lane, although it will lose slightly in the early game against the Renekton, but it is still very reliable CC for Weibo Gaming to rely on.
I think in some ways, I think you should be breathing a sigh of relief if you're a Weibo fan, because the first time that the Shy played Rumble, he went 0-7-4 versus NIP. It was an absolute disaster. He had a great game in the previous series on the other side, though. Meko is going to have the Alistar removed. I think that EDG, they'd love to have a secondary engaged threat locked in somewhere. I think Meko probably is looking towards something like the Nautilus if it is up and available. Weibo, of course, have the flex of Rel between jungle and support for them to hold on to. They can bide their time here and keep one of those options open.
I wouldn't be surprised if Uzi considers something like the Sivir. We have seen that paired alongside hyper carries in the mid lane, like the Tristana, and you also have a very strong 2v2 in the top side with the Sejuani and Renekton. So just a little bit of utility to provide extra team fighting ability.
I think the most interesting thing is that we don't see this Tristana flex like we do with other teams. It doesn't go down to Uzi, it consistently sits with Fofo, so you have that assumption right now looking at EDG as Rakan taken away from Chris after his dominating performance yesterday takes 1 supplementary engage out of Weibo's call.
this is an easy lock-in for the Ornn here. Again, the thing about Sejuani and Renekton, and one of the things which I was a little bit worried about the Rumble if it was going to be locked in for them, of course it's banned away, but you just need to survive this duo. They're so disgusting with the first couple of ganks of the game. Someone like an Ornn can just press W, at least get themselves unstoppable and get themselves out of trouble, and they will add impact later into the game. The Shy had an Ornn game against Top Esports in their victory versus them. That ended up working very well. Teamfight impact, good for the Shy.
And Chris, I mean, champions like the Leona still left up and open, and that will provide extra urgency. So you already see Mako picking the Braum blind, as you already know, Weibo Gaming, they work extremely well off melee supports that will link up extremely well with Weiwei.
Again, we'll wait and see, because we still have that Rel there as a potential flex. But I like the mention of the Leona, which has seen its light in playoffs as Uzi. His debut in this series, what's it going to be? We've seen the Zeri out of light actually recently the most. And it looks like, again, he's going to go to the old faithful that some players are returning to.
It's going to be the double marksman comp. We saw this one coming. Tristana not really in Uzi's champion pool right now. EDG find themselves with a lack of engage here, though, which I'm a little bit worried about. I feel like they need to early game snowball with this comp to make up for their lack of engage.
I'm not a fan of Braum and Zeri together. Very weak early game compared to something like Weibo Gaming, where they are extremely explosive, right? So we'll have to wait and see, because we still have the Rel going to be flexed towards that support most likely, as the Alistar did get taken away, and it's a Poppy lock-in for the jungle.
Okay, so using that Rel flax, we've seen a lot of it jungle throughout regionals. This one's going to be going down to support, and we've seen that Rel be such a big engage threat. Weibo, they have the engage advantage. They have the range advantage right now because of that Jace, and it does feel like EDG, they're going to struggle to find engages. EDG, they need to have early advantages, otherwise this game could just stall out for them.
Yeah, and Weibo Gaming locking in this composition, they have so much range. Potentially the AP Kai'Sa going to the hands of Light, where it was a 100% winner in last night's series between Weibo Gaming and Top Esports, but this time around, Xiaohu playing the Jace for the first time since the start of the playoffs. So it's going to be really interesting on how they approach these team fights, because they have to be a lot slower compared to their usual selves.
Well, considering game ones of Weibo, between this series and the last one they played, we were really worried about them in their first draft versus Top Esports, and it didn't work out. This is a much better start, I think, from both of us and our opinions on that. I think this is a good place for them to start versus EDG.
It's a good key learning. On the other side, what do you think about EDG, Nymira? Run us through that.
You have a Tristana, you got a Renekton Sejuani. That is great topside early push and early Herald pressure. If you get that Herald, you get the Tristana to put a bomb on tower. That's a lot of gold. They need to have that gold. They're outranged, they're out engaged.
As long as bot lane doesn't become an ATM for the other side of Weibo Gaming, I feel like EDG, they should find relatively early leads through the Renekton and the Tristana, of course, as they have heavy damage for the mid-game skirmishes. But once again, the Zeri getting locked in for Uzi. This champion is going to be a very slow burn until you reach those items online, like the Navori.
I know you're concerned about the 2v2. We'll watch with bated breath to see how Light and Crisp, who yesterday played it very well with the help of Weiwei, really navigated through that duo of Jackie and Mark. But today's a different day. Today's Weibo versus EDG for our 4th seed at Worlds. As Kitty was saying a little bit earlier, it's a very early start to the split and a very early finish as well. It's only the 8th of August today, but we're about to decide all 4 teams that will be representing the region. EDG, they're the organization that has made it consistently, back-to-back from 2021, 2022, and now the fans who have come out and forced for Uzi expect 2023. But Weibo, even though they've never made it to the world stage in their organization's history, are looking to break that mold, debut here, and return the Shy to the world stage for the first time since 2019. Uzi holds that same merit. 2019, the last time he was there with RNG. So which legend will return to the big stage as our 4th seed? Now, we find out.
Every time you think they're going to stop, every time you think it won't get louder, they just do. We keep harping on about it. The atmosphere in this crowd has been second to none in terms of our experience anyway. The observers went straight towards that top lane at the start of it. I think that's a good place to start here as well for this game. Ala on the Renekton across the entirety of Summer is 10-4. He has pretty high KDA. He's had some incredible laning performances as well. And the Shy, while he will have teamfight impact, he does need to survive that at the start of this game.
So I really want to know, Kitty, walk me through this early game then, because I think you should start with the 2v2, considering that you were a little bit concerned with how Uzi Mako are going to play it. You don't like the strength of this lane, is that correct?
Yeah, so Zeri and Braum together is a bit of a question mark for me because they are extremely weak when it comes to the early 2v2 compared to something like the Kaiser, who is going to take the Hail of Blades, and of course working alongside Chris. And I think Chris has had an amazing run so far in the regional qualifiers working alongside Weiwei, so I wouldn't be surprised if they put a lot of attention towards his bottom side to shut down Uzi and not allow Mako to link up with Jie.
Chris has himself an aggressive champion too. That's something that we were asking for alongside Weiwei. Rel definitely fits that mark, so teamfight impact, engaging threat. It isn't that Braum, if you overdive, it can be kind of awkward. As much as the Zeri and the Braum not great on the offensive, they can very much punish if you overstep.
And there's something with Kaiser Rel that I think doesn't get talked about. The fact that Rel reduces armor and magic resist. Kaiser has duality with the second skin passive that makes it a little bit more oppressive in that 2v2. While topside, another thing mentioned, Nightmare, was the fact that Arla should have a good time here, especially with the Sedge support.
Yeah. So Arla's going to have a good time. Fofo's going to have a good time as well. If you look, just cast your eyes down to the minimap, you've got a pushing bot lane from Weibo. That's good for them, but the top side of the map is going to be a bit of a perilous area to play around for Weibo for the time being. That's why the Tristana has been picked up by Fofo so much. Arla having the winning lane too helps.
Well, they engage.
It's all in. Uzi burning down cleanses. That Ignite doesn't tick over. Chris only used one summoner, and Weibo, the 2v2 is already starting great.
Disrespect coming out of EDG's bottom lane. They are still a level down, and the wave is slowly building. You see Weiwei making his way, skipping the blue buff as well. He wants to cheat the tempo.
Okay, well, there's no heal, there's no cleanse. Uzi is level 1 and losing a huge wave under turret. Weiwei, he doesn't need to be farming his bot side of the jungle. He knows what he's going to get value out of, and that's stopping Uzi having a good time.
I mean, Mako staying, but look, Weiwei is again knowing he's here. Uzi in the brush, flashed on against the wall. The crowd is definitely here to support Weibo today.
What a regionals Weiwei is having, consistently impacting the early game on champions like the Poppy.
And that's 3 waves.
I don't think it's going to end there as well, Kitty. They're looking for the dive against the wall. There's a heroic shove. Light getting the second skin. Mako burns a flash as Chris tanks it up, gets on out. Light's going to take another shot though, and dissuaded from the rest of the dive. Mako survives, but the wave is still negated.
And 3 people walk out alive from this dive as well, and Uzi misses out on 3 giant waves, and that's thanks to the agency that Chris was able to provide with this level advantage.
Why is Uzi walking up a level 1 to level 2? That's the big question, right? You use the word disrespect, that is exactly the correct word I would use as well. He takes all of his health as damage, he doesn't get to have the HP regen effectively by leveling up and killing the wave. Weiwei's at the right point of the map. Uzi completely shut out after one bad early mistake.
And even though they don't get Mako on the side, Weibo getting first blood against Uzi, the level 1 Zeri. We come back to live. Uzi has been able to catch a wave, but it's turret plating taken down. It's all those waves denied, and the fact that Uzi is behind tempo.
And we see Crisp and Weiwei linking up once again. No major objective whatsoever towards the top side, but they just want to provide a bit of urgency towards Xiao in this mid lane. But still, bottom lane is going to become a huge problem if this trend continues, because the Zeri and the Braum has to live if EDG want the Renekton and Tristana to scale with.
That was exactly what I was going to say as well, because what was that about bot lane being an ATM at points? It can happen either way, but you look at Uzi going down now. It does mean that EDG can't just play through topside now. They can't play through the Renekton Sejuani. The Shy is going to be more than happy here.
So again, do we just wait for neutrals then, guys? Like, are we looking towards Herald fight and trying to overforce there so that we can get EDG with a bit of a lead?
I think that's really what EDG need to. That's so much of this competition. Again, one of the big things we said is that they don't really have that much engage. You got a Sejuani, you got a Renekton on a flank. That's kind of it. The way you overcome that is getting so much gold that engage is much, much easier. You get to push up. Herald will help that with the Tristana, Renekton, Sejuani.
And we've seen multiple teams trial this double AD carry composition coming into the entirety of summer, and it's 50-50, right? The results have been differing, because when you don't get that Rift Herald into the hands of the Tristana, when you don't get these side towers into the hands of EDG, this champion truly starts to fall off in the meta right now, as the Hex Splash isn't going to connect.
Just get some poke out onto Fofo. Xiaohu making sure of that as he tries to push this wave with Weiwei nearby, who consistently is now hovering around this bot side. I mean, Weiwei is on a speed run.
And Crisp is linking up with him as well. That's something that we've asked for. Mako roaming up to counter as well. We could be in for a bit of a fight here, but it looks like with that Q missing, fizzles out.
Level 5 Sejuani, they walk away. And meanwhile, Weibo just play between River as well. You can see Light also moving up to try and add something in now that he has his Kache's shot.
And as the Serrated Dirt gets picked up by Xiao, here do you see that this Jace is becoming a very prominent champion in the mid lane priority, but Jeji, he wants to stop that.
Looking in towards that mid lane, you can see that with bot lane resets and supports moving across the map, it kind of opens up the net of vision. We've had some walls put down. Xiaohu, he has to blow the flash here, maybe?
Xiaohu tries to turn it around onto Fofo. Well, flash not burn yet. He gets out. That was slick. Meanwhile, the Shy with the ulti sets up the Weiwei top side. Arla's up against the wall, bopped around. He picks up the kill, and Weibo are more than heavy on the board.
Weibo have absolutely destroyed this early game. Weiwei has more than destroyed this early game. The Renekton, which is meant to be the point of pressure, dies in the top lane. That should not be happening. The Renekton Sejuani should be controlling that, and that's alongside the other early game losses for EDG.
As you see Sejuani getting seen on the map towards the mid lane, and they fail the 1v2 because of mechanical mistakes, but Ala on this Renekton with the wave pushing in, this was bound to happen against the Shy, but still, the mid lane 2v1 not working out is going to be detrimental for this upcoming Herald.
And I absolutely love this about Poppy as well. As soon as Poppy gets all of their basic abilities, they're basically full build. They get to run over the map like this. Weiwei continuing to have a really good regional run.
I mean, Poppy, it's a champion that will have a lot of presence in the early game, especially when you have the Hex Flash into your pockets as well. Dodging out the vision is going to be key, and Jie, I mean, he is one of our more passive junglers when it comes to the LPL.
And can I just say, Merc Treads in this game, huge value against EDG, and that's the first pickup here with Bammy Cinder alongside. So already Weiwei with a bounty, and we were highlighting this man. No accolades, but boy, is he leading to them in game one.
That is actually a really good point, though, because it's a full AD composition, but the Merc Tread stopped the Sejuani being so much of the threat. Speaking of that, JJ has himself level 6. He spots Weiwei. This is not so much ships in the night, it's more than just a submarine looking to take down a passing freighter.
Oh, okay, JJ is level 6, so that's a difference. A lot of damage coming out of early stages. Smite down. Weiwei had no business getting that. Come on.
The crowd goes absolutely insane, Hysteria.
Wait, they're going to go even more insane. It's the turn onto Uzi. Blight jumps on in, Crisp sidesteps the Winter's Bite, and then makes Uzi go woof. As Mako is running for his life, but Weibo are looking at the 2v2, they take the flash, and it's all downhill for EDG.
You can't be dying with your flash up 2 times in a row. This Zeri has to be the late game win con that EDG relies on. Now you see Weiwei starting up the dragon.
At least the Herald is going towards EDG in the top side, but where we were talking about the Herald being a big win condition for EDG to get ahead of the game, this is to bring them even at best, even if they were to pick this up. They're losing farm towards bot side at EDG, they've lost plates towards bot side Weibo. This is such a clean game, a lot of that really coming from Weibo.
And throwing it back to why static shift becomes such a pain to deal with in patch 13.12 and 13.13 is that whoever gets static shift pretty much wins all the priority when it comes to the mid game, and you already see that Light is extremely accelerated coming out of Crisp, and with Light having that ultimate available, jumping onto Uzi and being way too over pushed in his own lane.
And Crisp like sidesteps the Q, lands the double Q himself. He is having such a great time on the Rel.
Great tournament, honestly. Again, talked about it yesterday, MVP of Game 5 on the Rakan. Here on the Rel, it's starting off well as Weibo now with a 600 gold lead is not everything after we talked about the 3 kills, but it is still something showing the early momentum as the
Looking
team.
at Arla roaming down from top side, he has Flash, he has Shy, who could be in danger, but it looks like the Renekton's being called away. So EDG looking for something, not able to find it. Sad for them. They've not really been able to find much in this game.
Crisp has
Not
Flash.
getting easier.
Mako's moving in, Jeja on a ward, but you can see Xiaohu also moving down. They just dissipate for the time being, while a bit of damage laid down with the wave pushed in.
I mean, great discipline coming out of Weibo Gaming, and they knew that something was fishy towards this bottom side river with no major objectives. There was no risk for them to walk up. Now the static shift gets picked up for Light, and the bottom wave is going to be absolutely insane for the side of Weibo Gaming to work up for that second dragon.
I'm going to pick up a word you used there because I love it. Discipline from Weibo. This is a team which has been far from clinical the majority of playoffs, the majority of the year. This team is not clinical. They've made big mistakes. We even saw that in that series versus Top Esports as well, but this game has been very, very strong in that early game.
So let's just touch base a little bit here, because even though the early game has gone their way, I'm just noticing that the gold isn't spiraling out of control. Am I saying it at the wrong time? Flash away from Arla is perfect caster timing to the T. But EDG still have lane lead, 15 topside. Now with Herald mid, the Tristana should be in a good spot as well. Even though bot's gone bad, EDG is still playing towards those lanes.
But Uzi's also here, he rotated up, so this is going to be a 4-man from the side of EDG.
On the Bobo, he can't jump away. That's the Poppy for you. There's Glacial Prison in the backline from Jeja. Flash away from Weiwei. Weibo don't want to be here. Chris gets jumped on, has to flash himself. Weibo lost triple summoners in the play and have to dissipate.
Okay, so Herald gets into that mid lane turret. The
Shy.
Shy.
Hang on, onto Renekton. It's an on. This shouldn't be happening. Arla heals back up, and the threat is still there with the whip.
Okay, so what's the real ramifications of this play? We're back to even in gold. That's kind of what we thought about with that Herald. The Herald wasn't going to be bringing EDG to a gold lead. I still think this is good for Weibo. We did kind of say that EDG, they need to be ahead of the game because they're lacking engage. It's a Sejuani ult, and that's kind of it. Being even in gold right now, it's still scary for them. There's still room to go, but it's not done job.
The Shy does have Flash, though, and the jungler is right around the corner. Can he get out?
But no Glacial Prison available. Permafrost can be Bellows' breath as Weiwei is waiting for the counter gank. Arla
oh, come on.
too far up. Patience dominance here in the early game. The teleport's being burned as well. Xiaohu makes his way in, wants to mow Jie down. Flash finally burns. Searing charge doesn't connect, but doesn't need to. Xiaohu pops him back, and kill number 5 for WBG.
And kill number 4 for Weiwei on the Poppy. It feels unfair that he is absolutely everywhere.
He is just leashing EDG around for this map. The Shy also perfectly baiting out that entire play towards the top side with Ala overcommitted on the Renekton and not having the abilities to escape. I mean, it was an aggressive play from the side of EDG, but the Shy getting away with the flash as well in hand. And also the TP from Xiaohu. This is a great early start for a scaling composition.
This is looking a little bit desperate, and that's why I was like, oh, come on. It feels so sad for EDG that you finally make yourself an aggressive play, you've made it in the mid lane, trying to snowball the game, and then suddenly the Poppy's there to ruin your day.
That's a beautiful length of play. He said Weiwei got his 4th kill, but at least Xiaohu getting some participation here on this Jace adds a bit more gold.
And the impression that I got from Weiwei, I lead the enemy jungle to a T, and he was really good at reading plays, and that exact 2v2 on the top side did the deal.
Just a reminder that Weiwei, just one last point on him, we're talking about him a lot because he is the one player with, like, you know, without the international titles on this roster, without the international appearances, back in mid again. Fofo!
Again, shoved against all Weiwei again. Kill number 5. I am the carry now.
It's definitely doing it. I think Weibo, they're going to be really giving some pats on the back to this jungler after this point. Weibo, as a whole unit, they have been enabling this Poppy, and now you suddenly see the entirety of this map from EDG being harder to play. They don't have the gold lead they need still.
And because Light was able to pick up that static shift so early on, you're going to see Crisp and Weiwei once again linking together and getting so much vision towards this bottom side where Jie is forced to play for this top lane dive.
But I need to pause because, as you said, that dive is coming through from Jie. Call the forward god to get the minion wave there. Dominant. Glacial Prison not going to be Bellow's Breath as the Shy. Searing charge of 2-man. Jeje's tanking it up. He buys some time, but Jeje not going to die underneath. Ala finally gets a kill this Renekton needed.
It's something, it's not really going to give him the option to kill anything beyond that tower though, because the wave died, the Shy cleared the wave. On the bottom side, Weibo are not just cross-mapping with the tower kill, they're threatening Uzi and Meiko as well. So in the grand scheme of things, EDG, with Uzi falling even further behind, is still bad for them.
And Light picks up all the tower platings by himself. This has been a solo Kai'Sa towards the bottom side because Chris and Weiwei have just been playing alongside the vision. Now with the second dragon getting picked up, and also the Herald spawning in 40 seconds, they don't really have the tempo to make that play without the cooldowns.
I will say, we didn't see it on the English side, but on the Chinese side, they just highlighted again that 67% first turret rate from Weibo throughout the season. This team pushes turrets fast, and at least in the early game, that success comes off a lane opening up, like it just did for Light, moving it to a 3k gold lead.
It's not hard to get first towers when you prioritize the Tristana so much in your compositions, am I right? But still, Weibo getting a very great start, and that is once again through the jungler and the support where they both have the Hex Flash, and they're accelerating the tempo so much before the double AD carry composition comes online.
So second Herald coming up now as well. EDG, the team with the Tristana this time, they also prioritize it. They haven't really been able to unlock Fofo on the map. Getting into the river. You see that Crisp is alone in the river right now. I think he can. He's got a Hex Flash. Weibo, they need to be careful around this Herald still.
I've seen too many Rels fail these jumps over the wall, so I was getting a little bit worried. But
he just shuttles the Hex Flash. It's like, I'm not risking it.
Can't miss that one, but Weiwei is going to get spotted out on the pink ward, but still, the ultimate needs to be online for Jeje because that's the only hard CC that they can throw out without too much commitment.
Because the difference is Weiwei has that Keeper's Verdict now available. As you mentioned, Kitty, Jeje is about 10 seconds off that. EDG started knowing that they're going to have it in time.
Don't think Weibo want to throw at this. They might want to poke out. Xiaohu is recalling and don't know exactly what he's going to be able to buy. We can see the Shy roaming up though. There is an angle here for Weibo.
They're going to play it slow. Maybe after the Herald double TP, the disengage onto Meiko. Now
EDG
getting engaged on. Again, he does it. Sent back with this Jeje, the rocket jump out from Fofo. They double TP'd, and they also stole the Herald, mind you, so Weiwei walks away with the prize.
Well, Weibo Gaming is just taking everything away from the side of EDG. Double TP is committed as well, 45.
Disrespect from Meiko. He shoved his searing charge against the wall. Jeje now found out on the left here by Weiwei. Again, the jungle diff showing apparently as Jeje flashes out. Weibo now control this area of the map as they take mid-turret with it and move to that 3k gold kit lead comfortably.
Weibo also have that mid lane out of turret down by this point. It does feel like all of these plays have been just much more considered by Weibo. The recall will continue, and that's going to be fine for him. The Shy manages to again get that teamfight impact. EDG, that Herald was important for them. They've now not really found value out of either.
The Shy lives life on the edge, but like Chimera said, this Tristana needed to get early towers. It needed to get early tower plates with the only Kraken in hand. I mean, Weibo Gaming, they have champions with great engage in the hands of Crisp and the Shy, so the double AD carries, they're consistently under so much pressure that they can't really face any 5v5, so they have to look for picks on the side alongside the Renekton and the Sejuani.
Another factor to consider as well, we talked about the gold and the heralds, but the dragons are also going the way of Weibo. EDG, they took the first herald for free. Yes, they got something in mid, but it just doesn't feel like enough. Now they're starting to get to the point where they might just not just stall out in terms of their engage in their composition, but also the Dragon Soul win condition as well. It's Hex Soul. That's a dangerous thing to give up.
I mean, again, when we're talking about Ornn, Jace, Kai'Sa, again, we know what the comp is, we know the range that it adds.
It's like an orbital artillery strike.
And with Hex Soul as well. I mean, that's just, again, not great on any team, but still, it feels bad, especially when Weibo have started controlling this early game and haven't really been unrelenting. I think this is what we're talking about coming into today, that stylistically for EDG, this would be hard, and we're already getting a rendition of what it could look like with Weibo's early game.
Something that you mentioned earlier, Kitty, is the fact that we might get the AP Kai'Sa. We have the Nash's Tooth in. That will be the case. And now Light's going to start doing damage too.
The only shining light as Xiao does get engaged on here, but I think the play is going to die down as the mid and jungle are linking up once again. 3v3, 3v4 in the top side.
Light's coming in. This might be good for Weibo yet again as EDG are playing ambitiously. Remember that Arla's not here. He'll have to teleport in. Jeje cornered out as Chris now holding the engage. The Keeper's Verdict used again onto Mako as Uzi's tagged out by Light, who runs in and dominates the fight. EDG not winning this one as Killer Instinct back in. Call the Forge God. Hits Uzi from afar. Weibo are 5 members strong, and once again EDG are suffering.
Weibo, they just have more CC. They punt out the front line as well with the pop ult, and this is corralling EDG under the top lane turret.
This game one feels so bad as they try and make a turn on the Xiaohu. It's a good idea, but now Mako solo it out. Arla in the dominance flashes on live, but he won't be dead. Uzi corralled down by his old mid laner. And Edward Gaming, they might have the legacy under their belt, but Weibo have the skill.
EDG can't catch a break away from Weibo Gaming. And this time around 18 minutes, they have all outer towers and also 10 kills into their pocket.
They summoned the Herald midway through the play where it was like, we got the fight, let me just drop down on a glorified cannon minion. There's a teleport coming back. Hex Gates helping them as well.
Low health bar, Xiao still re-engages. Wait, again! Jungle diff, ladies and gentlemen in org chat.
All right. I'm gonna sniff some hopium. If EDG wants to come back into this game, they have to kill the most fed member. Wei is that most fed member. You know how Poppy's gonna die? If she takes a greedy engage and she overextends, that bounty gold goes into one of the hands of the carries. I mean, that might be a way back to the
You know how you're not gonna get that shut down? 1, fights like this, and 2, teleporting back into the play in the replay after this as well. Weibo, they've done a great job, particularly with the Poppy ultimate, to get rid of half of that front line. The Brawn Bush can be such an issue. At the start of this fight, it was already difficult enough with so much CC landing. The Herald gets taken, put down as well to tank up a couple of turret shots. Weibo, they are winning on all fronts.
Extra style points for the Rift Herald, like you said, but still, Weibo Gaming locking in a 5v5 composition where they excel at team fighting. The Tristana just isn't going to offer as much, especially when you're TPing into the face of the Shy. I mean, that's just a little bit too disrespectful, but still, the composition is truly online as they sit on the Hex Soul Point.
Well, they're trying to find the Shy. Meanwhile, as you mentioned, Kitty, though, 5 minutes till that Dragon to define. Another moment here for Weibo in game number 1 as EDG did get bounty in this top side. They are at the objective bounty point, and now for the inner turret, they're trying to push for more.
Buffer gets caught a little bit, might have to jump a little early. Won't be the case at this point. The Xiaohu pushing this bot lane all alone. This is one of the issues which EDG have had as a team, is that they get caught across the map, and it feels like they're getting caught across the map again.
Uzi's on ward as well. Light trying to tag him. He has Killer Instinct available. Teleport in from Weibo. They're sandwiching. They're pinching EDG. They want to end game 1 right here at the 20-minute mark as Teleport to follow through. All members there. Chris with a 2-man Magnet Storm as Weiwei ults up. No one dead from EDG yet as the Shy didn't get a searing charge, but Light ulti's back in. They get numbers once more. They're so agile in Weibo as EDG now claw back trying for victory. Uzi is the one to do it. This Derry at least having an attempt, but they're too far behind. They didn't win the early game, and now they're just not going to win any of the game.
EDG try to group up and push, but united they fall to Weibo. Once again, EDG are caught out across the map. The teleport's a killer. The Baron is dead.
The double items picked up for the carries of Weibo Gaming. EDG got melted just like this Baron, and now with the Baron in their hands, they're going to wait for that Hex Soul, and EDG's game 1 is going to be ever so much more harder.
Don't know how much we can keep talking about this. EDG, they try to force fights when they're behind in games. They try and group up and force, but right here, they don't manage to find something on top side. They stay too long, they get teleported on, and they can't defend all angles of attack. The Braum shield only goes one way. They can't defend against the Ornn ult, they get taken down.
And here's the problem with Zeri when you lock it into Weibo Gaming's composition. machine, it doesn't do any damage, especially with only the static shiv
That's a
in
problem.
these team fights, and you can't even work through the front line, and Weibo Gaming, everyone survives.
That's how Uzi is. He's a great team fighter, but if he can't even do that, it shows how doomed game 1 is. The 10k gold lead, Hextech Soul in 3 minutes coming up. Weibo now have even more control of the map as it's getting deeper and deeper, this vision line that EDG have to walk over.
3 minutes until the Dragon, if it does extend beyond that point, 2 minutes on the Baron timer, so that'll be a nice shove, take down structures and then reset. Wait, he doesn't have himself flashed, so Uzi can be safe at least for now. He has the flag slash though, and they're grouping up and they're sieging.
3-level gap between the AD carries of this game 1. It is going to be absolutely insane. 1 item to 3 as well. We have 3 item spike for the side of Light. This Kai'Sa needs to get shut down and needs to get engaged on before the base melts.
But Kitty, I think it's too late for that. Mid turret already gone with inhibitor. EDG might get engaged on behind their own turret against the wall again. Weiwei not getting the charge this time. Chris looks for the engage, gets the shattering strike. The Magnus Storm a little bit late, but it's still a 1-for-1 trade. EDG have done better than we expected as their second kill comes through, and now Uzi charging through the team, but he's sent away. Weiwei jumps in the backline yet again as EDG's jungle is getting chunked out, but they haven't finished the job. Call the Forge God is after the From ulti. The Shy! What an ending coming through as he tanks up the damage, but Uzi's run out of ulti.
Where has the Shy been? Where has the Shy been? The entirety of summer. What a great engage.
He wants to die for it. He wants to end game number 1. One step closer as Weibo now empty the Nexus turrets. The Nexus dropping down, and in 22.5 minutes, that's WBG at their peak.
What a dominating start to the series by Weibo Gaming. From back-to-back series from last night, they just played a best of 5 to that 5th game, and they are in their element just as ever.
And it feels like really Weibo took a lot of learnings from their last series. They had that engaged jungle and that support, and oh my God, those engages from those two were really what decided this game. Weiwei completely ran over the map. It did feel like EDG needed the early gold lead. They couldn't manage it, and a large part of that was Weibo's jungle.
And the crucial point goes back to Uzi dying level 1. This Zeri just never got to play the game, losing out on 3 waves and also getting consistently camped by something like the Poppy on Weiwei.
And I think people kind of forget that Light has started building his own little relationship with LPL fans as well, because this guy is great when he snowballs from a lead, and crisp as well with his recent performance. I mean, that 2v2 is a danger that you can't afford to let through for EDG.
The good news, though, if you're an EDG fan, is that this is Weibo. They are awesome in every other game. Going to another game now. Weibo did win a red side game. That's important. We've seen a lot of priority on blue side throughout the entirety of playoffs and then into regionals as well. Even in the finals, we saw that really have a lot of value. Weibo, they won on that red side. That might be a big factor coming into this, but they need to show, again, the consistency we fail to see from them so much.
Well, talking about consistency, I mean, they showed up and they showed up with a bang in this game 1, and it's all thanks to the draft, I would say, because that Poppy 5th pick really paid off. And you usually don't really see jungle getting dropped to 4 and 5, but Weiwei was showing up.
If Weiwei doesn't get MVP, I don't know what's going on backstage.
We will leave.
We'll make sure. We'll make sure. Don't worry, guys. But for game number 1, Weibo in 22.5 minutes have secured their victory. We have to see if EDG can again find a game a win in game 2 rather, as we take a short break.
Tentar encontrar alguém, mas só tinha o Croc próximo. Ele consegue puxar, controle de grupo agora funcionou. O abate saiu pra cima do Root. O Celso ficou meio vendido e também eliminado. A Loud tenta entrar com a chegada do robô. O problema é que eles perderam 3 jogadores e a Kate tá praticamente inteira. Pra cima do robô que ganha muito tempo. O Tim, livre, leve e solto, garantiu um abatezinho, mas o robô caiu e o Tim vai tentar limpar. Foi triple na mão do robô. O Tim tá aqui, mano, contra o Greve. Double kill com os 3 do robô.
And forced to flash, looking for the Magnus Storm, but punts it against the wall again. Turns golden, is on, gets both of the carries, and he drops Rookie in! On, you magnificent beast! And now the rest of the fight is all down to Jackie Lavogin from Mark. Can Jackie carry as a triple comes out from Elf? And the feathers, are they enough? He's into the GA, it's a quadra for Elf. Jackie tries to put him in the grave, but there's no stopping him, the king of the forest.
한명 배웠는데 근데 알리 다시 풀었고요.
제우보다도 초비를 한 방에 다 못했어요.
오히려 캐년 자 일단 여기서 슬로우 붙여서 렌
렌 야 아니 KLC 대박 나는데요.
지금 페이지와 딜라이트가 없는 상황.
천천히
그리고 또 초비
サポートのライナー一瞬でバーストで倒して、そしてリッキーが夕日をゾーニングしてからグループアップ。それを見て勝ち進の産声、狭いところフォーマンノックアップでこの祈り大逆転バーニングコアエース獲得。
Look to get some damage. Reed the center of the wall. Oh, but it's the teleport coming back in. They've closed all around them, and there's nowhere else for Summit to go. Palafox sends him to the skies. The three-man counter-strike to Summit outplays it, and he takes out FBI. He ward off over the wall. No way he gets out of this one. Right, the Q stun doesn't land, and Summit makes it out.
Now we have to draw our eyes towards the first herald of the game.
Maybe they're die for here, but Alistar level 6, nice EOA from Noah. A lot of chunk damage, Razork's around, Team One has mid push too, they only have one range now as well.
The last time Fnatic died like this, it went very poorly for them, limit so low. We're trying to beat them, Humanoid coming in with that shot blast. Acceleration gate, Patrick tanks it, Unbreakable used by Limit, Patrick tanking everything. Oh, they kept him alive, no, he dodged it, he's still alive and within! What the? They're still alive! Limit will fall, but Odo TP finds two.
My mom says you can do better. Here is so immature. You're better off without him. My dad says the guy is a loser. He's anything but pure. You're better off without him. Do I only like you because they don't? I'll sneak out my window at 3 a.m. Ride shotgun with a bottle of gin. I feel sick, but I'll hold it in. I know you're bad for me. Don't think my parents will understand. They say I'm Wendy, Peter Pan. If you go with them, you'll never land. I know you're bad for me. Bad for me. Bad for me. Bad for me. My brother says he's a tryhard, and he won't go far. You're different when you're with him. Do I only like you because they don't? I'll sneak out my window at 3 a.m. Ride shotgun with a bottle of gin. I feel sick, but I'll hold it in. I know you're bad for me. Don't think my parents will understand. They say I'm Wendy, Peter Pan. If you go with them, you'll never land. I know you're bad for me. Bad for me. Bad for me. Bad for me. My mom says you can do better.
我觉得 EDG 的话，他们是一支进攻性挺强的队伍吧。然后他们的优势就是他们的每条线打线能力都挺不错的吧。然后我们要注意就是他们的一些游走，然后打团吧。我们的优势的话，我觉得是我跟小虎的联动吧。因为备战了挺久的猫包赛嘛，然后最近的状态就慢慢在变好嘛。然后也有在练习一些就冷门的组合吧，有机会是可以选出来的。因为是最后一张门票嘛，然后现在心态就想去赢下来嘛，然后下一把的决心就是感觉是必须得赢下来。想对队友说，就是已经剩最后一个 BO5 了嘛，然后我们要打好最后一场 BO5， 继续加油进世界赛。
Well, Weiwei knows the importance of making this series work and getting that last spot to Worlds. It is the last series of the LPL for the entire year before Worlds comes up. I'm Mysterix, there's Nightmare and Kitty at the end to give you a Game 1 win from Weibo, a 22.5-minute banger, which ended very suddenly with Weiwei getting MVP.
If he didn't get MVP, nothing would be right. Well, this player, the one player on Weibo without international appearances, in a roster stacked with international title holders, victors of the past, absolutely blew out this game. Weiwei wants Worlds.
Weiwei was the engage, he was the disengage, he was the proactive jungler in this game.
Boy, he was
also
the IT care technician.
He's the MVP for Weibo Gaming on this Game 1, but looking at the damage graphs, we saw that because of Weiwei's impact towards the bottom side so early on in the game, this Kai'Sa took off. And we have to also remind the audience that this is a champion that EDG, they gave it over for something like that Tristana.
Dude, he was everywhere. I will just say, it wasn't just bot as well, right? It was through Xiaohu, through mid, opening up the mid lane, the Shy on Ornn baiting in and Weiwei being there. All three lanes benefited from this guy running the map.
Yeah, and you know, we can praise Weiwei, and look, I know we're talking about him a lot, but also the ability for him to link up with his laners as well. That's the important thing. It was on top of the laning advantages from Light and Chris that gave him the entry into the game, and then it was on top of, you know, the Shy baiting in on top side. They combined together, which made it work.
It's a bit of a worrying factor when the Sejuani does more damage than the Tristana in the mid lane, considering the fact that they also received the first Herald into this game, and they did get the Kraken Slayer very early on into the game. But still, overall, Weibo Gaming, they took the early tempo, they snowballed out of control, and they were able to stack dragons. They had a very clear understanding on how to execute this game.
And they stacked dragons without giving up a huge gold lead or something like that. As soon as we locked in the champions, look, we were pretty clear, we were pretty unanimous. EDG needed an early gold lead. They didn't have enough engage, and even with a full AD composition, you can see that way where they built, like, you know, his phase rush and Ghostblade on mid to have move speed to clear the distance. We had Merc treads across the board as well to deny the Sejuani engage. And it really felt like EDG, when they didn't get the most out of the early Heralds and the early fights, that was pretty much game over.
And something that we didn't see was the link up between the Sejuani and the Renekton. Yes, there was a singular gank that was onto the Shy, but even that backfired because Weiwei was able to counter gank that entire thing and turn it into a net positive for the side of Weibo Gaming. So into game 2, I would love to see JJ more active and have a stronger voice into the early game to really at least dim down Weiwei's fiery start.
But it's crazy to me because his voice has always been strongest on Sejuani. That's the thing. This is one of his best picks. We talked about it in the series versus LNG. He picked up Rel as that first pick consistently, but I always thought his Sejuani was better, so that's my concern running into this.
And something that's very uncharacteristic of Mr. JJ into this game is that when you think of JJ and you think of Sejuani on JJ, he lives in the bottom lane. But on the other side, Weiwei was just living in the walls of the entirety of EDG.
Rent-free.
And now, of course, we walk away from game 1. Series isn't over. It's a best of 5. We go into game 2. It's important there was a win on red side. Typically, blue side has been very strong in LPL regionals and going into playoffs as well. What can EDG do in draft to stop Weiwei getting this advantage? For me, one of the big things was the rel flex between jungle and support to allow that last pick jungle. It's very rare that you get to last pick jungle in such an impactful way.
I want to see a stronger 2v2, or at least if you want to utilize a early composition towards the top side, play towards that. I'm not too sure why the crowd is going. Oh, the LNG players are in the crowd.
We saw this yesterday. So you don't see this because we're watching the B-roll, but we get a perfect view of the LNG players acting out various emotes on the big screen. You know, like in like American football games, American sports, they have like the whole the cameras like, oh, you got to act like this. That's what they're doing with like pro players.
I mean, it's great, honestly. I know we're shying away from what's going on screen. Everyone at home,
we're just having a great time here.
Yeah, you guys sit at home, you look at this. I mean, this is still just...
Come to Xi'an, enjoy it here.
Yeah.
Yeah, but to be fair, there wasn't much of a takeaway because it was domination from start to finish.
True.
EDG was never in a moment where they were able to turn the game around, and we set this up, right? You had the double ADC carry composition, you had to play through side lanes, and you had to get those items online.
But can I just say, looking through this early game domination, we talked about seeing a better 2v2, a stronger 2v2 from EDG. How do you get stronger than Renekton and Sejuani? Is there something I'm missing, or Nidalee Renekton?
So you get stronger by not dying bot lane so hard that you can't play through. Because we've seen this a couple of times. Occasionally you will see a Renekton and Sejuani lose so hard on the rest of the map that they actually can't play that combo because the Sejuani has to be on call for the rest of the map. The fact that you died level 1 in bot lane, as Kitty's been saying, it means that you never really get to play topside.
The consistency is going to be key for the bottom lane 2v2. That was such a simple mistake that Uzi made at level 1. It's one of the rules that you do when you play in League of Legends. You respect the enemy, level up, and you back off and wait for the wave to push into you.
We talked heavily about that 2v2, Kitty. I know that was a point for you, especially with the Brom Zera. You were concerned about the strength and I guess the weaknesses of that 2v2 lane. I mirror similar thoughts.
Yeah, because the fact that it happened to those 2 players as well, the 2 players with 5 Worlds appearances on EDG between on both of them. You've got Uzi, Mako, 5 times each, such legends of the scene. Those are quite bad mistakes to make very early into the game. Of course, we know that they have the mentality to overcome that as well. They will have to in the rest of the series. You kind of just have to forget about game 1 as a EDG now. That was a pretty awkward start to the game.
And you saw a bit of nerves coming out of Fofo on the Tristana as well, because we did see Jieje try to attempt to gank Xiaohu in the mid lane, but the Tristana insect the Jace into safety pretty much.
Yeah, they really tried to go.
Yeah, they really tried, but the execution at the very end did make the difference. And at the end, I mean, looking at the draft, I think it was a pretty decent one. You had a very clear win condition, but bottom lane has to be at least even if Ala wants to be that big carry role for EDG to rely on.
Now, there has to be a continued conversation here for EDG as well now, because it has felt this was the first pick Tristana. It was one of the least impactful champions on the Rift. We have already talked about it, allowing at least the ability to play the double marksman comp, but it's never being flexed towards bot side. EDG, I'd imagine that if they go on towards that blue side and they're looking towards that first pick, I don't know if this Tristana is going to do it anymore. We haven't seen it be that successful in these regionals.
I mean, against LNG, we've got the data there, right? Again, there are other teams who will flex this, and playing around a flex is so strong in League of Legends, especially as we just saw, I think, on the other side. The caveat is Weibo showed that with the rel, as you were saying, really strong counter jungle pick. EDG don't play for that, and this is what we're concerned about, I think, at least one aspect, right?
But this is like the insane thing about rel. What other champion go between jungle and support? It's basically none at this point. Having that ability for the unique flex between the 2 engages, between jungle and support, so powerful. What do you got?
Maokai, is that what you're going to say? Maokai?
Nautilus.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Are you a CP level enjoyer?
All right, Kitty, simmer down, simmer down. I will say EDG have flexed the Maokai before.
Oh, that's true, that's true.
But having said that, I mean, how popular is
Look, when I say, oh, what else is that? You meant to back me up instead of throwing me under the bus.
Sorry, bro, sorry. thought we both did that. That's on us. But hey, look, as Weibo return to the stage, they've only been in the series for 22.5 minutes, but they are looking confident here today. 2 more games left in this pace to lock in the final world spot.
And Chris truly feels like such a great player when the momentum is running hot for the side of Weibo Gaming. But now EDG coming off a terrible game 1, the form has to be there, and they know, well, from game 1 draft, the win con is going to be through Ala, so maybe potentially go for something that will be a counter for him that will win them the early game.
Man, the crowd just, every time these players take the stage, it goes absolutely
It's look, again, Uzi especially, right? Like, EDG come out, even after that is, hello, Tabe. Whoa! Still supporting his old AD carry. Look at him.
But like both of them, there's the Xiaohu side and the Uzi
Oh,
side.
dude. I thought it was just Uzi, but yeah, sneaky.
One of the very special things about the LPL is that because so many players have played for such a long time, it really does feel like, the issue of age in esports and League of Legends players, it doesn't apply at the LPL. We have such great older players that have been playing for such a long time. They have so many connections because of that too.
I'm assuming all the teams that have locked in for the world stage is going to be around us for today, because we do have that ceremony at the very end once the 4th seed does get locked in. But we did see Zuka and Tarzan from the earlier cameo that you guys at home didn't get to see.
It was exclusive content.
It was
had to be here.
exclusive content.
Yeah, just for us. But at least for you guys, don't worry, you'll see them a little bit later to match up with whoever wins in this series. Now, game 2, we said a new game. EDG won it the other day against LNG. I know there's nothing much to go off, but they have chosen blue side here yet again, and we're just going to have to see if the trend continues with a stronger blue side outside of that game 1.
The thing is that blue side has had a historically stronger appearance towards these best of 5s, and they did take the Tristana away, and that's mathematically, or at least planned out, to be a very
running the
OP
calculations.
blue side first pick. So my question is, if EDG, they fall 2 games in a row, maybe they should start considering the red side and get that counter pick, because they need Ala in a winning matchup.
I mean, you talked about that. We've got the data, right? We've got the games on paper. EDG keep going for this double marksman comp, and now it's lost them. Well, they're currently 1-3 against LNG, and now 0-1 versus Weibo. So that's 1-4 against this kind of composition, which they must have really prepared for so heavily. It's a very difficult thing to go away from the preparation which you have cultivated beyond that playoffs knockout and now, but I don't think we can see that again. I really think this double AD carry composition, we're not seeing the best of it, and I think we need to see something which allows skirmishes that allow Ala into the composition more.
We've seen compositions like the Ari, the Rakan, and even the Sejuani getting locked in previous best of 5, so that's a potential approach that EDG can go for, just something that can match the early game tempo that Weibo Gaming rely on.
Well, we'll see. Going into game number 2, EDG, again, that reminder for you is that blue side has been chosen. Loser chooses side. That's how selection works. In 13-13, we again return
Poppy ban.
Tristana ban as well. And you're right, Poppy banned against Weibo. No real surprise.
Hey, but something that was a consistent trend for Weibo Gaming versus Top Esports was the Vi was consistently taken away, but that allows the Ivan to be left up and open for Weibo Gaming to consider.
EDG are the team that banned Tristana. The team which go towards these Tristana double AD carry compositions. They've gone towards the Rel instead. We saw how good Crisp was on that. And as we said, it's kind of a unique flex in terms of the priority in terms of meta champions, which can actually flex between jungle and support. Very rare composition. And allow maybe Giorgio or Mako to have a better game in game 2.
2 games in a row now. I mean, the Kai'Sa is such a prominent pick and is still a 100% winner in the past 2 days.
But I will say, Sire is open this time as well. And we do have the Rakan duo if EDG want to try and strengthen this 2v2.
So typically when you see a Rel locked in, you understand the enemy team's going to have a lot of diving engaged. Zaya's pretty good into that, so Light taking the Kai'Sa not going to have as much safety against whatever engaged threats EDG lock in, but they are going to have a lot of dive threat themselves. That is it locked into, of course, one of Xiaohu's bigger picks.
Right one.
I'm honestly kind of surprised that Weibo Gaming, they didn't deny the Xayah away, because that is going to be one of the best champions into a champion like the Rel, right? Because it has such agency in the early game, but Weibo Gaming probably considering something like the jungle that will match this Rel. I mean, Sejuani is still up and available that they can lock in as well, but looking at the early game, the reason why people prefer Rel over Sejuani is because she has a much faster clear time.
Ala not early locking in top lane matchup this time, of course, won't have that Jax. Wondering if there's some flavor in Ala's champion pool. He was one of the players with the largest champion pools across the entirety of LPL playoffs. I think that EDG, they know that they have a strong top lane. He didn't have a great opportunity to show anything in game 1 because the rest of the map fell so far away from them. I'm really looking for them to try and see what they can do in terms of his matchup.
Well, again, let's just quickly remind folks that things like the Renekton still available as we get in the second ban phase, because I feel like topside last time, Ala had a great matchup, but didn't do too much with it.
With EDG locking in the Jace and the Xayah, I mean, Weibo Gaming can start considering champions like the Leona and the Ornn for the Shy and Crisp, which are the remaining champions for, or at least the remaining roles that are, I guess, filled out, but still Crisp on this Leona, a very good champion for him, where he's able to get the early tempo online alongside Weiwei and also force a lot of flashes and ultimates out of Uzi and Fofo.
So we were talking about the Renekton Sejuani in Game 1, right? And how powerful a combo it is. And you see that EDG are not banning the Renekton, they're banning the K'Sante, and it wouldn't surprise me if they banned the Ornn as well, because the Shy lost both of his Renekton games in their first series, and he did have a couple of oopsie moments in those as well, despite his 1v2 outplays. It wouldn't surprise me to see if EDG ban Ornn instead of the Renekton because of the nature of the Shy and his current form.
Sante is one, as you mentioned. On the other side, Nymera, if you prophesize this, it will be hilarious to try and
what I would do
into the Renekton. You're a very smart man, so I can see that. See that. EDG, let's just wait and see, because ultimately as well, if they take away the Renekton, which in the end is Rakan, now he has both options here if they want to choose top on 4.
EDG, they banned the Rakan away from the Xayah. What an interesting decision to make, but still, champions like the Ornn and the Leona most likely going to be locked in for the side of Weibo Gaming. Very big comfort champions in the hands of Chris. And the Shy, the duality of a man where he can carry and also provide such great tank engage.
I want to raise a point from your Game 1, Kitty. Leona for Crisp is actually another option as support counterpick might be locked in here.
I'm just saying it's the Shy on Renekton. It's great on paper in terms of the combo. The Shy on Renekton has had great laning phases, but not really comboed up well in mid to late game with the rest of his team.
He just wanders into the wrong swamp as this Crocodile, but still, EDG, they have to lock in the support blind for this bottom time. I mean, to be fair, the Rel can also be flexed as the Ornn is currently getting considered, but this champion is going to allow EDG to rely on the late game team fighting that they so desperately feel comfortable on, but still, the early game is going to be key as Maker has to make up for that lack of agency.
Top lane meta in the regionals has been so fascinating from LPL. Ala, one of our very best carry, dominant top laners, is going towards team fight, tank, Ornn. But we saw what the Shy could do with that as well, and that's how he's found himself more stability in form. Crisp hovering the Leona now as well to be another engaged threat. He had some insane games on this versus Toppies.
And it's just funny because maybe he would have had the Alistar as an option. Leona comes through again. Kitty, you're talking about this for game number 1, but I just love that EDG this time around denied the Alistar, which has often been seen as a response into the rel, whether people agree with it or not.
Yeah, honestly, Weibo Gaming getting this type of draft on red is a little bit illegal. They have the Kai'Sa, they have champions like the Sejuani and Renekton, great duos for a, I guess, lower priority side, but still, this Leona and Kai'Sa needs to be ahead early game, and I'm going to assume Weiwei, he's going to probably hover towards that.
The difference between something like the Renekton Sejuani composition, which Weibo have compared to EDG's in Game 1, is that they have much more engage. Crisp can help combo up as well. Melee champion helps with the Sejuani so much engage. The Azir and the Kai'Sa have a lot of scaling damage too, even though it's not a double AD carry. Azir is much more like that as well. Feels like they have taken EDG's comp from Game 1 and made it just a little bit better on red side.
And I have to say, Xiaohu on Azir fills me with fear. He has been one of the best Azirs, I think we can agree. Whether you want to put Rookie up there, whether you want to put, who else are we talking about with Azirs? Who else has been a legendary Azir so far in the LPL?
I mean, there's an awful lot. You've got
Scouts.
You've got
Azir
Scout.
is absolutely insane, and I think Rookie is also really good.
You guys are nailing it, absolutely. I put Xiaohu up there, that's the point, right? His Azir is great, and to let that through, to look at that for game number 2, a little bit of fear put into my eyes. But on the other side, talk to me about EDG's comp. Who wants to start? Kitty, run us through. EDG, what are they looking to do?
We have the Jace for Fofo. Honestly, coming into tonight's series, I'm assuming Fofo's only going to play 3 champions, Tristana, Jace, and LeBlanc. But LeBlanc is never going to be left up and open. But still, Ala on a tank, that is one of their best performing champions, or at least players, in the previous series. So that is going to be a bit of a worrying factor. So Uzi on the side needs to perform. And that was something that didn't have in game 1. But still, jungle is going to be key. We need to have Jieje protecting Uzi, protect the president. He needs to be bottom.
Absolutely agree with that. Feels like EDG, they have more range, they have more engage compared to their first time out as well. They have a lot of damage between Jace and Xayah. If they manage to get some gold, the supporting cast will need to help them do so.
Let's hope EDG with a recovery here in game number 2. 22.5 minutes, Weibo took them to court and the verdict was handed down in an instant. Weibo coming into game number 2, we've got some comfort champions again. Kitty's called it illegal, but honestly, if they've already been through court, how can you get caught? Ladies and gentlemen, as we go into game number 2 for our 4th seed qualifier for our regional finals, it's up to EDG to bring it back, otherwise Weibo move to match point here in Xi'an.
Really just doesn't stop every time you think the Gyos end. There's normally like the 3 apiece, they just keep going.
I will say, you know, LNG versus EDG the other day, LNG, it was so quiet. Everyone was here for EDG, but it's nice to see today a bit more balance in the crowd. Weibo with a growing fan base for a newer organization. I guess when you have players like this, again, you build up those fans quickly.
I mean, this was one of the most hyped matchups coming into summer where EDG versus Weibo Gaming was saved until the very last day.
Yeah.
But still, Weibo Gaming coming out with an absolute bang in that game 1. And it was through the support and jungle in the Sejuani and the Leona. But this time around, that's Weibo Gaming's home territory they play.
Might walk into Mako here. It's going to be a bit of a hard trade. Another interesting thing that happened at that level 1 was a ward drop from Fofo towards the top Raptors. Didn't spot out Weiwei, but Weiwei spotted the ward. So it's a bit of a I know that you know scenario. Weiwei, interested to see what he does with this pathing. He's not going to be able to take Raptors unseen. He'll probably just know that anyway.
Because again, game 1, it was all about his poppy. Here on the Sejuani, we have some kind of similar value with engaged tools. And Xiaohu versus Fofo, really good for Fofo here, starting on the Jace at level 1 himself.
We have occasionally seen this from Jace. If you get in range of your hammer form Q at level 1, you can take some hard trades.
See what happens bot though. Ignite's going to come down onto Mako. It's still only level 1. There's a flash. Shield of Duran. Mako might just die to first blood again. The 2v2 from Weibo's huge, but this time Uzi has something to say about it. And there's no more light. The crowd loves it as Chris tries to turn it around, but Uzi will survive and rejuvenate this bottom lane of EDG.
But the first blood goes over to Light, and the wave is still in a relatively decent matter for Weibo Gaming to come back, but still, what a terrible start for the side of EDG. We said that the agency needed to be through the Alistar, and it was just Chris once again getting that Glacial onto Mako and the Ghost getting popped by Light, where Mako wasn't able to escape.
So one of the teasers we saw, we went back to Light, was talking about from the side of Weibo, they understood that EDG are very strong in lane. They have come to play though. Light and Chris, they do lose that kill. It is a trade of 80 carry for 80 carry. Interested to see how much of the wave Uzi will be able to pick up under tower. He's only just coming back to lane now, so sad for him. He's going to lose a few minions there.
Kitty, you made a good point though. It was first blood over to Light. Here on the Kai'Sa, yet again, quite impactful as the Shy doesn't take turret aggro, so he's okay for now. But the wave pushed up. Uzi backed away. To answer your question, Nymira, I guess there was a little bit lost.
And we need to remind the audience that EDG on the blue side, they prioritize the Rel over the Kai'Sa. 2 games in a row now for Light. He got to perform on the Kai'Sa and he was the main carry, but Jie.
Big wave pushed up. Xiaohu wants to see it through onto Fofo. There's a flash shattering strike. He's away. Fofo flashes, but Xiaohu baits it. He baits it. In 1v2 though, EDG should have this, right?
There's a cone!
Guys, right? Blast cone over the wall. He's waiting for the shifting sands. Meanwhile, oh, the cameraman's doing us dirty. Looking towards Bot because Uzi's in trouble. Flash from Weiwei yet again, but
Mako!
Mako comes in clutch on his Alistar, and EDG survive while Xiaohu is not bound to die yet. Shifting sands are coming through. He's taken so much time. Mid lane wave is not in a bad state, so as Xiaohu tries to get executed, Jie just won't let him. Auto attack, shattering strike, and he finally dies.
Already such a different early game in game 2 compared to game 1. Jie is on the board, Uzi's on the board, and manages to survive through that bot lane. So EDG, already improvements from game 1.
Weiwei's making his way back though. The 2 junglers are going to meet in the bottom lane 3v3.
Yeah, they know Jeje's here though, so for Weibo, trying to use the value of Uzi's low health bar as this 2v2 is just so exciting for game 2.
I know that you were talking about the jungle matchup being so important in this series, Kitty, and it does feel like they have really taken it to task in game 2.
Patience is there. Zenith Blade connects. Mako, can he get himself out of this one this time? He does under turret. Oh, Mako, where have you been for this whole entire playoffs? Weiwei with the Arctic Soul can't get out. Mako survives, but 4 members now down here. Fofo teleported in, and it won't be for Vayne. It'll be for Uzi's Zaya for game number 2.
Mako, the hero of the moment, just defusing a gank from the side of Weibo Gaming and then getting that kill into the pockets of EDG. Now 4-1. The crowd is going absolutely insane.
Oh, there are so few players which have such a grasp on the hearts and minds of their fans as Uzi in the Chinese audience, and him now sat at 3-0 in such a good spot. It felt like the Uzi was out of bullets in game 1. This one, it is fully loaded.
And if the Navori comes online for the side of Uzi, champions like the Renekton, the Sejuani, and the Leona is going to suffer detrimentally in these team fights. So we'll have to wait and see, because Uzi, he tends to make some mistakes, but still, Mako was the moment of that play, and he was able to play so well, which was something we didn't see in game 1.
Top side though, there's a bit of trouble. Weiwei came into game, but EDG have numbers advantage. Fofo moving all across the map this game. Our observer, he just loves Mako apparently, as the Shy is now cornered out. 1 versus 3, he has Dominus, but EDG just picked up the kill. They took out the enemy jungler with a shock blast. Dominus is now used, but EDG gets flashed on. Fofo might die. In fact, he does. The Shy taking a 1v3 in classic style.
Okay, so with that kill coming from the Shy, importantly in that 1v3, notices they can kill that Jace with that low HP bar, double empowered abilities. Is that going to mean there's going to be a wave lost in mid lane? That is an extra advantage for Weibo at that point. They're falling behind in terms of the kills, but you can see in terms of the gold at the top, they are still getting some victories elsewhere. Make no mistake, still good for EDG though.
I like how in the middle of the play, the camera just pans to Mako, but still, it was great catch-off by the side of EDG, getting Weiwei isolated as Chris wasn't able to make his way down here. But the Shy taking a 1v3 and outplaying Fofa. I feel like Fofa could have played with his range just a little bit more. You had two very tanky frontliners in Arlo, but the flash to close the gap made the difference.
Rule of thumb is an empowered ability from Renekton is about double the power of a regular ability from anyone else at that point in the game. But he uses 3 of them right onto Fofa and gets absolutely blasted. Now we're going back onto the map. EDG still with a firm advantage. They have gold in good places too.
I feel like it's just crazy watching the reverse matchup, and again, the Shy showing us a little bit more than what Arlo did on Renekton, but more importantly, as we come back, Nymeria, you're mentioning the gold being somewhat kept up by Weibo, but being realistic, we know with the eggs on the Uzi basket, this game is just a much vast improvement here for the 2v2.
We haven't seen any of the objectives really be fought over yet, the early dragon, because of the random back and forth on the bot side, not really been able to go towards that. Herald's turning up in 40 seconds as well. Typically, Renekton, a very strong champion around that point in the game. Speaking of those dragons, going to be taken by EDG.
And the biggest difference coming into this game too is the lack of presence from Xiaohu on this Azir.
Hang on, yeah, we've got to switch over. We'll talk about it in a second as Mako wants to zone off. Dragon is now down. Mako with the engage onto Weiwei, but then it's played onto Uzi in the backline. Light, not level 6 yet, remember, but neither is Uzi. EG taking the brunt of the damage as that interrupt from Weiwei was great, but he's taking so much. The shove away! The Emperor has returned. Xiaohu sets it up for Light to get the kill. Oh my god, Xiaohu on Azir is so broken!
And Xiaohu makes me eat my own words. He shows up in this team fight, gets a 2-man Emperor's Divide. Every single summoner burnt from the side of EDG, and they make the game even once again.
If that fight happens when Uzi is level 6, that is an utter disaster for Weibo, but they find the fight without the AD carry ultimates, and I think that's really huge. If you're able to survive on the 3 kills, Zaya, that changes the nature of this fight, but you just can't. Really well played by Weiwei and Xiaohu to stop the engage coming through and finding their time to get it.
And the reason why Xiaohu is one of the best Azirs we have in the LPL is because he can find angles like this. The Shurima shuffle hitting 2 men. This isn't the first time we see this mechanic from this guy in the mid lane.
And I have to say, supporting staff again, Chris von Leona engaged there. He is showing us why he won Worlds once upon a time. This is the Crisp I remember from FPX.
Now suddenly, gold advantage to the side of Weibo Gaming. We have the Herald being taken by them as well. That'll be some more gold in pocket. Weibo, even just a minute ago, we were saying they were finding themselves in a bit of an awkward spot. This is now a much different story.
And an interesting thing is that Light is now 4-1, sitting on the Kraken Slayer as well. EDG know that the Rip Child's getting taken, so they want to look for something in the bottom side.
Paying respect though, Jeje just got Hex Flash by his support. Mako's left him. Weibo, though, don't know for now, as Mako now shows himself, steps on up. 3 members here. Crisp is taken away, but Light is like, no, I'm not going anywhere near that. Does have killer instinct, though, but Crisp is just going to play a little bit more closer to the chest.
So it's not going to be a full-on dive. It's going to be second plate not quite taken either. So Herald on the top side secured by Weibo. Cross-map from EDG not finding quite as much value.
But can I come back to what you guys were just saying? The gold is split again. Weibo now in the lead. We were talking about Uzi being 3-0. Light is now 4-1. Kraken Kitty, you just mentioned, has been picked up, which is huge as
again
of the way. Xiaohu is on point this game, and Weiwei beside him, permafrost, flash 4, there's the prison, and Xiaohu with another kill. Here's Azir online.
This guy finds engages from nowhere. This one's a bit more simple. That fight on the bot side, River setting him up for success, and now he gets another one. A Herald into the Azir as well. This Azir is going to have huge late game scaling too. In another game with the Alistar, Rel, and Ornn, you'd be able to survive at the front line. Xiaohu with this much gold though, it's going to be a huge problem for EDG as the game goes on.
Like you said, 3 plates into the pockets of Xiaohu now working towards potentially the Liandry's as that first item, but still, having an Fed Azir on the enemy team makes Jie, Mako, and Ala's life so much harder in these team fights. As we get a replay, that was just beautifully played by the Shy. Oh, Xiaohu!
Yes, yeah, I can see the inner Weibo fans giggling with Leah that one, but I mean, the Xiaohu just has a soldier on the way. Fofo disrespected. E into Q, very easy combo, gets onto him, gets him down.
Such a good early game from Fofo. You know, shame to see this turnabout play, but I guess again shows Weibo they're their own early game power as well. When they'll talk about EDG's aggression, it is being matched once again as That gold lead is now 2,500 out of nowhere as EDG are trying to force back in this bottom side jungle.
That heralds the cause of that big gold. EDG, they'd love to find themselves another fight right now, particularly with Alistair ultimate available. Very strong at this point in the game.
He gets the 2-man, but it's not onto Light. He fights back Jet with the Magnustorm. Is great, but there's a teleport channeling in. Weibo have brought Xiaohu in again.
Chris!
Almost up and available. Chris helps get the first of Mako. He's going to be flushed on, and so Chris does the Fofo. Weibo are winning every single fight they take, and EDG, they're drawing their last breath.
It is clean, it is crisp, it is another pinpoint engage from the Leona of Weibo.
EDG, with the start they had 3-0 on Uzi. This is an ongoing trend for this roster. They are given early game leads,
Uzi,
but Weiwei.
And look, Uzi about to get his another death. Let's find out. Good ulti timing here as Light doesn't get that Void Seeker. Instead, Uzi just kites it back to the turret. Weibo, again, trying to make more plays.
Feels like the last few minutes have really been just determined by, the players which we've really highlighted from Weibo across the entirety of regionals, the jungle and support being quicker to the play. Yes, Xiaohu has had his big engages too, but it feels like Weibo, on the whole, are much quicker to read the map and much quicker to arrive to the play.
In that previous team fight as well, I don't know if anyone was looking at Chris. This Leona won't leave you alone. I mean, just everyone eyes onto this Leona. He will not leave you alone in this choke, but DAY3 going in, not too much follow-up as you are playing alongside Desire, so she naturally plays better when the champions are engaging onto you. Xiaohu and Chris working together and closing the gap, and this flash over the wall to seal the deal onto Fofo as he chain dies the second time.
The thing about Leona is that the more Zenith blades you hit, the more mobility you have as well. Just getting in the middle of the enemy team to get those stuns later is so huge. And once again, Weibo jungle spot on the road.
Yeah, they're saying Bay because right now it's all love coming through from that gold lead, 4K. Weiwei forcing the ult coming through, and once more we have to say, you were mentioning before, this jungle is so busy from WBG.
And because Weibo Gaming was able to pick up that first Rift Trail, they now have items online to contest for the second. So EDG, they can't even rely on the dragon stacking for the time being.
Taking it down one apiece, as you said. Herald now the next look at least in 2 minutes' time as it comes up. We'll see how it's approached, but importantly enough, there's CS leads through mid, through top, for good reason. Is Chris going to get engaged on? EDG trying to find a flip back into this game, but it is a Leona. Tanky enough as called forward, got layers down, but Chris still not dead. Soul Flare won't connect, but there's the Magnustorm, and Xiaohu again dissipates the fight. However, Chris dies, so Weibo aren't in control of this fight. Finally, EDG are getting a bit more resources back into this game.
Ala finally gets to join one of these fights. Call of the Forge God, huge value in the mid lane. It is at the cost of top lane. You can see the gold starting to really fall in Weibo's favor, but you can see the value that Ornn will have when EDG can fight around him.
The value of Ornn for the trade of 12 tower plates going to the hands of WBG. Uzi is going to pick up that second towards the bottom side, but a great group up from Ala, because when you look at EDG's composition, they don't really have follow-up when DAY3 or Mako goes in, but still, Chris not having that flash, checking the bush blind was a little bit disrespectful.
Still, a little bit worrying here for EDG, the amount of time it takes to kill that Leona. This Chris does not have himself a flash, doesn't have himself that many ways out of it, and it takes, what, 2-3 ultimates to go slammed on top of him, and even then it's a fairly close run thing to get one kill out of that. At least EDG gets something on the board, but again, a little bit worrying with how long it takes to kill them.
I think if Xiaohu held onto his Emperor's Divide just 2 seconds longer, it would have stopped Fofo from going onto the Azir's face as well, and potentially could have saved Weiwei. But now, Duskblade in the hands of Fofo. This Jace is going to start hurting for the next upcoming Rift Trail, but still, the flashes are going to be key, especially for DAY3 on EDG.
But still, after that fight, make no mistake, Weibo still have the gold lead. It is still 3 members on the top of your screen that are holding a strong advantage. Even over Uzi, 800 gold here for Light is still worth mentioning for the 6-1 Kaiser.
Really important phase of the game happening right now. We're changing our lane assignments. The Shy might find himself on weak side. You can see that Azir pushing in top side. Weibo, they found some great advantages with this style of play before, but the Shy has died on weak side a lot.
Classic indeed. Dominus is available, but guess what? Christmas here. They're going to die this. Turret does eventually go down, but TPs with the Magnustorm to layer the down. They don't have enough damage yet. EDG do not have enough damage. The Shy with Flash gets the Kolbamik and pick up his second kill as tagged out. Light has an ulti in onto Fofo, forces his flash as Mako now absorbing the damage with the Unbreakable Will, but it will eventually break apart.
Weibo just play the map better. EDG once again blindsided by Macro.
And now, Weiwei being on the other side of the map, he's also going to collect himself that second Rift Trail into the hands of WBG. But you see, WBG's entire composition, they're so slippery. And the Shy getting dove in a 3-man situation, EDG didn't have the damage to commit to this.
The big thing here is in previous games, we've seen the Shy in 1v2, 1v3s, but not necessarily with the support at that point. Chris is here in time. I don't know what's happened to Chris. He's a world champion in the past. We know exactly how good he can be. But in this series, he feels like he's channeling some of his real peak performance. There at the right time, saves the play.
Yeah, and also Light coming towards the bottom side with that ultimate as well, closing the distance and forcing the flash out of Fofa for this Jace.
Light has been super clutch in regional so far. I feel like I'm saying that about a lot of people throughout this series, throughout yesterday and the day before too, but Light's positioning alongside these fights has been so good to watch. And I think ultimately, again, we are seeing Weibo step up. We are complementing this team, but Naimira, I want to ask you about what EDG do to come back into this game, because it was such a good start for Uzi. Fofo still has a lot of gold value. They still have an Ornn. So walk me through how they should be playing this mid-game and trying to quell the beast that is WBG.
Well, to be blunt, it's quite difficult, right? Because they tried to play around a broken map where they could try and kill the Shy on weak side. That's typically worked around Weibo, but they don't have enough deep vision. They haven't secured themselves their own kind of vision clearing to stop Weibo seeing where they're moving on the map to make the macro work. This was one of the worries we've had about EDG. They haven't always played side lanes that well, but they need to make sure that Weibo don't run away with this game.
And something that's really fun for the side of Weibo Gaming is that Light has decided to go the AD Kaiser build with the lethal tempo and also the Kraken Slate getting picked up. So the front line of EDG, the consistent DPS, especially when that Lord Doms comes online, Ala, Jiejian, Mako, they are going to be shredded. So EDG, they have to play with the range provided by Fofo.
Also going to benefit from the Black Cleaver, which is built up by the Shy, shredding some more of that armor, allowing Light to do more damage. He is on weak side again, though, but I think he's too tanky now. I think he's at 2 items, the Shy with ult. You can't really dive him for free. They're moving up Uzi, they're moving up JJ as well, but Crisp is once again here.
Mako's only level 7, by the way, so this cow is not going to be that tanky just from levels alone. EDG with the objective bounty are looking for their second turret of the game as Mako starts this dive off. 4 members are there. JJ takes a turret shot. They're engaging on Crisp, but ladies and gentlemen, they haven't found anything yet. EDG are getting desperate here. Uzi gets stunned up. He tanks turret, he ulti, but 2 versus 4. The Shy will drop down, but Light has found his death note. In comes Yagami, but isn't it in? Under turret, Mako's taking up, but again, he has no levels. He's so low, but survives. It's messy, but you're losing half the map because of it.
It's a bit of an over-engage from Light, which does mean that he goes down. He flashes in to get within ult range. It's stylish, points for Flair, but no points for him in terms of the execution. Sadly, after that point, is gold over. Luckily, Weibo still cross-mapping, and with the Herald down on bot side, they're going to get themselves the majority of that inhibitor. I don't think it falls.
I cannot believe how much time the Shy and Chris was able to buy 2v4 towards that top side. If Light didn't go in for that gritty flash over the wall and potentially go for an overplay, I mean, they could have just secured the bottom lane inhibitor potentially and then set up for vision towards this top side.
Really want you to pay attention to what Chris does again. You can see the EG angling for the engage. Solar Flare stops the follow-up. There is no damage, and that means that Weibo say, okay, maybe we can play this again. The cooldowns are down. Chris continues to keep playing this through, but this is where the overplay comes through. Uzi manages to get enough damage for the first time. Remember, Uzi has still got a lot of damage here, and that means that it's not a free play.
And because Weiwei was hovering towards Xiaohu's side of the bottom side, it was just potential play of just give over the tier 1 tower. It's just a tier 1 tower while Xiaohu is getting every single thing in towards the bottom side.
Still a 4K gold lead. Again, EDG were able to get some gold back into their pockets, thankfully, but still in this mid-game, Weibo hold the reins. As Xiaohu, Kitty, as you were saying, that gold leads into a strong 2 items. We're now developing towards the third, while Fofo still struggling to get to the second item himself.
Okay, so next act of the game is going to start very shortly, so the intermezzo will be right now. Get yourself your snacks from the foyer and come back for the Baron spawning in 30 seconds. You have an Azir, you got a Kaiser, that will be absolutely shredded. EDG will no longer be given any leniency if they give vision control over on the top side of the map.
Something to keep in mind though is the stopwatch did get picked up by the Shy, and he also has that TP available, so he potentially can look for a flank towards the carries of EDG, but still, that entire fight made Fofo come back into the game. Before there was a 50 CS deficit, it was 2 levels down for the Jace, but now he's relatively even. Still, you need to consider the fact WBG, they have fast Baron shred.
They do indeed. I mean, look, Kitty showing on our screen at 20 minutes on the dot. Teleport's now burned. The Shy has his own, but he's on a ward bot side, so Weibo, as they commit that teleport to try and do a fast Baron, they're just going to pull off for the time being, I guess.
So LPL teams are no stranger to this. Even our bottom table teams know that once the 20-minute mark hits, if you are behind in a game, you can win through Baron rushes. Weibo, they're ahead in this game. They have a huge amount of damage, so EDG, they're not going to have any room for error around that point. They're also losing on the bot side of the map. The Shy is going to still be pushing in Ala and stopping him being able to teleport for free to the top side.
The scary thing is they have no vision on this Baron. EDG, they have to face check this.
I mean, so much damage, as you were saying. Light's not there yet. He's actually angling instead. Engage comes through from Christmas. Then plays Xiao, gets chunked on the back end. It's a good Magnustorm. ZDG might have a chance. They're bursting him out. And look, Uzi in the backline's huge, but Light now rolling in on top of Uzi. He's left unchecked, but Light gets turned on. Weibo Gaming in front of the Baron. They're losing it all.
The Shy in the base is trying to get something back, but the play has been lost. Weibo had a slam dunk across the map set up, but once again, they've thrown around the Baron.
Weibo Gaming fumbled it not again around the Baron as well. They were looking for the turn, but the carries were way too split. Where Xiao and Light, they were so disconnected.
Need we remind you of what happened yesterday on that stage? Weibo, incredible gold advantage against Top Esports in Game 3, and then they threw it at the Baron. Weibo, it's an awkward moment for them. They got themselves a vision control. They got themselves the positioning on it, but they allow EDG to fight behind their tanks.
Yeah, and this entire fight started with DJ having a really nice ultimate and then just playing front to back. Look at Uzi sidestepping the Solar Flare as well and focusing down Light instantly, having the Feather Storm and just rooting him through that slick mechanic.
The damage at the start of the fight isn't in the right place, and then Xiaohu, he
with the flash as well, man.
800 gold shut down over to the Jays. EDG with a breath of life in this game. They get themselves a Baron power play. They got even in gold. They are back in this.
Well, when I asked you about 5 minutes ago, how did EDG find their way into this game, I never knew the answer was wait for Weibo to start Baron. Game
you should have guessed, really.
Shouldn't we all? Honestly, again, consistently inconsistent. This is the problem, and for Weibo, gold is now even. Remember, they were 4,000 or 5,000 gold ahead only 5 minutes ago. Now EDG with Baron actually have some priority in this map.
We're back to the ERAM, the EDG ARAM. They have themselves stats this time, though. They're not doing it from behind in the game. They got it with a Baron buff. They'll take down the mid lane outer turret, which will set them up nicely for the Dragon in a minute.
With an engage, he's called the forward, got JJ layers on top. It's beautiful from EDG. Weiwei comes in late, as Light might be free firing, but he's not doing enough damage yet. EDG nice and healthy, but Light gets engaged on by Mako. Welcome back, you holy cow. As EDG fighting on a turret, just don't care. Uzi uses that earlier gold lead and ignites the crowd.
Uzi's fully loaded triple kill for the king of AD carry in the LPL.
What a swing in the game. Uzi comes online and with a huge ace, they're going to even out the scoreline to 1-1.
It wouldn't be a Weibo Gaming series without seeing a couple of hints here and there, but EDG deserve it. They held on to their nerve, and when Worlds is on the line, EDG will keep their name in mind.
Feels like once again, Weibo had a game in hand and fumble it around the Baron. For a team where we've seen some periods of great macro across the map, great side laning and great ability to skirmish, this has been a thorn in their side.
And they had no right in starting that Baron, or at least looking for such a hard force on the 5v5, because you had the Shy getting the bottom lane inhibitor. They could have just worked off the super minions pushing towards the bottom lane and pushed back the Baron potentially, but still a great comeback from EDG. And they were the ones in the lead from the very early on in the stages, but there's been a lot of throws, to say the least.
I think one extra thing which I want to say about this game as well is feels like Regionals has been a story of players who have underperformed stepping up to the plate.
Yep.
Let's talk about Mako, shall we? That Alistair saved so many early game plays and was key in those initiations.
Absolute classic for the guy as well. I mean, one of his best champions historically. When you pair it up with things like the Thresh that, you know, rivaled even Mata, I will say, at some of the best of times. Sorry to the Korean fans out there. But more importantly, Mako on top of that. I think JJ had some good moments here on the Rel setup as well. But even Arla on the Ornn, showing he can play the tank, showing that it isn't always about the carries in some of these team fights, was still very impactful.
And the team fighting, like you said, I mean, they just hard forced through the mid lane and Mako hitting consistent two-man knockouts on
ERAM,
this
baby.
Alistair. ERAM, he was the savior of this game because you have to consider the fact how much pressure they were putting towards the bottom side. They were camping Uzi 2 games in a row, but Mako, with that hero moment where he was able to defuse the play and then re-engage it onto their own terms.
I mean, again, it's wild. I just can't believe we're at a 1-1. This feels very similar.
You can't believe it with Weibo?
Oh, true.
Really?
No, I can believe it. I can't believe it. Guys, we're going to take a short break.
I told you.
When we return, I did say 3-1, Kitty. I'm not going to say anything, but as we return, you're going to have to tell us how Weibo 3-0 this after the break.
我渴望有价值的对手。
应该不抓的，抓不了。
被看见了，甚至说过来还要骚扰你打蛤蟆。
太过分了！
3个人，呼吸哥先将 W 躲掉了自己的大招，直接向前冲锋打 3个
打一个被反杀吗？这不。
跳摇了，但维沃的也有大招，先敲下一损，又大到了，再 A 一下的维沃尔血量非常大，闪现补下平 I 插一下 Q 技能好了，单杀了369。
这一波来的不会特别快，还在 poke W 中了，这个手里手晕的。
如来神掌拍到了对方3个人 ，LP 在身后能撒一发清。
体能顶的，而且山鸡的疾跑马上正好这边想开给个加速，山鸡被刀哥勾到了，先杀山鸡，但这边一个路路大招击到了3个人，先来的，再来的，刀哥到手，一血续上前盾，369闪现，山鸡反手一拉，再来个大招，吹波 Q 到手了，一把斧头带领我们军众人劈出一条翻盘的道路。现在小鸡一个人顶了进来，一个人打3个，但楼坑里面没人了。大招直接给带走了，一个 Q 弹超过来接伤害，650到手，隔墙2个上单互望1v1，阿乐是打不过现在开大的小徐的，得往队友身边撤退 ，Q 弹给敲回来了，继续找机会 ，W 过来再吃450，只剩下了上下2个 C 位加小航，但是被推回去了，这边小航开大有所刚刚出手也拉满了，3个大招穿闷了，但是大招把人给带走了，葵仓你还能再战 ，W 解脱2个人看到背后白了，站到对面的后头还差一下，黑锤212的暴击把对面后头给点死了，横也被处理掉，4杀的嘎啦要5杀了吗？这边的话追着对面的 Q 点，但是葵仓体还是太能打了，
但是还是敌波葵桑体呀，这个英雄
还是太厉害了呀！
下半区是真的很难打，魏在抗了上路，又被推过来，直接拉走一个太极队的大招，上来自己的技能，在 CD 中一个红魔 Q 技能回了一口。又多了一个 W 咬住 A 接 Q 杀了，还要再去找 Harry 2个一冲过来 A 一下1打。
下半区德善这边跟小老虎皇城 PK 被小老虎的 Q3带了回来，德善觉得闪现天雷咬打一套，哇，这一波直接天雷咬出一套伤害把刘伟翔秒了，而且回城还能再杀，2个都被反杀完了。这波再来，再打一个纯哥甲，但这样的话看着哦这个位置，海克斯是这一下4杀吗？这个高边二 B
的话，太极下路2个人并没有过来，阿文被拽过来了，再是一个 Q3，但伤害大招交大灭了，要开始练暗一剑圣了吗 ？A 1 A 有个说法 ，Q1 空了 ，Q2 闪，再 A 一下，大灭拉出去，又开始，牛了，完全单杀。
Stitch me back together and mend my soul to this. Bound by chains that hold us, we won't be silent. We were born in blood. Now tell me how you gonna get out of this hot mess. While cutting up the evidence in your twisted little game, you clench your fists and wish you could just send it all up in flames. Your nose is getting longer with every little lie you tell. It's winding round and round, ain't gonna trip, 'cause you already fell. You're slinking through the back door and hiding every tiny clue, and nobody can catch you, but I got news for you. No matter how low you go, you don't stop to check for regret, 'cause you got cobwebs in your soul. Now tell me how you gonna get out of this hot mess. We fell for your false tales. You had us in your clutch, but it's all unraveling. Did you see just a tad too much? You leave the songs unsung, 'cause the tune, it went too low. You throw your conscience aside, but it left long ago. Now tell me how you're gonna get. Tell me how you're gonna get out of this hot mess.
我觉得微博就是他们前期 EF 的联动性很强，然后他们中期利用 TP 或是什么样去找机会，就召唤师技能缺口这方面特别厉害吧，就我们要特别注意。我觉得小虎选手就是特别聪明的一位选手吧，就是他特别能找机会，就是对机会特别的敏感，所以要提醒一下队友吧。其实我就想对队友说，就是其实大家真的很努力，就希望大家要有自信心，然后我们一起努力的去赢下这个比武吧。
Well, they did indeed, as game number 2 comes to a halt with EDG snagging a win that maybe they shouldn't have had. Arguments out. My name's Cerex, this is Nymera, Kitty at the end, and that was something, huh?
I mean, it's kind of classic Weibo in some ways, but you have to be able to catch that throw. Really do think that EDG really seized the opportunity when they had it around that Baron. I think they did very well around playing around their tank front line and making sure it was a one-directional fight, front to back.
I know our entire theme for Weibo Gaming for tonight is consistency and how they're inconsistent at being that, but still something that has been going on in their previous games is when you give them a giant gold lead, they give it off to charity. They are like, oh, EDG, you know, you want this Baron, we'll turn the Baron fight for you, and we will give you this win. Of course, once again, JJ on this roll, being able to find huge engage angles where that was the turning point at the Baron that won them the game.
It does feel like, again, the adaptation that a lot of our regionals teams have had in terms of EDG, Weibo, and top esports anyway, has been about team fight impact and engaging forces, particularly from top, jungle, and support. It's been less about kind of playing a little bit more bruisery stuff. It does kind of feel like Ala going towards the team fight impact instead of laning priority has worked really well for them.
It has indeed, and I just want to quickly mention 23 minutes, by the way, in this game around Baron. This is a tool that we saw consistently inconsistent on JJ's side. Just going to mention that there. That worked sometimes against LNG, but others failed to hit the same mark.
Now 2 games in a row, the Renekton and Sejuani, 2
it's a
losses. I'm not too sure, because on paper, this duo is so incredibly strong in the early game, but still, once again, it was just better engaged team fighting, and this Ornn is going to be a key pick coming into tonight's series.
Yeah, I do think that Weibo had a better Renekton Sejuani composition than EDG did in game 1. I think in that game, it's like, well, you're playing around very low range composition with only the Sejuani ult as engage in that game 1. The second one, Crisp did a great job of finding engages. Xiaohu did as well. It wasn't really the compositions being the problem here, let's be honest, folks. It was the massive misread on the map and then the huge throw around that Baron fight which Weibo put through.
Yeah, we need to also remind the audience that the game was so won by Weibo Gaming to the point where the top laner and the support together were 2v4ing in the top tier 1 tower. And Xiaohu was getting stuff done on the other side of the map. But Jie looking as menacing as ever and really showing up with why they prioritize this rel on the blue side in game 2.
And this is such a huge pick now because, again, it gives you that the ability to flex between jungle and support. Very few champions can do that in the meta right now, and it allows you to play through the tank frontliner. We're going to start off our montage reel very late into the game because this was one of the fights which really started to show what the rel can do in a front-to-back situation.
And Weibo Gaming, they took this fight, they wanted to turn, but look at the positioning of the double carries. The reason why Z works so well is because of the Emperor's Divide. You can push up the front line, which is going to be the Mako, the Jie, and of course Arlo on this on. But still, once again, better team fighting at the very end for the side of EDG, and having champions like that on and the Jace where they did end up scaling towards the side.
And allowing EDG to play, what was it, ERAM?
ERAM, yes. EDG ARAM.
Yeah. And so running down mid like they do in most games.
The thing is, like, for most of the time, it's been a very negative thing. They've gone into mid lane and they've been absolutely blasted, but they're winning with it now. It's a thing.
It's a thing. And in my heart, I think Uzi should have got an MVP because that last route onto light where the team fight went in the way.
You are crazy because if you say anyone but Mako, honestly, outside of Jie, you...
I can't handle this EDG bias. We've been such an EDG bias broadcaster. You know, we've not talked about Weibo at all. So it's all about Uzi. Can we stop talking about Uzi?
Oh, that's true. Yeah, everyone in the crowd does it, gets excited.
Something that's absolutely insane today for the crowd being in the live Xi'an Qujiang arena is that we had a literal Uzi chant going on when he appeared on the screen and was walking onto the stage. So that's honestly the first time I've ever heard a player's name getting chanted by the crowd. Usually it's like, oh my god, it's EDG, oh my god, it's the Shy, but UZI was the thing for them.
It definitely was. I mean, again, it's been the case in the past. I remember at MSIs, I remember at Worlds, when Uzi was there, even Western audiences join in because they know the legacy of this player is huge. It gets to the point of up to Faker. Obviously, no one can beat Faker, but if there is another player who I think has such a hand-built legacy in the LPL especially, it's definitely this man.
The thing is that the fact that there are people that somewhat can contest, even in this game, like I think Xiaohu is somewhere up on the list, right?
100%.
Not somewhere there. It's crazy to think, like, you go into the LPL as a region, we've got, what, 17 teams. There is a huge amount of players, which, of course, many have retired. I mean, players like Clearlove are, of course, legendary as well. And there are so many names on there, and so many of them are still on this stage. So many of them still in contention for Worlds. As we said, the only player who's not been to Worlds out of all of these players is Weiwei. He was our MVP in Game 1. He was playing like an absolute crazy person at that point. But this whole stage is filled with history.
It is indeed. Look, as we get closer towards Game 3, I want to start asking you guys about adaptations here. Weibo have chosen blue, as every losing team really has been throughout playoffs, bar a couple. What do we want to see different? What do we want to see change? Because, again, Sejuani Renekton hasn't worked, but we know in that game, as you said, it wasn't really the real issue.
Rel first pick, I think. I didn't like it when EDG used it against LNG, but now I've seen a couple more games of it, seeing the flex between jungle and support and how good our players are at engaging with it. I think Rel first pick has to be the option.
Yeah, most definitely. I feel like Rel is going to be key, but still, I feel like draft at the very end wasn't that big of a difference. It's just very easy to execute it hard force with a champion like Rel. But on the other side, I mean, it's whoever gets the better AoE team fighting with hard crowd control. And that goes back to champions like the Alistar, like the Ornn, consistent knockups where even Milio, like, you know why Milio fell out of meta? It's because, yes, you have the built-in Mikhails for 5 people potentially, but what do you do when you get knocked up? You get knocked into the air and you just go dizzy.
Okay, well, you don't like Milio. Got that. Out of the way. Banned away.
I feel like that was really out of line. Are we okay?
Okay, you don't like Milio?
We need to talk about Milio.
I mean, the champion's boring, I get it, and I know you play support. Milio is less fun than Janna, I will say, so I don't disagree with the anti-bias, but I will say, coming through, I just hope we don't see it, because ultimately, both supports on Engage so far have been sick. Mako, Crisp, whether it's been Rel, Leona, even in that game, you know, Mako on the Alistar, SVP for sure.
The scary thing is we did see Emilio yesterday and it was from top eastward, so they lost. So I God hope that champion doesn't come back because melee supports will be key coming into tonight. Chris also had an excellent showing on that Leona and it did put a lot of pressure onto EDG towards the mid game. But once again, it was that one fumble play at the Baron. When you do have the lead, you shouldn't go for those 50-50s.
Weibo are a team that took LNG to 5 games in the playoffs. They have such a high ceiling. They have beaten JDG in regular seasons in spring and summer, but they still have failed to be clinical. EDG punished that for them. They are a team that will punish you. They're incredibly good at team fighting. We know that their players have a great amount of individual potential, but they need to show that in Game 3 again.
EDG and Weibo Gaming, they feel like they have completely different type of play styles. EDG, they're relatively quiet in the early game, but they really excel once items come online, and the team synergy is there, while Weibo Gaming, once the ball starts rolling, the snowball comes in, and they take every single lead that they have at 15 minutes, and they explode it out of control.
And even if they fall behind, Game 2, we saw them fall behind bot side, it didn't stop them. They continued trying to run for tempo. And then when we get to this point of 15, 20 minutes into the game, a lot of the time, Weibo just don't slow down. It's play after play after play after play, and that's what makes them exciting to watch. Outside of, I don't know, actually the Baron play still makes them exciting.
No, I mean, the excitement is sometimes tied to how much of a fan you are of them, because that actually has a negative connotation, because you have to then, like, rue the bad plays. If you're a neutral party watching Weibo, it is all fun because it is always, always active.
Honestly, I was just so shell-shocked by the Shy cleaning up his fringe with the middle parting and showing his bright forehead from earlier. But of course, the camera panning towards Uzi and Mako. The biggest difference coming into Game 2 was that we had such a consistent performance out of Mako in particular on the Alistar. And that was something that was, I believe, blinded into WPG.
Well, no, they picked it up 5th, and it was when they already had the Rel, remember, like, again, taking away that option from Crisp as seen into the Rel as some kind of option itself. I think more importantly, we just need to note that there are a lot of children who are coming to see these playoffs, these regionals. Kids are getting involved in League of Legends. They're becoming Uzi fans. They're like 8.
And if they're 8 years old, okay, just keep that in mind. They would have been born in what, 2015? Uzi was in his first World Finals in 2013. We have people in the stadium who were born after Uzi had already had some of the highlights of his career. The length and tapestry of some of these players cannot be understated.
I will bet 100% of my Twitch points on this is that the parents of whatever kid is sitting in the arena right now, they are definitely Uzi fans all the way back to 2014. I mean, this is absolutely insane, as we have so many audience live at the arena right now, as it is going to be the last best of 5 that we have for the LPL for the entirety of 2023. And now it is currently at a 1-1 scoreline.
Keeping that in mind, it has been relentless this summer. Asian Games, they meant we had to concentrate our schedule. The games happened quicker, there were less breaks, and the less chance to really revisit your mistakes. Don't get to misstep.
Well, as we go into Game 3, remember, Weibo chose to be on blue, again, like many teams in playoffs and regionals alike. Weibo on blue decided to ban away the Xayah. Maokai, Jax, again from Arla, seems like a must, as Kai'Sa this time will not be let through.
Rel is up, Azir is up, lots of power picks available on the table, something like the Sejuani also powerful. We were asking for the Rel first pick, it is going to get locked in, so we have the flex picks between jungle and support locked in for Weibo.
Potentially a Jace and a Sejuani consideration from the side of EDG, as that is also left up and open. We don't have a lot of Jace party coming into tonight's series, but to be fair, that is one of Fofo's most played, so he did also show up. It is going to be a blind Renekton out of your boy, Alua.
Now, I know it hasn't been the core problem consistently, but it's been a bad omen in some regard. But what does this leave open for Weibo?
What does it leave open? I think the Azir is a big pick here. I think that Shahu, I prefer him on the Azir to something like that Jace, even though, of course, they ended up losing on the Azir game and winning on that Jace. It's just so good at being a secondary engaged threat, being another carry threat as well. It also allows you to play at a longer range from something like that Renekton, regardless of which champions you have there. You want to pick up a long-range DPS threat, which means that the Renekton Sejuani, they can threaten to fall off later into the game if they can't close down the carries.
Something we haven't seen this entire best of 5 is any Varus attention, right? I mean, we had a couple of lethality Varuses going into the summer playoffs and of course the grand finals, but not having the most ideal result. But the Shy on this in the past 2 games, I mean, he had an excellent showing, and it does provide great follow-up engage for Weibo Gaming to get clear engages fights.
And this is straight down the center of the win condition, which you've said about Kitty, which is the team which wins tends to have the better AoE CC. Now, Renekton Sejuani, very single target, great at snowballing, but Ornn, Rel, and then even the Azir, right, they are great at when the fights start getting grouped up.
And this has just been the top lane matchup throughout. Arla and the Shy have been practicing between Renekton, Ornn, swapping the matchup, swapping it back again. So We'll see how the Shy goes this time as the Jace that you guys were mentioning before is finally locked in.
Okay, EDG, I think they have to ban out Poppy. We saw what Weiwei could do with that later into, well, very early into game 1, right? And that would allow potentially Weibo to contest on the top side of the map and get things rolling very, very early. You have double melee synergy between Jace and the Hammer Form and then Renekton towards that top side of the map. EDG, they have to probably try and remove some of the early game denial options from Weibo, like that Poppy.
I wouldn't be surprised if Weibo Gaming, they also consider something like that Leona against the champions like Jace, right? You have so much great gap closing that will also work beautifully alongside the Rel jungle and of course the Ornn in the top side. But still, ADC is what I'm most curious about because I feel like coming into summer, Uzi has been a little bit weird with what ADCs he's decided to opt into, like the Sivir and the Lucian, which we've seen do well.
I think Weibo are trying to pigeonhole EDG into a position like they were in game 1, where they had the Renekton and the Sejuani, but no other engage. They locked in a Braum in that first game. Maybe things would have gone better if they'd had a Nautilus, which is now banned away by Weibo. It wouldn't surprise me to see something like a Rakan, like a Leona also taken off the table.
I just find it funny that tradition is here for Uzi, where he is one of the last picks in EDG's draft. Yet again, it's been the Zeri before on the blue side. It's Samira.
I'm sorry, it's not a Vayne.
Oh.
It's not a Vayne.
Well, look, I'm not going to get that excited. Normally against the Kai'Sa, as more AD carries are just banned away.
You know what I'm going to be excited about though? Light has played Neela and Kalista through the summer playoffs, and both of them were huge wins for the side of Weibo Gaming. 2 aggressive early game AD carries, of course, going up against Uzi and Meiko, but maybe the Braum is going to be considered by Meiko, but that is just falling into the trap of not having enough engage, but it does do well into the Ornn to really deny that call.
Blitzcrank ban coming out instead of something which is a bit more reliable engage. Of course, something like the Blitzcrank, pretty good versus enchanters. Maybe with Milio up, Kitty.
Yeah.
Maybe they think we can ban away the Blitzcrank and potentially lock in an enchanter towards the bot side. That's typically what Blitzcrank counters.
But last pick for Uzi here.
Oh, the Aphelios is getting hovered. I don't want to see Milio, man.
There we go. I'm so sorry. We had a whole thing before this went, oh, Milio, what does he do? Such a useless champion. When you get to stand alongside a long-range hyper carry, Milio makes your AD carry into a fountain laser. The increased attack range allowing you to play off against something like the shorter range Sejuani and Renekton towards the top side. Aphelios guns them down.
But meanwhile, Uzi's going to get this last pick. The crowd loves it, and why shouldn't they? Lucian's been banned against him quite a bit. Now we finally get to see why.
Now, Lucian had a couple of changes. He's typically a champion which before this was played with enchanters, because when he was buffed, he'd get an empowered auto attack on his next one. Now it's about the hard CC. Rakan is a strong laning support, can follow up on very long range engages. And with the Lucian ultimate too later into the game and into the mid game, he can still follow up.
It's very clear to say that EDG, they have a great mid-game team fighting composition coming into this game 3 with the Jace, with the Lucian, where they do spike up 2 items, and of course working alongside the Renekton and Sejuani that can provide a lot of aid. While on the other side of Weibo Gaming, they are going to scale. Slow and steady is the pace for this game 3.
EDG have a composition which can move around fights very, very quickly. They can start fights quickly. They can dash forwards, Rakan, Lucian, all of these things, putting the pace of the game forwards. If you misstep though, if you miss the Aphelios with the Milio giving the increased range, you will get burned down.
And that's a worrying trend, because when we see Chris on more protective supports, there isn't that type of urgency. So the result of that is because of Weiwei, he needs to really show up in this game 3, picking the Rel in his pockets as well. But we'll have to wait and see, because we're still even in the scoreline.
Well, Weibo last game, it was really theirs to take us to a 2-0, but EDG had other plans, or maybe Weibo did as well. Here for the final spot at Worlds, it's tight. I mean, one apiece, where EDG have shown us a little bit more draft diversity this time around, and have shown us a lot more in the game as well, especially the early game of last game. But the biggest question I have is it the Shy or is it Uzi returning to Worlds? Is it Xiaohu or Arla? These are players I've known for a while now. Arla, of course, he knows a little bit fresher, but Uzi starting all the way back in 2013, Xiaohu 2015. Both RNG legacy players. Both players that you feel like were so incorporated into the organization, it's weird to talk about them with Weibo, with EDG. They're players we all want to see both at Worlds, but only one can go. To break the tie, to get us to match point, is it Weibo? Is it EDG? Is it the Shy? Is it Uzi? Is it Xiaohu, Arla, Jeje, Meiko, Crisp? Who is it? Let's answer the question as we get into game 3.
it is always worth remembering the ties that these players have for each other. We have the RNG Legends against each other. We have the LNG Miracle run as well of Light and Arla. Back from 2021, they're facing off against each other here too. So much history, so much rivalry and friendship all rolled into one.
And it all comes down to the last 3 games. We see EDG locking in a very aggressive composition for this game through Renekton and Sejuani. They have a limited amount of time before EDG's composition comes online because they have champions like the Ornn and the Azir, and of course the Aphelios and Millie in the bottom side.
But let's talk about that, because again, if EDG need to really put pace on this game, when we talked about Weibo being hard scaling, run me through how they start that.
Part of it's going to come through laning phase. I think the Renekton and the Lucian, they need to have some strong early trades. I think even once you hit the level 6 mark, things can get a little bit awkward for them. The Milio ultimate will stop a lot of the harder engage coming in from EDG.
Flash is going to be very important for Light and Chris to hold on to, because you already see Uzi and Mako. They're going to camp the bush, maybe even get a summoner out of life. He's not too careful.
Just trying to pay respect for the time being, but also just waiting for the wave. I mean, Light, how much is he going to give over? Mako showed, though. So never mind that. As he goes through the brush, Light and Chris will safely get into lane.
At that point as well, EDG were waiting to see if Chris would be close enough to Light. He has a couple of options at level 1. Could have stopped a W in with that Q, and of course, if that wasn't the case, can sit there with the campfire ready.
We see both junglers starting towards the top side, but still Rel will have the faster clear compared to something like the Sejuani. Once again, I mean, we have Cleanse available for Light, so he does have a little bit of a bailout, but you have to consider the fact that EDG, they don't really have a hard CC other than the Ignite that you can really cleanse off.
So is that going to be an issue? I guess that the biggest thing is we've seen so far in this series a lot of talk about supplementary engage, right? Crisp especially on the side of Weibo as heal comes out. No point talking about it because Crisp has just had to burn a summoner.
Yes, I think at Weibo, they are paying respect to what's happened in the first 2 games where it has felt like those level 2 to level 1 trades have decided the early lane.
Something I do love is that Ward in the tribe was trying to spot out if JJ wants to go for an early level 3 gank towards the bottom side, because we talked about the importance of the Aphelios coming online, especially alongside the Milio, but the early game is what they need to tough through.
Not to bring us back to school, but geography is very important on the map. If you're on blue side, it's much easier to get towards bot lane because of that tri-brush. Warding that out, as you said, helps protect them. JJ, though, doesn't go towards bot lane, goes into the enemy jungle, stops way away from getting his Raptors.
Not going to take the full trade as Permafrost is available for JJ. Still looking for the Raptors as on the enemy side of the jungle, Weiwei is just standing and watching. Camp's taken away as there's a Shattering Strike, but as he remounts, JJ's playing it dangerous or maybe just confident here on the Sejuani.
He's got red buff to blue buff, has extra combat stats and gets a good trade whilst Weiwei was stuck on his camp as well. So JJ getting the arm over this jungle matchup early.
The biggest problem for WBG in this Game 3 is they have no lane party whatsoever in every single lane. So you already see JJ bouncing off that perfectly and going to threaten the red buff. It isn't going to get committed to because the wave is slowly bouncing back towards the bottom side, but you already see at EDG they have a very different approach to this Game 3.
Part of the reason they can do that is because Chris isn't on a champion which can fight right from level 3. If this was Leona, there's a chance that he leaves lane and goes into the enemy jungle. So EDG using that factor in their advantage, and also using the fact that they had pushed Weibo's bot lane under tower to their advantage.
Ala just took the Scuttle Crab by himself as the Renekton, so that puts Weiwei so far behind in terms of tempo. You already see him wrapping around though, but EDG, they have so much mobility towards his bottom side. It's going to be incredibly hard if they do want to look to force something on this wave.
Weiwei still coming into River. Again, just trying to make an opportunity through bot side that he's done all series long. Might still be something, you talked about the mobility, but it might still be someone that's to be traded off as Gravitum is available for Light. All he needs to do is lock someone down.
No cleanse on Uzi. That's going to be very important against that Gravitum. There's a chance that we get a couple of flashes committed here. Depends how far Uzi walks up to the wave. They would love to get this kill. They're looking for it.
Mako spots him out onto Uzi. Gravitum's there. He flashes, as you said. No cleanse. Is it going to hurt him? Flashing into range. Light, you psycho! First blood goes over to Weiwei as look on the side. JJ just can't enter.
Right weapons for the job. Gravitum takes him down.
The only hard CC from the Aphelios and the Millia, and Uzi decides to walk up with the Shy.
Searing charge away. The Shy is only level 5, waiting for the grass to come through. Ala's the Renekton, but it's on! Might Shy Sensei!
And the Shy doing the Shy things on level 5 on. The Renekton falling, not using the flash as well. He can TP back into the lane, but that is one of your huge early game win cons being set behind.
And this is one of the huge players for EDG getting put behind. Ala hasn't really been the story of this series. He's been playing again. The Ornn in the last game was much more important than laning advantages. Going back into the replay here, though, it's exactly what we said. There was no cleanse. You go into the Gravitum. It's like when you're playing something like the Thresh Felios or something like that to setup into death.
Something that was really cool is that Millia W does provide extra range, and it did catch Uzi off guard, using the Gravitum, of course, to lock down the AD carry of EDG. But this 1v1 out of the Shy, to be fair, Ala was taking a huge wave, and that did tons of damage.
It's minion diff. It's 100% minion diff. As you said, uses both the Slice and the Dice, so can't get back out. The Shy, seriously well played on an individual level, which we've not always seen from him.
We're not doing it again. Dominus is there. Call the Forge God comes through, but this time with Dominus, so much more damage. The Shy might just get solo killed back. He does! 1 for 1. What an entertaining top laner.
Doesn't stop.
Step into the Gladiator ring down bot side. It's a huge Gravitum from Light. EDG walked into this, and now with once again Xiao getting a perfect wall. EDG are blasted.
And now suddenly 2-0 and 1 on the Aphelios. The Fountain Laser is becoming a reality in the bot lane of Weibo.
A huge Shurima shuffle once again out of Xiaohu. He hits 3 members onto EDG. He just keeps getting away with it.
We now have ourselves a game 3 at 1-on-1, which once again, like the early games in the series, has been very explosive in the early game. Weibo running away with it again.
I mean, Light and Chris playing so aggressive with that cozy campfire, Weiwei hovering down the bot side. And guys, I thought I was meant to chill out in this early game. I thought EDG were the ones with priority. How come Weibo suddenly winning the game?
Just a reminder, Weibo have the highest average kills per game out of the entirety of playoffs in the LPL. They do start games off like this. Even in game 2, they went for aggressive plays. It just turned against them. We're going back towards the replay, though. It's just as we were praising the Shy. He used the flash for that last kill. Doesn't have the flash to escape this play.
And both top laners did turn level 6 as these minions died off. But like you said, the flash was the biggest difference. Zala coming back with the TP, getting that item advantage as well. But still, the bottom Dragon 4v4 was absolutely insane. Putting Light ahead on this Aphelios is something that you can't have on the side of EDG. 3-man Shurima shuffle out of Xiaohu. He keeps finding these angles as EDG completely suffocated.
Worth noting in this replay, Uzi's not here. Uzi's in bot lane. They don't have the AD carry damage, and Lucian's early damage from this as well. He can be very powerful with just his basic abilities, not there to turn the fight.
How's Light with Infernum timing for Gravitum as well? 3 members, just insanity. 2 kills now on the Aphelios with an Enchanter. It's looking real good considering that we have a 1,500 gold lead for Weibo and EDG with their early game. Now we have to see how they turn the tides back.
Let's take a step back. Let's talk about the whole compositions, though, because we have a lot of gold on the Aphelios, and EDG don't have the best tools to reach a fed Aphelios. Aphelios damage is safety. He gets to heal off of it, and then someone like Ala, you can't stand against him.
He's got the campfire. He's burning down Ala with Dominus. Now wants to turn it onto Light, but he cleanses away. Ala sliced and diced in there. This top laners, they're so chaotic.
Isn't it wonderful when you're talking about something and it is completely shown an example on your screen? This Aphelios will control the game if EDG can't close them down.
And now Rift Herald is going to get started by Weibo Gaming, but EDG, without their top lane and no TP, how do they even take this?
Xiaohu has the shuffle again. The Spring King now about to heat up summer. Level 8 on this Azir, might not have the item, but still the engage potential as EDG are paying that respect. But Weiwei now with the eye exposed, looking for the smite, the damage poked down. It's taken though, JJ gets it, but will they pay for it? Xiaohu, no flash available, remember, as that Glacial Prison used, but Weibo are going to zone off the eye.
Okay, it's a denial and out. They don't get the objective themselves, Weibo. It's a little awkward for them. It's not the end of the world. They're still ahead in gold, and EDG, they would have loved to have the early advantage in the way that we've talked about in the previous games with Renekton and Sejuani. When they get a lead, they want to keep pushing it.
Yeah, they're definitely pushing it, aren't they? Going into enemy jungle, trying to use the Shy in close quarters as Chris now moves up. Light is permanently staying in this top lane.
But Uzi is solo farming towards that bottom side, and he does regain somewhat of gold back into his pockets and a bit of experience, but still, Ala cannot face off against the bottom lane duo of WBG, so JJ, he needs to be here.
Yeah, the reason why EDG are roaming up here is because they know that Light on his next weapon rotation, when the wave crashes, will have Crescendum. That destroys turrets. It would have been even worse if a Herald had been available at that point too. EDG, they can't allow Light right now to be alone with a turret.
The Shy trying to zone off Uzi while his alone time with the turret is cut short. 1 plate given over to Lucian, who is 20 CS behind, by the way, and 3 kills to add to boot. Again, this 80 carry difference. I know in the last game got early kills, but Light always somehow finds a way.
Was that like a Jeff Goldblum thing? Like life finds a way, light
That sounded really
away? That
philosophical.
sounded like it.
That's the most wise thing I'll ever say. So again, absorb it as Arla. Maybe he needs some wisdom right now. Again, top laners got 1-for-1 in the solo kill.
The
but
Graviton
Arla
finds
is
a
gonna
way!
get caught. Graviton does indeed. Weiwei with the shock down, but Light is doing so much damage. Arla a lot here, but the breath of life is giving life into Light.
They are executing this Milio and Aphila's composition perfectly with the synergy, the extra range from the Cozy Campfire, allowing Light once again using the same mechanic with the Graviton.
Hang on, Uzi. I'm not sure about the situation because JJ's coming down. The Shy runs into them, and wow, what similar values we're used to is culling into the Shy. The value of killing this man could not be higher as EDG now trying to make the dive work. You can see Weiwei's coming in, but will he be there in time? Flash away. There's the shove up, but Weiwei trying to save the day's teleport. Now going to be cancelled through mid. EDG have found a way. And speaking of, he'll have to limp away with EDG getting solo turret time again.
Yeah, the Shy kind of misses the Momo on the weak side again. It's a problem which occasionally, well, regularly has cropped up for the Weibo top laner, and at least now EDG get some value, they get some plates, and on the other side of the map, it's not like Light and Crisp shredded down that turret on top side.
But Uzi is completely He has to back, although he will back with the Kraken Slayer. Weibo Gaming, they have complete control over this upcoming dragon.
Would be the second one as well for EDG if they can pick it up, but as you said, Weibo with control might equal one apiece. Ultra Mega Fire Kick, Super Inferno, Disco Bomb comes from Chris. That's the cue. I think we can get a longer name next time as Light now back down to his lane. 11.5 minutes in, plating still available. And let's just mention that this guy already has so much gold. If he gets plating time, it could be doomed.
He's very close to getting something like his Gale Force as well, which will give him even more degree of safety. EDG, they're already going to struggle to shut him down. Light has enough gold to really carry this team.
You also see Fofo reset, so they will just give over the second dragon towards the side of WBG, but the early game has settled down just a little bit because WBG was able to deny the first Rift Herald away.
So who does that benefit? Because again, we talked about scaling for WBG. They've had an explosive early game, maybe far a bit more explosive than we could have expected with this comp. EDG are obviously looking to find a bit of tempo.
They really are. Again, we cannot state this enough. It kind of applies to Azir as well, who also has some resources in this game, but particularly this Aphelos is going to be the core objective for EDG to kill, and with gold, that's going to be hard. They're teleporting onto him, though.
Yeah, so they're trying to make that play happen right now. JJ with an ulti in hand needs to hit Light. He's by himself as Arla jumps on him, but flash away immediately for Light as Weiwei saves the day. How good is Rel in this series?
And Chris cancels the engage from the side of EDG with his little bomb. What a great diffusion from the side of WBG, but Uzi, they want plates.
A dive
just going again.
Behind him, Light is going to be breath of life away, but he's knocked up. Everybody all in, but they can't kill Light. Everyone jumps, but EDG finally find the kill. Weiwei's at a low health value as Chris is just the Milio. Flashed away, flashed on by Uzi, and dead is Weiwei. EDG persevere, and they are rewarded.
We said it would be difficult, but they got their objective done. They killed the Aphelios, the 4-kill AD carry from Weibo. Light is snuffed out, and EDG are back in the game.
The difference is that Chris is now 2-0 on this Rakan, but still a huge TP out of Arla, getting his hands onto Light, where he was able to force the flash immediately out of this Aphelos, and looking for that re-engage committed from Jieje really sealed the deal.
That was a great disengage. You think the play is done, you think that Weibo, they're completely safe, and then they stick around under the turret. It's a mystery. They don't understand that EDG have more cooldowns left to bring to the play.
But isn't that the dichotomy of Weibo watching such a great play and then going, wait, hang on a minute, why did we stick around? Why did we do that? But EDG punished well, because I think that's what they've done 2 games in a row now.
Weibo Gaming.
Very
and something that is going to be really fun for this game is that we have Hex Gates, and you know who benefits of Hex Gates? EDG. They need flank angles from the Renekton, from Mako on this Rakan, and you already see them cheating the tempo a little bit with 3 people taking that, and that's why Light was caught off guard with this tower push.
We saw them already do that with one of those wards, which they used to teleport beyond behind Light. If you manage to take a multi-angle fight and stop the Milio and the tanks being able to keep the Aphelos alive, then that really does change the flavor of this game. It's great that you bring that one up. We're even at enough in gold now. I still think that EDG would have liked to, well, rather, really would have liked to have that gold advantage. It's not necessarily a comfortable place to be even in gold.
It's a lot better than it was a couple of minutes ago, right? 2k gold lead for Weibo.
You've got like step 1 done. Now what happens with like steps 2 through 10?
Well, that's the question, isn't it? We're getting towards first item territory for Fofo. I think that's a great place to start if you want to start talking about the damage coming online.
Here's the problem for EDG's composition, though. It's not going to be enough by going even against EDG or WBG's composition. With the Ornn, with the Azir, they're only going to get stronger as these items come online, specifically for the double carries in Xiaohu and Light. So EDG, they need to force these timers with the flashes being down.
think another thing which adds on to that problem is EDG don't have something like an Alistar, which will be very hard to kill in the front line as a Rakan. And yes, Mako is doing well on that pick and was pivotal to that last play, but you don't get to be the front line that survives Azir and Aphelios damage in this game. It's all going to have to go into Ala and JJ. We've got ourselves a Herald being started up. It's a cross map though, trying to get more gold into this Lucian. Lucian is very bursty, getting gold into Uzi. It can help them achieve their core goal of trying to dash forward and kill the carries.
And despite the early game, he has been able to recover, so that gold has been channeling slowly but surely. With that turret plating going down, it feels like, turret, that Uzi is able to get to the second item very shortly, as topside also goes for the trade, plus the Herald, meaning Weibo get a little bit more.
Honestly, kind of surprised that Xiaohu decided to go into the Liandry's for this game in particular, because we already highlighted that EDG, they don't have a lot of tanky frontline other than Jie. Maybe something like the Shadow Crown would have worked better.
Lights out, great Gale Force, in fact, maxes the range here on the Prison, but Weiwei now in a bit of trouble. Campfire is out, and that balloon just following over the side means that Weiwei gets a bit more movement speed and healing, while now the map's quite open with Weibo opening top. And
if you need another example of how hard it is to catch this Aphelios, the Gale Force ends up being very pivotal there. We have a minute until the Dragon comes up again. It's not two early Dragons, it's one apiece, so it's not like it's going to be a race towards an early Soul. But with the vision control on the bot side of the map, I wonder if EDG can start setting up a surprise flank again with their teleport and Ala coming up soon.
The key thing is Mako will have the flash available for this upcoming teamfight, while Light won't have his if they do start the Dragon the second it spawns. With so many great TP wars, Jie, he's looking for top lane.
I mean, but that's because the Shy's at half HP. Yes, again, 3 members on the Shy, threatening. If he sticks around, that won't be a surprise either, as Weibo Gaming looking to cover 30 seconds before Dragon.
What EDG are trying to do is change sides of the map quickly, so Weibo have to fight away from their vision. It's something that we see from teams like, RNG used to do in their heyday. We've seen it from teams like T1 as well. EDG are trying to force Weibo to make a mistake on vision.
But is it going to get turned on? The Shy still has that ulti. Is Fofo sitting in lane while Weiwei now spots out with Mako. EDG sticking around as the 3-man unit while you can see that split. Moves Weibo back towards mid to get priority with his Dragon now up.
Overall, still relatively a good play for the side of Weibo Gaming, because they are just slowly farming until 3 items. Xiaohu unthreatened on this Azir towards the side lane, and of course the Aphelios 2v1ing against Uzi in the mid. But still, EDG, they need to force something to happen, because once the Baron's also up on the plates, WBG, they have a lot of options to work off.
That's a really good point. It does feel like if EDG don't control top side of the map, if they end up leaving that around, again, you have a similar problem to the last game where there's a lot of Baron damage on the side of Weibo should it go off of vision. I mean, of course, in that case, Weibo ended up throwing that game, so maybe that'll work out in their favor in the long run. Xiaohu's going to get himself the last outer turret of the game for them towards this bot side of the map. Weibo have managed to time out EDG's vision towards bot side, so they're safe here for the moment.
No, they're not, because Weiwei just ran into the brush versus 3 people. His first mistake is he flashes out, yes, but look at what it took. Ulti, flash, now down. Ala's angle with the Hexgate usage, teleport as well. Weiwei may have just put WBG in such a bad spot. Teleport from the Shy with Call the Forge God active. He wants to use it to line them all up, but EDG aren't pulling the trigger.
So normally it's green for Go, but in this case it's light, it's blue for Go. He had himself an Infernum ult ready and primed to go if EDG grouped up and tried to overforce. That was very close for EDG to find one of those Hexgate plays which Kitty was talking about earlier.
We also had double TPs burn from Fofo and the Shy for this play in particular, but most importantly, no flash available for Weiwei, and that is one of WBG's most important instant engages, I would suppose, for this upcoming Baron fight.
I think importantly enough as well, for WBG, their jungler, showing a little bit of crack in the system, because this guy has been so consistent. Weiwei has been talked up throughout the series already, but that moment there, again, just showing a little bit of the inexperience we've talked about before.
I mean, you could see what they were going for, right? They timed out the vision on bot side of the map from EDG. It wasn't like they were going to get flank warded on. You're still fairly tanky with it. He ends up getting out alive. Light, you cannot do this, though. Light, you can't do this!
He just walked into trouble. He's got flash, he's got cleanse. One burnt, the other now there. Without Chris, this guy's a sitting duck.
This is very dangerous for Weibo, because we've got a minute until Baron spawns. Xiaohu's got on the bot side as well. I think he ends up getting out alive, but now no summoners on the key player on Weibo. When Baron is about to spawn, EDG might be able to force a fight now and reach the Aphelios.
What a smart decision from the side of EDG. It was either the Aphelios or the Azir in the side lane, and at the end, Light had to burn the flash, like you said. So Crisp's ultimate in this upcoming teamfight has to be crucial and on point if they want to disengage.
You can see Weiwei now channeling in front. Culling comes out. Weiwei doesn't get the engage as Crisp is targeted with the culling from Uzi. He stepped up a little bit too far. The Shy goes for a searing charge, doesn't find it, but now Called Forge God there. Not interrupted, a re-engage. That's the Cozy Campfire plus the Infernum. Uzi's tagged out, ranged out, And once again, Weibo Gaming rise. Fofo and Jeje see it out as Weibo just make it work.
It's death in the mid lane. The ERAM fails. Uzi goes down, and it's all at the hands of the clutch engage somehow coming out from the Shy.
And the Infernum from Light completely melts the either side of EDG, but now they start off the Baron, and with this scaling composition, they are going to slowly siege and suffocate EDG.
Jeje has flash, Fofo is here, but how hard to steal? The Shy says you ain't getting in, brother. You may have been in Worlds before, but so have I.
It is barely beyond the 20-minute mark, and the Baron damage from Weibo is so high that it doesn't even matter. Very early Baron will allow them to control the map. They need to be careful coming back out on the map after this, but EDG, they commit to the mid lane once more, but Uzi doesn't have enough mobility to escape everything that is thrown at him.
This is a top gap because Ala wasn't even in the conversation to begin with, while the Shy is hitting a two-man ultimate onto Uzi, forcing the flash as well, but still great follow-up from the carries of Weibo Gaming, and now this composition, who will excel at 5v5s, is truly online.
Some happiness in the crowds there. Of course, great amount of fans at either side present and accounted for today. Thing is, Xiaohu did use that flash in that last fight. Light still has his summoners down, and he doesn't have his ultimate for just a little bit. But either way, EDG, there is a chance they can use those Hex Gates, use a teleport potentially to shut down Weibo's Baron push if they are not calculated.
But now remember, with Weibo having Baron, they've also got Dragon Control as well. A minute until the Hextech Soul, or at least the Soul Point, to be acquired from Weibo. And when we're talking about this team being so good at front to back and scaling Avenue as well, I think Weibo Gaming having this control is insane for EDG to now deal with.
There are a couple of flank wards available for EDG. There's one just in that mid lane, but it would have to be a very deep teleport for that point. It looks like they're trying to cross map instead, use Fofo on that lethality, building Jace to try and shred those turrets. EDG still losing out across the board. They would love to shut down this push, but they haven't found an angle yet.
Meiko doesn't have the flash either, so it's going to be incredibly hard for him to find an instant engage onto either Light or Xiaohu in this upcoming Dragon. I'm assuming EDG, they are just going to give over the Soul Point over towards WBG because they have no right whatsoever going towards bot.
All the Forge got those Searing Charge, doesn't connect. The Shy ends up ulting under turret as Light just comes in to say hello. And Ala is out for the time being. There's that teleport you guys talked about, but it's from Weibo instead. It ain't no flank, it is just Xiaohu joining in the fun.
There is one flank ward behind EDG. I'm just wondering if EDG want to even pull the trigger. You can see that Light chunking them down.
I mean, Ala's chunked out Uzi as well. There's the Magnus Storm. It's a one-man, but it's onto the jungle. They're trying to chunk out Jeje, and Light gets through the cracks. Weibo now with an inner turret, and the gold is skewering down.
EDG are running out of time. The Lucian, not the most ideal situation to be in because this Aphelios is a menace to deal with.
Hex Gates will allow Weibo to get out of the base very quickly, go straight back towards that Dragon. They're not wasting that much time. The Shy will make it out just fine as well. Weibo, they take themselves a critical advantage of that Baron push. They're looking for it again.
God. They took the Hex Gate to pretend like they're leaving, but they're not. They're right back in against the wall. Weiwei sets it up. This might be the final play as WBG lost the last game, but they will not lose this one. 23 minutes, and Xiaohu makes himself known again. Nexus turret standing in the way. The Shy might hint a little bit, but his team there to support him. WBG are making this look clinical as match point to go to the world stage. The Shy fans are rewarded.
And with the final push and them looking to kill Jeje under his own fountain, they take this game to match point 2-1 now, and they're one game away from making it to Worlds.
Camera on Uzi, but it was a story of light. The light at the end of the tunnel was a Aphelios-shaped freight train headed their way. They tried to take down that Aphelios, they could not do it consistently, and at the end of that game, that Aphelios melee on 4-5, another very different draft coming in from Weibo, which we praised them for already, was really a tough nut to crack for EDG.
Was indeed. Kitty, what's happening?
I'm just writing my apology letter to why you should pick Milio in the LPL, because that worked out perfectly, because you saw multiple disengages coming out of Chris when he snuck that Q to stop Meiko from getting his grand entrance onto the AD carry, of course, but still, at the very end, I feel like the double carries of WBG, they showed up so much better. I believe towards the end of the game, Fofo was sitting on 0 KP. He only got 1 assist in the very last team fight.
And I think we're really starting to see the evolution of what's happening with the Renekton Sejuani again. We have seen that blind pick quite a bit. We've seen it once again. It's lost 3 times in a row. And in each game, it's somehow kind of like, it changes a little bit, right? In this game, we saw that already. They were going to struggle to reach the backline. So why don't you pick a backline that's even harder to reach? It's even longer range because of that Melio.
Yeah, range was the game for the side of WBG, and the Shy showing up once again on this on that huge engage in the mid lane, forcing the 4v5, knowing that Ala wasn't going to be able to join in and getting Uzi behind. This Lucian, I mean, we had high hopes for it, but that level 2, I believe 3 mistake where he overstepped, and then that really restricted the way the Lucian and the Rakan was able to play, was a bit of a detriment.
But even the recovery down bot side when EDG hard force found a bit of a lead and put tempo back in their stride, Weibo still slowed the game down massively, started playing the macro better, and I think ultimately we saw that this pick, like the Azir inside lanes, okay, well, he's playing safe, can't do too much, clears waves, and even towards the end, as you were saying, you know, this duo in the bottom side, you can't step up because they outrange you massively, and it's a 2-item Aphelios already.
They did try, EDG, to try and shut down the Aphelios. There was that pretty successful flank teleport when they were pushing in towards that bot lane. We have seen some good moments from EDG where we have criticized them for their poor macro before, where they just go in towards that mid lane. Worked out for them in game 2, they ended up ending the game through that mid lane. This game, it's a little better, but it just couldn't close that game against that monstrous light Aphelios.
It's funny, maybe if Weibo didn't throw away the last game, I mean, we could be looking down the barrel of a 3-0, but still, EDG have a chance in this series. 2-1, match point for WBG, 1 step away from being our 4th seed at Worlds. We'll find out if that's true right after the break.
成就你的梦想。被抓起来，白手的话立刻一个破裂，踩2人，预言家先行倒地，而后续的话开始后来了，骑士行回旋踢，换风动弹不得，直接倒地。
已经有晕了，夏天的大招只能直接先上。
夏天躲过了，再将 W 躲，我激光小威很利落，想要去找高 C， 第2时间招起来，双 C 都跑了，想看下一波大招开大招以后反开，带着过来一步伤害拉满了，小明星被秒掉，而且3个进攻卷起4个人，今天的不消除自己的大招以后闪现撞到了墙上，没有办法，这边团滔博已经溃败了，哇，这一波卡纳维的这个大闹天宫卷麻了。 镜头一切，又是贝尔维斯在对方野区撒野，敌的3个人，假的，直接变大，小卓又被留住，回到塔前还要 Q 上去，第一时间没有刷新同方向的 Q， 选择放弃，儒勒来了 ，W 再中，再次变身，你在干什么？
薛闪现 QAW， 伤害差一点，但是这里有人，
哇，还敢跳过去，
误认，哇，卷起来了。
哦哟，阿边在配合又是一个 Q 技能，把纳尔也收割。拆的不错，但是自己也有点站不住吧。阿卡丽被后排锁定住，有了4包1，好大！这个大师救下了阿卡丽的同时，德善在宝蓝这个位置要被捆住了，交了个闪现下人，梦魇帮忙挡，梦魇说大哥我也没盾，我怎么给你挡啊？野辅瞬间被融化。
Jump 交了保护性大招，双雕撤退被闪现捆住了，是吧？大斧也倒了。
但是晕一个已经够了吗？把泰坦秒掉，小虎自己也倒。侧面李春南的位置还不错，微微想捡。后亚这边交闪被赖的跟闪拿到人头，德善闪现过去咬到的是优口，优口闪现出来，后面路飞流子红白刀，但是没有第一时间往前走。微微偷出魅魂往前走，突然间拿到了一个插花的人头，再捡起来。李修南这边手都 A 酸了，但是双拳难敌对面4个人啊！哇，这个里面，而且是找到叠了蛮多飞轮的。是的。 球力的这个飞轮叠了很多，来看看这条大龙会使用纯给拿到。那这样子的话，在龙坑里面的时候好快啊！狐狸只能继续来正面，而且正面又有风雨的大招可以去进行阻隔。
小天的进去，
但是拼成不了，大招被抢到了，小天被壁咚，这样的话小天牺牲掉自己，是非常意识来帮助。
泥王的装备很好啊，尽管偷一套先攻术啊，
泥王伤害是很高的，泥王有闪了，但闪现死了，闪现交慢了呀，没错。
碰到了杰杰4级有个 buff，
被黏住，
这边要赶紧走，卢奇这边赶过来，蓝也不能动，哎，在 Q 反向闪现，很帅的一个单杀。
Whoever it is you love, you're beautiful. Just know that you are enough. Whoever you truly are, show them all that you're gonna shine like a star. Cause it's time to step in your light. Yeah, you're gonna thrive, you're who you're meant to be. Yeah, we gonna celebrate you. Got greatness in your nature, bravery is all that I see. Whenever it feels too much, carry on. You ain't gotta do it alone. You can hold your head up, yeah, be strong. Cause hope will never be gone. love. Don't need to change it for anyone. Let yourself fly free, get what you need, cause you're number one. Yeah, you're an inspiration, exceed all expectation. Oh, you got this now. Doesn't matter if they judge, there's no limit to your love. You got the power in you. Oh, you're incredible. Nobody knows you better than you. Living it up with nothing to prove. You got the power in you.
第一季的话，首先他们选手的线上实力都是比较强的，然后他们拿到阵容，然后会去打出该有的效果。我觉得这个版本中路还是挺多元化的，有对线厉害的，有后期打团厉害的，也有打节奏的英雄，就是看团队的趋势。就加油吧，希望我们可以给观众带来一场精彩的比赛。
He's already done that. He's already done that. They've shown an excellent match to the audience, regardless of where it goes from here in all three games.
And also game two.
That was an excellent showing. I think we can all agree it was still entertaining in some regard as Hysterics and Omira Kitty run you through into match point as a potential for Weibo getting 4th seed at Worlds. That was another showcase and another 23-minute stomp.
Yeah, every single game has been fast, and that is exactly what Weibo Gaming thrive off, considering the fact that they were also extremely ahead in the game too, but they did a bit of Weibo Gaming.
when you see drafts like this, you kind of assume that, you know, the team on the right would be the team ending it in 23 minutes because it was meant to be an early, aggressive composition, but it felt like they just fell behind the pace of the game, and as soon as Light came online and got a huge amount of kills, that Aphelios was so hard to take down. They tried it and they did succeed once, but it wasn't consistent enough to end the game.
It's not just their failures. Xiaohu on this Azir has been absolutely dominating. EDG seriously need to consider to take this away or give it to Fofo. You can't keep giving something that can consistently engage, disengage, and do so much damage in these team fights.
And how psychopathic was top lane? Like solo kill for the Shy on Ornn, solo kill for Arla on Renekton, and then Arla just got bullied. Weiwei was like, oh, you want to keep this game going? Okay, brother. The Shy and him linked up, and top just became a massacre.
And the real thing about that top lane, though, it was a massacre. But it didn't matter in terms of the 1v1. It didn't matter at all, because what really did decide it between that is that the Shy turned out to an important fight mid lane when Arla wasn't there. He gets an important shutdown onto Uzi as he's pushing forward and trying to play aggressively, and there's no response from EDG.
And now Weibo Gaming has also showed us that with Crisp playing an Enchanter support, they can still win as convincingly as ever, because Weiwei on this rel, I believe that he is our Game 3 MVP.
He is.
2 games in a row now, he has been the MVP for Weibo Gaming, and that's because he's able to find such great engages on this champion.
Kitty, have you written that letter yet?
The apology letter.
The apology
Sorry,
letter.
I forgot
For
midway.
all Milio enthusiasts out there, if you missed that before, I know you weren't a fan of it, or at least enjoying it. But hey, at the very least, linked up well with Light. Light didn't get MVP. I think you and I had a quick discussion about that, but Weiwei did deserve it as well. This rel first pick, I think, has been series defining.
It has felt like across regionals, first picks have defined the games. In the LNG game versus EDG as well, it felt like every first pick was the one that was deciding the series. It was Jax's, it was Rel's, it was Kaiser's and what have you. In this game and in this series, it has felt like the Rel is being able to be piloted by 4 proficient players across the Rift. Both junglers, both supports can play it. Having it as your first pick and being able to make plays like this very early into the game, very important.
And now you see the potency of Aphelios plus Milio, the cozy campfire providing that extra range to really get that Gravitum into the hands or onto Uzi, where it got 2 kills into the hands of Light in particular. But still, yeah, I also agree that Light completely robbed. He is the most consistent player for the side of WBG the entire split, but he doesn't really get the recognition because he's usually on Ziggs duty.
The pendulum's gone back the other way a little bit, where sometimes go like, oh, we don't want to talk about carries anymore. Oh, we always talk about
guys, it's Weiwei's montage.
Talk about jungle, we're going to talk about the support. It's like, actually, no, Light has done very well in this team as well. And I do think that Weiwei, as the one player here who has not been to Worlds on this stage, has had such an important impact on this team. Game 1, we were talking all about him. We will continue to this because it was a very important, engaging game.
I mean, again, Poppy first, Rel again. Even in the last game, there were some great moments from Weiwei on the Sejuani. So I think we're seeing a trend here that the world champion in Jia right now isn't holding as much of a candle as Weiwei is, the inexperienced, the rookie in terms of Worlds. Of course, been in the LPL for a while. Alongside Chris, these guys are dominating, and it's really nice to see, considering Weibo have had some inconsistent moments. At least in Game 1 and Game 3, we have seen what they can do when they charge it.
And the first half of Game 2.
Yes, and talking about consistency, well, the Sejuani and Renekton just isn't working out for either teams. It is the biggest bait, and we also had the Tristana being a double 80 carry flex, and that wasn't also executed as well as we would have expected. But still, this Azir needs to go, guys. Xiaohu cannot keep getting Azir. It has to be banned.
And the Azir is definitely one thing as well, because the Azir is one of those threats in the backline which you have to reach. You can't really let him sit pretty behind his soldiers doing damage. You've talked about him performing pretty much every role you want to within a team fight. The Aphelios was similar from the AD carry role, but if this game, in this series, and this world's golden ticket is going to be decided on, can you reach the backline? The Renekton's not going to cut it. You need to have the Ornn. If you're not going to have that Ornn, where's our Kasanse gone? Where's our other tanks in that top lane gone? Because I don't think individual lane advantage is going to matter at all between these two.
Team fighting has decided, you know, a lot of these games, of course, Game 2 especially, but outside of the memes that we share here on Desk consistently through what Game 2 was, I think in the other games as well, even though they were individual leads, we saw some great team fighting come through from picks like this Ornn, from, again, like the Rel, partnered with the Azir. We have to say, how do you get to an Azir with a Rel?
With
Magnet Storm sucks, man. That ability is just so hard to gander. As I feel like, again, we are, to repeat myself, seeing a reason why this is first picked.
And we've seen this importance in this series, but that's one thing. One thing which I want to take a step back and have a look at is that how we've had all of our teams which are now contending for the world spots, and the last two left in it as well, have shown great ability to adapt mid-series and play so much different stuff.
Sure.
This isn't the era of LPL when we have like 4 different teams playing 4 different styles, and we'll just hope that one of them is suitable for a world's meta. You've got JDG, BLG, LNG, and now the winner of these teams, which have played very different things. They're like the Swiss Army knife of teams in the LPL, which we've not really had in previous seasons.
Sure, imagine facing this team as 4th seed as well. And people are like, oh, this is the weakest LPL team.
Yeah, good luck with that.
Hang on a minute. Whoever comes out of this one still feels like they're going to be a detriment to those other teams in the league.
The last time I said, oh, this is just the 4th seed, they may have won Worlds back in 2022.
Oh, you said that about DRX, eh?
Yes, look, DRX was definitely the biggest underdog story that has ever been created in League of Legends history, so let's see if Weibo Gaming can do the exact same.
Well, that's just confusing. There's a fan with EDG and Weibo. You can't be Tabe.
I just want both teams to have fun.
Hey, that's nice. And look, Weibo are having fun. The elation on their faces looks pretty good as they're 1 step away from locking in Worlds. But EDG also 1 step away from making it to a game number 5. We have seen they have been competitive in most of these games, and the crowd is behind them. That's got to count for something.
EDG is on blue side for game 4 as well, so that first pick has to be the kingpin of a champion, and like we've been saying, this rel has been series defining, so maybe they take that away into the hands of JJ, because when JJ got the rel, he got MVP. Only the junglers have been getting MVP.
Well, logic then follows. Why don't you ban it? Maybe we see it banned for the first time. Unless you want to see something like the Poppy, which can answer the rel in some situations, have a stronger early game. I mean, even in that in the game where things started really popping off for JJ on that rel, there was some very strong early game options available for Weibo. They ended up going against them. They lost those early plays. They're still looking for them, and they were a couple of 100 HP off of making that work. They've let through some power picks before. First game against Top Esports, they let through Marco Jace, and they got absolutely dumpstered by it. They might do it again against the rel.
Well, hopefully. We've just spotted a Light fan in the audience. Kitty's like, what is that sign? Someone supporting Light? That's crazy.
It's actually a Light fan holding a light.
That's true. I thought it was a donkey or something as well, but
it's a Jinx cannon, guys.
I wish we
had
had
but it's like a neon light. It's a light.
It's great.
It's a Light fan holding a light. It's very topical.
Very ironic as well. I will say before we get into this next draft, we've already discussed the picks. We've already discussed things like the rel. We're 1 step away from potentially finding out if the Shy returns to Worlds. Again today, big stories were Uzi trying to return to the world stage after 4 years on a new organization. You talk about the competitive organization that were always back-to-back with RNG, especially going towards those international events.
And, at the start of summer and the midway through summer, when we heard that Uzi was joining EDG, it was so mind-blowing, because EDG had played for other orgs than RNG before. He still had his name attached there, but he never played for like one of his true historical rivals. Back in 2013, 2014, 2015, EDG were the team stood between Uzi and those titles. It took Uzi a long time to get himself an LPL title. And now he's finally joined forces with him, and he's so close to returning to international events. He now has to do 2 games back-to-back to see that eventuality, and it's going to be an uphill battle.
It's going to be tough. It is going to be absolutely insane if EDG can pull this entire series to that 5th game, because the fans in the arena, you heard it. When Uzi gets a triple kill on the Zai, the floor rumbles.
And we lose our hearing.
And we lose our hearing. But it is a good type of losing hearing, because I didn't even know that you could fit that many people in this arena, which is exactly 10K. But as we approach Game 4 draft, this is going to be the final game, potentially, for Weibo Gaming before they reach Worlds.
Maybe. Again, we know this consistently inconsistent team to hammer home aren't secure until the Nexus falls. EDG chose blue side as the losers of last game. We talked about the rel. They banned rel on blue.
And Renekton's gone too, so no rel, no Renekton Sejuani, no Tristana, Maokai's gone. What do we got left? We've got Azir, we have Xayah, we have Kai'Sa, we have Jace, we have a lot of power picks.
Yes, and with EDG, I'm assuming they are going to look for something like the Xayah instead of the Kai'Sa, because that just fits well with the team identity that they so desperately need them living out on the early game.
Are we going to see LeBlanc fly through the bans? That might be something that happens here. LeBlanc has been almost synonymous with the LPL mid laners so far. It is let through. It's an easy lock-in. EDG, they have one of Fofo's best pick for a struggling mid laner. This could be the golden ticket for EDG in Draft 4.
That means Kai'Sa does go over towards Light. Light has had an amazing series so far tonight, and now this Poppy pick was such a pain to deal with for the side of EDG, but this time around, the LeBlanc Fofo, he has to show up because game 3, he was completely silent.
Okay, important note here, in the finals between LNG and JDG, we saw a LeBlanc let through, and 369 played Poppy top lane to match side lanes and did pretty well against it. There is a chance that the Shy takes this towards the top lane just to be able to potentially stop LeBlanc from controlling the side lanes. The W does strong in that matchup.
I want to see what else EDG partner with it though. We've already got the Sejuani. Again, we talked about Sejuani Renekton not doing so well just in terms of stats in the series.
Oh,
what? Fiora for Arla. Okay, does the Shy still take it with that in mind?
So, there are some interesting things about this matchup with Fiora and Poppy. You can, of course, stop the dash of the Q from Fiora with the Steadfast Presence, but if you pop it too early and Fiora presses W mid-Q, you can effectively trigger it, trigger the stun, get the riposte for free.
EDG locking in a 1-3-1 composition so far with the static shift, of course, going into the hands of Fofo for this game 4. But EDG's composition overall for the time being is going to be relatively hard to execute. And an ongoing trend for the entire series is whoever has the better team fighting because it's easier to pull off.
And this is such a different game from that. EDG, what have we criticized them for? It's the macro. They have individual heroics, but the macro has left a lot to be desired. They have to play a 1-3-1 composition even with these 3 picks locked in. LeBlanc's going to be in a side lane with a static shiv. Fiora's going to be in a side lane trying to kill and duel their opponents. EDG, they want to play a wide map, which has typically not been their strength, and now with 1 game away from elimination, they're using their weaknesses in a draft and trying to overcome them.
What a time to do it. Again, when your back's up or against the wall, change your pace as they ban away the Rumble and making sure that, again, they're not going to get harassed too much in that top side. Arla, the Fiora is synonymous with him, much like the Jax. Historical fans of the LPL will understand that point. As right now, Weibo are getting rid of that wave clear, that'll sit as part of the 3.
They are, yeah, because you need to get rid of this wave clear in the mid lane to stop those side lanes having free reign. We talked about the Poppy potentially going towards top lane. I'm not sure you particularly want to do that against the Fiora. Maybe you look towards something like a K'Sante, unless EDG want to ban that as well. I don't even know if they want to lock in something like an Ornn. That does suffer into the Fiora matchup. It's difficult options here for the Shy.
The problem is with EDG's composition right now is that they need a safe 3-man towards the mid lane. You can't get engaged on. The Sivir has been already taken away. The Zeri, which has extra mobility. So is Uzi going to pick the Ezreal towards the bottom lane? But it doesn't really work because you're versing a Kai'Sa, and that is a historically losing matchup.
The Shy loves K'Sante. I'm just going to mention this in there, guys. That Unar, it feels like, again, you're talking about limited options. If the Poppy's not going top, which now we know it's not, K'Sante to try and survive the matchup.
Now, Jamada is a huge K'Sante player on our LPL broadcast, and he's talked about the K'Sante versus Fiora matchup, but there is some chance to outplay that. The Shy has outplayed Arla in some 1v1 moments here. You can very much easily lose this matchup, though. Fiora is one of the premier tank killers in the game. There is a huge burden now on the Shy to hold Arla at bay.
Now, they do deny the Nautilus away from Weibo Gaming, as that is going to be an excellent answer into Fofo's LeBlanc, but what is Uzi going to play? That is going to be the biggest problem, because we do know that Light, he has been extremely consistent, but with no champions left, it has to be creative.
Varus hasn't been looked at today, guys. Kitty, you were saying the Ezreal. Is it going to be enough wave clear? I mean, again, that seems to be the question, doesn't it?
This Varus hasn't been successful for most LPL teams in playoffs, and particularly into regionals. It doesn't look happy. It's locked in anyway. It can stand and fight against some of these tanks. It's good in lane. It's good with the Nautilus in terms of CC combos, but it's not a successful pick recently.
Look, the Varus has been dropped so devastatingly low in terms of priority because you're so vulnerable to engage. Look at Weibo Gaming. They lock in the Rakan as that final pick. If you get the Grand Entrance onto your face, Light can dash onto your head, and this Varus is pretty much gone from the equation.
There's another threat as well in the K'Sante. K'Sante is a backline duelist of a top laner as well. He gets into the back of a team fight and he kills immobile AD carries. Varus doesn't have that much mobility. The Shy, he needs to hold Arla at bay, but if he does, he has great team fight impact against Uzi.
So I think we already talked about this, you guys. Kitty, you especially set up the side lanes here for EDG, changing their composition in a game 4 when they're in threat of losing out on their world spot. Is it literally just about side lanes here, getting that under control so that you can draw Weibo around the map?
Fofo needs to step up on this LeBlanc. He has had a very quiet series so far, but first picking the LeBlanc away, he needs to get ahead, he needs that static shiv, and he needs to also do a lot of poke towards the backline. I mean, the requirements is extremely high for this extremely high pressure game, of course, but still, we need to wait and see, because I feel like the series has been defined by all this team fighting, while EDG, they look in a 1-3-1.
They are, and to do that, they need to be safe in mid lane while those side lanes push out. The last time they tried that versus LNG, it went to absolute hell. Uzi got caught out in the mid lane as they pushed out side lanes. He cannot afford to do that. The godfather of AD carries in the LPL needs to show his stuff and needs to show him some respect in this game when his team plays the map.
You know, I was talking to Zoluen, you know, backstage, Teddy for the English audience, and he was saying that God was back. You know, that Uzi on RNG, God was back. The Chinese community knows that this guy is one of the best in history to ever do it, not just in China, but across the world. But right now, against match point, Weibo are outshining him. EDG are seeing the light, and normally that would be a good thing, but by golly, it is scary. Don't follow the light, EDG. If you want to go to a game 5, step away from the damn light, or you'll be crossing to the other side. The other side happens to be 2024. We go into game number 4, and the audience will warmly welcome us to see if Weibo can get it across, or if we go to yet another game 5.
EDG backs against the wall. 2-1 down against Weibo. Felt like the other victory that they had as well was against the head. There was a chance that, well, a very strong chance really, let's be honest, that Weibo should have ended that game. It was a fight around the Baron which went away from them, but EDG at least managed to punish those mistakes. This time, they need to be the team that makes little mistakes. It's a bit of a flip around for that too.
EDG, for this game 4, they have great single targets. Uzi, you can't be getting caught like that!
The Varus, I mean, there we go. Light and Chris might set up a first blood, but Mako flashes over. They've gone deep for this. Uzi turns it around. Hang on, this 3v2. This bait in is cleansed. Flash now gone. Light slowed down. EDG was all a lure, as Chris might have to burn it as well. And yes, he does. No summoners left remaining. Uzi must be grinning.
And EDG look light into the eye, but they're not blinded by it. They see past it, and they get 4 summoners for just the 3. I mean, 2 of them are on their support rather. Uzi keeps his flash very importantly.
Again, Dreadline's going to come through. Oh, Chris! Why did you do that? Light gets autoed and first blooded. Uzi survives, and Chris with a crucial mistake.
And the Varus gets ahead in the 2v2. Mako utilizing that Hex Flash, getting his hands onto Light. This was the exact scenario that they needed for this duo to work.
And I guess it wasn't a 4-for-3 trade in terms of summoners, it was 4-for-2.5, because Hex Flash is still available. Incredibly important. Chris, what are you doing? What is that W? That is so crucial of a misplay. Puts Light right under the bus. Might have led to a big chunk onto Chris, but you had to know that Kai'Sa would get caught if they W'd out of the way.
Especially with Weiwei starting on the red, but he wasn't able to rotate towards that early 3v3, and Jieje being there first. Although he had to burn his flash, this is going to be a huge win, as the static shiv is going to be slowly continued by Uzi.
Light already down. Significant amount of CS. It will be at least when the waves start to reset. Has to feel like. Weiwei going towards this top side. Weiwei, last time he was on the Poppy, what a great game he had. This one player on the Rift who has not seen the world stage before. He's 1 game away from it. His team's not starting off to a great point for him.
Weiwei, you thought he was going to go towards the top side, but he positions mid against this LeBlanc with a level 3 Poppy. Fofo will die if he gets caught out here, but you can see as well, Chris is making the roam at level 2. Weiwei looking for something here, the W. He is indeed, but it's flashed away instead. Fofo gets out, but with the summoner down.
Was really waiting to see if Fofo would jump forward. Instead manages to cancel it with the E. If that's a summoner for nothing, that's something. Stops Fofo quite as easily being able to take over the map.
Weiwei once again doing it on the Poppy, but he still has that flash available, and guess who doesn't have flash? This bottom side, Mako. The wave is going to be very crucial in how they continue this.
Weiwei in a good spot. Kitty, as you said, the wave not. Uzi and Mako might be caught out. Can WBG get some revenge? Uzi uses that flash, but Chris follows up. A second skin proc. Light, it doesn't hit. Chris under turret gets Uzi another.
Burned to a crisp. Rakan goes down, and Crisp has been caught out with a couple of big mistakes now.
But JJ, he sees the bottom lane getting ganked by the enemy jungler. He wants to make something happen. The Fiora has to be ahead in this matchup.
Look at that Vital as well. Arla is going to get some free damage to start off. JJ on a ward. To correct myself before, it was Mako who picked up the kill, but the bottom lane in a great position. EDG with more than a 1k gold lead as the Shy is playing disrespect here. JJ just going to knock him around a little bit as he's forced back to his own turret.
The problem is the wave is slow pushing towards Lua, so the Shy needs someone to bail him out right here, but no way. Wei is towards that bottom side, so he's not going to be coming anytime soon.
He's not, but he might be able to catch some on the way back to lane. He's going to be able to sit in this brush in bot side turret. You can see that JJ is trying to shield bot side, but he's a way off. He's not going to be there to protect Uzi if Weibo wants to flash onto someone.
Mako, no summons apart from the Ignite. There's the flash. They want something finally. Weibo are going to look for it, but they haven't finished the kill! They haven't finished the kill! Light gets it, but now Chris might just die to Uzi. Auto, dead! Uzi now with the arrow in the quiver. Weiwei's up next. The sniper comes in. The hail of arrows and the hail of tears of Weibo fans.
Weibo tried to force bot lane, and the bot lane forces back. Uzi, right from the start of the game, has been under fire, but he weathers the storm, and now he is 3-0.
Weibo Gaming being the proactive ones towards this bottom side, but it is backfiring with Chris making crucial mistakes on this for Calm, but Mako having a great showing in this game 4.
It is so important that EDG managed to withstand this pressure against other games in the series. We've seen this bot lane fall apart, but as you said, they don't manage to finish the kill. The W shield comes back up for the Nautilus, which buys time. I really wonder if it was a mistake for Weiwei to flash onto the Nautilus instead of trying to go onto Uzi outside of the turret as he came back to the lane. Cost them their lives.
Extra longswords into his pockets as well. This Varus is so much damage. I guess this is just absolutely insane. We critiqued this Varus coming into this game, but still, it is a very strong early game champion with the Halo Blades as well, as long as you're able to DPS without...
Well, Mako might be caught out. Weiwei can't stop him getting over the wall. It's flash burnt, but still, even though Mako's caught there, remember EDG are the ones with the 2k gold lead. They got the first dragon as well. And in a game 4, in a high pressure situation, Weibo are failing.
Yeah, Weiwei, he's really trying his best. He's got summoners, but that's all it's amounted to. It's just those summoners. Again, Weiwei, he's the one player that hasn't been to Worlds. Everyone else has had international appearances, international titles, international successes. It really is this newcomer who's trying to define this match, but he's being held at bay by Uzi.
It's a hard environment for him. Just note, CS lead here for Weiwei. Disadvantage is JJ has been the one in control naturally, with all the time Weiwei spent trying to get this game back on track. He's losing out in the jungle, top side losing out in CS, mid losing out in CS, and Uzi with the 3 kills. Of course, he's got a gold lead. So every lane for EDG right now is a success story.
But they have to keep the ball rolling. One singular mistake could mean that this Varus gives the bounty over, and that's exactly what Weibo Gaming wants in the hands of Light, where they excel at the 5v5, and EDG, I don't know if they can push the game further enough for Ala to be effective in the side lane.
I think particularly with these competitions, you're absolutely right to at least add that question mark, the caveat. If you make a mistake and Uzi does die in a bad situation, then Weibo can run through large areas of the map. EDG, they need to have control, they need to have wave clear, they need to buy space for this LeBlanc and this Fiora to move into side lanes when we finally get to that point. We're not at that point yet, and now as it stands, EDG heading towards bot side.
This could be a potential dive. JJ without the ulti, but look at Weiwei. Patience a virtue for this jungler. There's Uzi with Chains of Corruption, wants to threaten even more, but they stop for now. They branch out as Weiwei wasn't spotted, but again, JJ not going to overforce.
Jumping beyond the mid wave. We haven't really had to talk too much about this mid lane matchup. It's some trades back and forth, really not as much of a kill threat. He does have the cook potentially. Hits it!
Next, Fofo, he can now follow this up. There's a flash, ignite down, Fofo has flash almost, Shao jumps in but dies. Here comes Weiwei, but he's too late. Fofo chains out and Mako's roam seals the deal.
Not only has Mako helped his team survive the pressure through bot side, he thrives on the map as soon as he's given a chance. This Nautilus really making the impact in mid lane.
What a complete switch up from the support of EDG. Like you said, now the LeBlanc is ahead and Xiaohu no longer has that flash available, so he doesn't have the ability to push up into his own lane. Now with JJ also hitting level 6, and that is going to really affect the way that Weiwei is going to be able to play around these objectives.
You know, LeBlanc jumping beyond the wave, it's obviously very dangerous, but it wasn't realistically kill threat until Xiaohu tries to step up, control that trade. I think at that point he just had to back off, understanding he didn't have control of either side of the river. There was always the chance that someone could fly in. He loses his life for it.
And the really clever thing is he utilized his time framing where Uzi went back for a recall and then Mako went towards the mid lane. Being very proactive is something that we haven't been seeing from the EDG support.
I feel like ultimately Mako on Hook Champions of the past has been idolized. This split, maybe not, but I'm glad we're returning to the former as EDG with full control of this map. Almost a 3k gold lead now. Herald in their back pocket as well.
And it's Herald with 0 cross-map potential from the side of Weibo as well. You can see that Light is recalling. They're not looking for a play onto someone like Uzi. He has both summoners and ult. Would be a mistake at that point. So Weibo, they're not gaining anything for this Herald. This Herald is going to get value, and EDG, they are starting to set up a real chokehold across the map.
And when we talked about holding this mid lane, right? Kitty, I know you especially, as Dredgeline going to come through, but it is Rakan.
Supportal combat.
Uzi now has himself a static shift, so we have a lot more wave clear already built in this early on, pre-10 minutes. Uzi with 1, Fofo with 1, EDG can damn clear waves.
I'm really curious because we have a Nautilus and a Poppy in this game, and we all know how this interaction goes, where you hook the Keeper's Verdict, and with Mako's form so far, maybe he can pull that off with how consistent he's been being.
Ala, he's going to rendition up as he takes a turret shot on the way out. The Shy is just trying to get him off the turret, but Ala picks up yet another bit of plating.
That's one of the problems in this matchup when you do kind of lose control of the first couple of trades, you get chunked out. You can't hard trade onto Fiora. Fiora ignores you, gets demolished on tower and gets plates for free. Renekton can do it too, but this Fiora is going to be much more of an issue in the side lanes after that point.
God, the solo queue games are really paying off for Fofo. Jace, LeBlanc, and the Tristan are really getting the priority towards the side of EDG, and this time around, the first time the LeBlanc has been let open in the entire series.
I'm trying to remember who said it from Weibo in one of our videos before we came back to live, but they were talking about how one of EDG's biggest strengths has been their laning phase, and look at those lanes, they are all ahead. Yes, EDG, they had some skirmishes toward the bot side to help them out, but in mid lane, in top lane, EDG getting significant advantages, and Weibo, if they need to find a counterpunch to break the full court press which EDG have, they don't have that many tools to do it with right now.
I mean, looking difficult. Herald now going towards Fofo mid. Jeje shares some spoils, but if you look at plates across the board, 1 bot, 2 top, 3 now mid, and EDG are trying to use Jeje to keep that going as Weiwei just has to hover on the counter offensive.
So Dragon's going to be started up by EDG. I don't know if the tools are there to fight from Weibo right now. They've tried it before, but they don't have something like an Azir to shuffle in. Xiaohu would have to teleport back into the play. He is recalling. Are they looking for this play seriously?
Chris is level 6 now though, and we do have TPs available from the Shy on this Cassante, but it does seem like it's going to get rushed.
Poppy ult gets away, Fofo. They want to take the fight still, but Weibo are losing their jungler's health bar. Chris pops the ulti. Xiao's teleported in here as Chris has to flash. Robert Uzi gets out. Mako's not dead. Weibo with his dying breath gets the charges. Is the other TP, but the Shy is low on health. EDG, this fight looks easy as Weibo is separated. Ala gets the reset on ulti. Mako will die to the Shy, but EDG wants some more. Fofo will flash over to meet him at the hill, and as he dives down, the Shy with 1 more gives openings to EDG as Light versus Uzi now happens. Cleanse is available, but he won't need it with no ulti. Uzi tries to hide away, buy some time. The rest of EDG won't help him out, but even though Uzi dies for a big shutdown, EDG got so much.
4 for 2 and a Dragon to the favor of EDG in such an important game for them. It could have all fallen apart for them if that bot side pressure hadn't come through. But with the control they have around the bot side of the map, they get to approach the Dragon with a lot more poise. And Weibo, they struggle to find the fight.
It was such a weird engage. Like you said, Weibo Gaming, they realistically didn't have the situation to look for this 5v5, but they commit so much. Uzi flashing away from Chris' initial engage as his double TPs from the top laners also get committed. Ala picking up 2 kills from this fight as well. That is going to be crucial because once you look at Weibo Gaming's composition, they have no one to match the Fiora. However, Light was able to pick up the bounty gold from Uzi, and that's something we highlighted for the win con of WBG.
Light at least tagging the W1 to Uzi allows him to ult forwards and get an important kill back, but as much as we've talked about this game not being about team fighting as opposed to the rest of the series, and the fact that EDG want to win through sidelines, or at least they have a win condition through sidelines, that team fight solidly went in their favor.
Again, so clean though from EDG. What a turnaround for game number 4 in a series that gets you to Worlds. The backs might have been against the wall, might have been a different style of composition, but we have got comfort on the board here for EDG, and they're playing so well with their own comfort.
Top lane is now at a 30 CS deficit. Also, the Sunder is getting picked up by Ala. This matchup is completely unplayable for the Shy now, as you see Ala picking up a 3rd tower plate.
He just keeps blocking away the final Natofo strike. Ala in no threat, steps up. Doesn't care, Kitty. That lead is going to grow continuously as the Shy is just struggling to get to 100.
See that the Shy is just trying to wave clear for all he's worth, trying to push the minions away from the tower, so Arla takes tower aggro and he can't use the Demolish, but he's just so happy in this matchup. We already talked about that, Divine Sundra, all the items being hit in a good time now. Mako!
Edge line change of corruption, this Rakan used to getting out, but his depth charge also burned. Crisp finds an exit, luckily. And a couple of ultis used by EDG, but still, that's just the threat.
Yeah, where do Weibo get their advantages now? What's going to happen here? They group up towards bot side, but they're losing in so many individual matchups. It feels like everywhere is an alarm siren. Everyone's trying to call the emergency services, but there's just not enough responses from Weibo to control the map.
Especially with Chris getting caught out as well, that forces Light and Weiwei to back off from the bottom lane 3v3, and that allows Arla to go for the tower without any pressure, and this Fiora is going to become a very big problem for Weibo Gaming to deal with.
I think what that leads us to, unfortunately for Weibo, is kind of a situation which EDG found themselves earlier in this series, where you're waiting for mistakes. You're waiting for someone to walk over a ward, walk away from the rest of their team, and catch people split. They can't win in many 1v1s. They can't win in many even fights. They need to find uneven numbers.
However, EDG's composition, if you give too many opportunities over, like the bounty gold in the hands of Fofo and Arla, Weibo Gaming, they're more than happy to take that, as the Baron is going to be another 5 minutes, but the Herald's going to be 20 seconds, as you see a double rotation going towards the mid lane.
So my question to you guys is Weibo losing out on Dragons, though, despite some of the gold, if it can go over in their composition, might make a difference? Is it still just such a big problem that EDG, with a split pushing comp, already have double neutral bot?
Exactly, because when you have the Dragons against a split pushing comp, you can pull them away from the sidelines and to the objective because they can't give up the soul. Weibo don't even have that. They'd have to fight back in terms of it. At least they're getting an objective bounty onto Light. Light feels like he's the one person with significant resources on Weibo. It is Kai'Sa. We know what LPL Kai'Sas can do, but this Light seems more like a candle flickering in the wind.
Hard game to play. EDG, though, let's give them the praise they deserve. This team, when we're talking about 3 games in a row now, really losing out in the mid game, feeling like they're going to be quick games, have found such a great early game. Jeju and the Sejuani finally finding poise. More importantly, I think Fofo getting LeBlanc, maybe that's something Weibo will think hard about if this goes to a game 5.
It was a risk. You have to give up something on red side, and we thought about maybe, well, the Rel would be a first pick priority. I mean, EDG banned it themselves. Something had to fall through. Weibo, I don't know, man. Weibo, don't give up that LeBlanc. I think that's too dangerous.
And you already see Weibo Gaming, they had to look for the reset, but still, EDG having that Rift Herald in their pockets, they could realistically look for a tier 2 in the mid lane if they do want to kind of put pressure onto Weibo Gaming. They're the ones getting leashed around for this composition so far, but something that we haven't really been seeing in this game is the link up between Weiwei and Crisp. Crisp on this Rakan has been not consistent enough.
And it's crazy when he won Game 5 yesterday against Top Esports on it. MVP, insane performance, played it a couple times during the series. This is one of his best picks at the moment, and the fact that he's not performing is showing you how tight under the pressure Weibo are as Arla chasing up. That was teleport from Fofo, because Dragon's now up.
Yeah, Dragon's available, and Weibo are trying to find something around to get some vision control. Again, they have good ways to deal damage, very long ways across the other side of the fight. You can have Kai'Sa flying across, Chase Shock Blast, and they catch someone out.
He's not expecting it, he gets shoved against the wall. What a pick! What a pick!
That is exactly what they needed. Establish vision control, catch someone away from the rest of the team, and burn them down. This is a bright moment for them.
A 4-man blast cone over the wall and catches Arla off guard. Like you said, having the riposte, having the flash as well, they deny the dragon stacking away from EDG.
And Kitty, to go on your point from before, what happens when the bounties are given over to Weibo as we look at how this blast cone might get MVP for Game 4?
And things are half of this replay, the important part of this replay is already done because the wards spotted Arla. They didn't have the ability to see the enemy coming in terms of Weibo. They get an important kill.
Gold went to Light on the AP Kai'Sa as now Weibo somehow uncharged. Chris comes in with the quickness. Fofo is caught out. EDG, what is happening? It's another shutdown. Light has just been given the death note as Chris has walked in, chains corruption. Hang on, who can throw harder? Right now, I feel like I'm watching a game of football.
EDG, you can't be making these mistakes. You have a LeBlanc, you have a Fiora. You have to respect the enemy team. They have so much great gap closing, and Fofo burning the flash as well. What a terrible idea.
Weibo picked up a couple of objective bounties in the last minute or two. They picked up some shutdowns as well, and yes, you do see Crisp going down in the return of kills. Weibo still clawing back some of that gold, considering how far ahead EDG felt.
Now, EDG trying to pull their tempo back into their own making as Weibo playing defensive around blue. The Shy gets a knockback, but doesn't have the ulti to take it further. Shock Blast are doing a little bit of damage, but remember, Xiaohu isn't the one who's getting the gold. As Arla tries to put it back in EDG's favor, it's now only 5,000 the lead. As we look at this replay that we missed in the other replay.
This is one of the first things we talked about in this game. EDG, they have a composition which doesn't afford them that many mistakes. The jump forward means that the Shy can follow with the infinite amount of dashes from Cassante to catch LeBlanc after this point. Huge ability to close distance, fly across the fight and get a kill. Crisp, just fortunately for him, misses part of that vision control himself. He gets taken down. Both teams making mistakes back to back.
The great thing for EDG is that they regain control towards this top side. They have multiple control wards placed down towards this red buff as well, with the Baron spawning in 40 seconds. The best thing about this composition is that they have great turning ability. They have the Chains of Corruption. They have Mako on this Nautilus. They also have a lot of pressure being drawn for the Sphero towards the bottom side, where the Shy, he has to make a decision.
On Vision, wondering if Weibo were going to play a bit of a mind game with this one. Xiaohu playing safely, Weiwei just gets spotted out by that blue ward. Hex Gates helping those cheating recalls or cheating the tempo come in. Light has 3 items for this fight. Huge amounts of items in the Kai'Sa.
It's insane, isn't it? W's hit and onto Uzi, it's significant. Weiwei is pushing back Fofos, he gets rooted up and flashes away. With the Herald, it gets a good charge, but the damage from Xiaohu not significant enough to add to the poke that Light is now producing.
While this is happening, EDG at the end of the day, they're still across the river onto Weibo's side of the map. They're playing in the right part of the field, and it feels like Arla in that bot side as well is continuing to cause Shy problems. Baron spawning, is that going to change the equation though? It doesn't feel like EDG have the best Baron damage.
Ulti comes through, the Shy under turret brings the Arla in. Hang on, wait! Against the Fiora, the solo kill should be coming, but he flashes and doesn't get the Q back. Arla might have been dead.
That was so close for Arla. He was hugging the wall, but like you said, both flashes burnt from the top laners of this game. With the Baron still up and available, Weibo Gaming, they did manage to get relatively decent vision on this. So as long as EDG, they don't threaten this Baron, WBG, they're under no pressure whatsoever.
And I think EDG, because they don't have something like the Azir in the mid lane, and this is going to be, if it's a Rage Blade Varus when you go something AP, then you have a lot of Baron damage because you just get that continual kind of ability to DPS it down. AP Varus is not the highest Baron damage, it's something, I think it will still be of a time span that Weibo can respond to it. EDG, they would love to take that objective if they can, but Weibo, don't think they're going to give it to them easily.
Now the question is, will we have a 5v5 at this upcoming Dragon Soul? Because EDG, realistically, they can just look for even more towers towards the side lane with Fofo and Arla in both top and bottom. But still, the question is going to be, how is Uzi going to survive these team fights? Because we see Weiwei and Chris, they are linking up in these 5v5s.
Well, right now, he's going to survive it with his summoners, because one of the things about Varus is that we typically criticized it when it is forced on so often that you never have the summoners for the important fights. The fights haven't happened that often onto Uzi for him to be without his summoners, and now he is on 3 items. Riftmaker, if he connects an ult, he gets to sit there, wait for the Riftmaker to get a proc, and his Q empowered with the W will absolutely one-shot.
And remember, Chris doesn't have the flash available as well. A tool that to get into that backline and force the summoners feels very crucial here on the Rakan. That's been falling a little bit flat in game 4. At the start of this game, we were hyping up EDG. They're still the ones in control, but we have seen a couple of picks that slowed the game down. And given this Kai'Sa some leg room, Weibo are still keeping the game even. And with that Dragon, they've also slowed the pace too.
And in another game in this series with the different compositions where we had the Renekton and Sejuani falling off, we talk about the gold lead differently. In this game, it does feel like EDG, particularly when they have shown some weaknesses around side lanes before, this gold lead is not enough for us to say they have won this game. There are still some ways they can lose it. They're getting themselves a Dragon, that's important for them. They're in control, they get themselves into Soul Point. Weibo still have some ways to punish though. They are approaching the bot side of the map.
Into the darkness though. There's no vision here. Mako seen first. Dragon will just be dropping down, so no objective bounty from Weibo. 5 members in the river together. They are staying grouped up. While look at topside. Fofo is just taking the turret, doing exactly what EDG's comp wants to do.
And this LeBlanc is going to become an ongoing problem for the side of Weibo Gaming. They have to be very cutthroat with their decision-making. That has to be through Chris Flash on this Rakan, with Weiwei also following up. But we'll have to wait and see because the Baron is still up and available. EDG, like you said, they can't rush it, so potentially look for a turn and threaten WBG to walk into them.
Well, what they can do is starve out vision and take it at whatever pace they want to. Weibo, part of this composition, of course, obviously is hugely about getting onto the right targets and separating targets when they're isolated, killing them. away from the rest of their team. You can't do that without wards, and as you can see, there's only one ward from Weibo across the river. It's just there on the bot side of mid. They're trying to get some vision control right now, but they're getting fought for.
Yeah, I mean, for that vision, I think Fofo in the end actually got it. Never mind, it's way, but it might not matter because in the Baron, the jungler's been caught out, but Chris
Uzi!
comes in. Uzi's in the middle of no man's land. Blight just takes him as EDG. It's an equal fight, but the Shy is here first. Mako not involved. JJ in the pit is given free roam. EDG were separated and torn apart, and Weibo have been given the team fight above all. Fofo gets one, reignites the crowd, but as he runs away, it's too close to call.
Again, this is why we're talking about this gold lead from EDG, feeling a little bit false. It's still strong, they're still in control, but given what we know about this team playing around side lanes, these mistakes hurt.
And Uzi, he had the flash, but what does it mean? Because WBG, they have great follow-up engage as well. You see Weiwei getting focused down by EDG instantly, but they forget that this Varus is extremely vulnerable, and Chris instantly focusing the AD carry and also Light on this Kai'Sa, an absolute menace.
Very importantly, no Nautilus at this play. That is one person not dealing DPS because they're running away from the Nautilus ult. That's a big difference. He comes in towards the end of it, has to blow the flash anyway. Weibo moving better as a unit in this one scenario.
MR debuff from Baron for a Kai'Sa. That is important to mention as well. Gets the free hit, and boy oh boy, do EDG regret it. Again, 6-1 on this pick that has been banned away from the likes of people like Gala, Jackie Love. I'm putting Light in that same menu because now once again showing us how good LPL Kaisers are.
So as we return back to the bigger map, we can see that EDG, they haven't got their members into the side lanes just yet. Weibo would love to stop EDG from getting themselves those free side lane pushes, but they're going towards this Baron. Now EDG, they can't really leave this Baron alone. Kai'Sa with a load of items, maybe they can force EDG to that objective now.
Luckily for EDG though, they do have a control ward on the Baron, so Ala, he is going to reset and pick up, I believe he's going to work towards that hull break, and maybe not too sure, but we'll have to wait and see because Weibo Gaming, they want to force a 5v5 in the mid lane while Uzi doesn't have flash.
Right, we're in the Shy waiting off in the distance. No vision in river apart from the control ward in the Baron pit. These W's from Light, every time they hit, the reset comes down, and that cooldown is as low as ever. But every time they miss, it's good news for EDG.
EDG, they can really threaten Weibo if they see someone alone in the side lane as well. Mako doesn't have the flash, but he could just launch a hook out of nowhere if Xiaohu is caught alone in that side lane. Now we do go to the Baron, we go to this rush. This has been a thorn in their side before. Weibo, can they finish it?
It could be the comeback from Weibo here in Game 4. Again, they have no business taking. Fofo jumps in.
Keep his verdict!
No, knock away! Weibo now go to turn to finish the Baron. Objective bounty and a game-defining play. Arla's in the backline on Chris, but Weibo group back up, and EDG are left amazed.
That is a top draw Hoppy Ultimate. The one player that hasn't been to an international event is seriously showing up, and that gives Weibo a lifeline in this game.
I can't believe they just take the Baron under EDG's noses. Alan no longer has that TP available either, so he has to join in on these fights as a Fiora.
And Baron giveth, Weibo taketh away, but today they're just apparently, or at least in this game, giving to Weibo for once.
I mean, we've seen plenty of times over the course of the regional qualifiers, Weibo falter around the Baron, but they use the Poppy ult so well. They use the Kai'Sa with the Baron shred so well. They get in, they get out, it's an absolute heist.
Also with the Dragon spawning in around 50 seconds, it is going to be Hex Soul for EDG, but they don't have any map control. They have to let Fofo look for the inhibitor top.
They've lost so much because objective bounties are still up. It was one on the Baron, now on the mid lane turret. Gold is now even as they are just grouping mid and forcing.
Yeah, Weibo, they know the time is now. Light even got an elixir to get extra more damage for the time being. They know now is the time.
How bad do they want Worlds as 4th seed? That's what it is here on match point, on a match that EDG had in the palm of their hands. Chains Corruption is spreading, but the mid turret goes down. No defense here as Uzi's damage is great, but EDG is still poked out. Keeper's verdict a threat. Fofo jumping forward. He's been pivotal on this LeBlanc. Static shift, a pain to deal with as EDG look for the chase.
Keeper's verdict was reset though, so where we can realistically look for another 2-man ultimate to force this Dragon Soul going into WBG's ways.
Thing is, EDG have defender's advantage. They're close to their base, they can regen their HP and get back out onto the map. Weibo, they're going to use that Baron recall and they can use the Hex Gates to get elsewhere. EDG, they're trying to pull a fast one though. I don't think they think they can go towards the Dragon with losing so much vision control. Arla though, potentially can go towards the side lane.
Also getting rid of the blast cannon just in case Weiwei does look for this top lane kill, but still, this game slows down just a little bit as the Dragon isn't getting threatened.
Fofo over the wall though, might have found Xiaohu, pops him back, Chris helps out, but the rest of EDG are here. Shock Blast was close. as Weibo are all about the bottom side of the map right now, so they will deny the soul.
EDG look a little bit indecisive. They managed to get something onto Xiaohu, but they can't finish it off. Ala can't find anything in the top lane as Weibo get themselves a second dragon. It's a denial of the soul, it's an extension of the game timer, and as much as we were talking about earlier in the game, EDG having a very significant gold advantage, that's all but gone now.
And the whole breaker is picked up by Ala. It is now a 4v5 for EDG to consider. They need to buy as much time for Ala to work towards these side lanes, and specifically top lane, to get inhibitors. So EDG, they have to be disciplined and disengage every single attempt by Weibo Gaming.
At the start of this game, EDG looked hopeful in taking us to a game 5. Now with Baron with an equal gold advantage, and with 2 Hextech Dragons under their belt, Weibo are fighting to end it here, not let it go the distance, not let it go to another draft. It would be an incredible comeback story, as on a war, Jeje's here, Fofo on the side, but Weibo don't pull the trigger yet.
As Zonya's on light, can he use this fight?
But it's a whiff. Wei shoves him out. Again, damage is there, but not against the wall. No stun, Jeje survives.
That's a tanky Sejuani, tanky enough to go through that one, but EDG, they're on their own side of the map on the bot side. Ala trying to get something in the 1v1.
Fofo gonna get dove, Chris flashes forward, there's the quickness, everyone jumps in! Fofo ain't Foka today, he's in the grave.
And this is the composition that Weibo Gaming has locked in.
Oh my god, what's happening topside? There's a flash from the Shy. Ala burns his own, but he will get the inhibitor turret. WBG stay bot side, all apart from Xiao, who's going to go top and make sure that Ala can't do any more.
Inhibitor down, the Shy does live though. It's an advantage in the side lane from EDG. That's what their composition is meant to do. Weibo, they've had some great victories over the last few minutes, but EDG and their top laner in Ala, who has been so strong for them this year, is trying to keep them in the side lane game.
And it's crazy. I'm saying this comeback from Weibo, we've all seen it, but still EDG, the side lane composition you guys talked about, is still alive and well, despite all the bounties given over. There's another one that's just accrued on Ala, now with 3 items.
A flame horizon happens between Ala and the Shy. This Fiora has to be shut down, but Weibo Gaming, you already see the decision making that they have. Chris no longer has that option for another 4 minutes, while EDG, they have to also wait because this Baron's going to be in 1 minute while Ala pushes the bottom.
We are in a very dangerous dance with knives out here between EDG and Weibo. It's a dance around the map, side lanes from EDG, but a catch potential from Weibo. At this point in the game, the damage is so damn high. You step too far forward, even if someone like LeBlanc who control things so well, you just die. And that death could cost EDG that spot of Worlds. It could cost them a game 5. Weibo could see them through to the International for the first time in the Orcs history.
Against this Poppy as well, Weiwei has been talked about time and time again this series. A performance that's been great. Uzi, the chance of him not being at Worlds. Right now, it feels like it depends on Ala whether it's going to be true or not. EDG group up as a 4-man unit. Fofo has joined in, while Weibo is a 31-minute outer turret up in the top side.
It feels like the second this Baron spawns in 40 seconds, they need to either force onto Ala.
Wait, he's going to block the ult. He's still there. The all-outers. Ala takes too many turret shots. He's tagged. Light flashes and gets yet another shutdown. Number 4.
That candle in the wind is a bonfire now. Light 8, 1 and 1. So consistent, so important for Weibo.
Now, the Baron is spawning in 30 seconds. Your top lane is another 40. Weibo Gaming, they're going to rush this.
Oh, man, with the Rabadon's death cap, it's going to be dangerous. Ala, again, this side lane punished well by Weibo.
The Shy's doing a really good job of making sure the wave is outside of turret range to get aggro onto Ala. It's an extra couple of tower shots. It allows Light to fly in with the 3rd level Kai'Sa ultimate, having so much range, so reliable to get on top of him.
Talk about the items there. Zonya's Hourglass and also the Rabadon's Light is huge. Uzi trailing with a Banshee's Veil and a stopwatch as Weibo move towards his Baron. But Ala's not alive for 15 seconds.
Stopwatch isn't a full item, but it is for 1 fight only. He's not here at the Baron. He's trying to take mid. EDG, they're not going towards the Baron.
It's going to be down. Weibo instead just take it. Uzi gets mid lane turret in the meantime. They have Baron advantage to get the recall here as the Shy versus Fofo happening in the side. Meanwhile, Teleport going to be burned as well. They want to kill the Shy. They want to get this side lane under control. But with Baron minions, makes it a little bit harder. Ala chases him down. There's no flash available. A grand chance there. But Crisp, the counter engage is huge. Ala has no flash available. The Shy lives.
EDG are really trying to scratch their heads and find some inspiration to win this map state, but they're not getting given it easily.
But the Dragon is spawning in 40 seconds once again. Weibo Gaming, they had to fix the wave towards the top side. You see Xiao resetting. They have to walk into this blind.
But the really awkward thing for EDG is that they just put a load of resources towards bot side. They put a teleport towards bot side, but only 40 seconds before Dragon, they have to reset. So they're going to give initial positioning over to Weibo. Weibo have themselves a gold lead now. They have themselves items now. They have themselves so much pressure to play with around this Dragon, which could have been soul for them.
11 seconds. Count it down as Weibo move up from River. The Shy gets mid. Fofo goes towards top side. Super Minions still pressuring, so Weibo are on a bit of a timer.
There is no contest on this. EDG, they say, okay, it could have been sold for us, but it could have also been the end of the game if we fluffed up that fight. Not to be the case in this time, and I have to say, I feel for you if you're an EDG fan. Your hearts must be in your chest. It is late game. It is a very difficult scenario in a composition which EDG haven't typically found success in. They had an advantage and it slipped away. Now Weibo, they seem very threatening.
And this composition by EDG, they can't make a single mistake. If Ala is overpushed, you already see that WBG, they're more than happy to pull the trigger with so much gap close through Chris and through Light as well. Fofo in the same scenario, but still, once again, Weibo Gaming, they're trying to look for force on the weaker side, but this time around, Uzi having the Banshees, having the Zhonyas, and also the Flash, it should be fine for the next 2 minutes.
I can't believe we're here. Again, when you're watching EDG and Weibo, teams with legends akin to them, with Uzi versus the Shy, Xiao versus Fofo. I mean, more importantly, Chris versus Mako, both world champions. You think, regardless, whoever loses here, it is going to be sad not to see them at Worlds. It is sad that LPL ends here. I wish we had best of 7s, best of 9s. I'd love to watch this continue forward.
Look at Fofo!
Guess Weibo don't.
Fofo, he thinks he spots out the danger. He's very high level with a lot of items now. He has a lot of cooldown reduction. It's very hard to kill that LeBlanc. You pin him down, they die, but unless you get right on top of them, they're always going to have another cooldown. EDG, they survive in the top lane, gives Olive some space towards the bot side. Shahu cleaning up the wave.
3:30 till the next Dragon. Hexgate's going to be used for Ala to get on out, but I think the Baron ending in 22 seconds with a very small Baron power play is worth mentioning.
It is worth mentioning, but Weibo, at the end of the day, they still clawed back so much gold. They're happy to just keep that away from the side of EDG. It means they can play around sidelines a little more. The important thing around both these teams moving very quickly from one side of the map to the other, Weibo favoring the groups, EDG favoring the individual advantages, is that Weibo are putting down vision where they go. They have littered EDG's visions, his jungle, with so many wards, and that could lead to the pick which ends the series.
You already see, because Ala has the Hullbreaker, he is near full item. The top lane is going to be key coming into this game. I feel like it has to be through Ala backdooring. It has to be through this Fiora to end the game. You already see WBG, they're buying so much time to deny that with the double Barons going into their pockets.
On a ward, on a ward. They're on a ward. EDG are gearing up for this fight. Weibo's on a ward. Jungler pulled on in. Big mistake by Weibo. Teleport's coming through though. That's the Shy in the middle of it all, but that teleport, what can he do with it? Mako engages, regrets it immediately. The Shy in such a good spot now as Light is on the back line. He ulties in onto Ala. Ladies and gentlemen, Weibo are taking the fight. Somehow, some way, Weibo see the light.
That'll do it. Weibo poised to take fourth. They take the fight. Don't think they have the waves right now. There is Fofo still alive with a Shiv. It felt like it was it, but Fofo alive keeps it alive.
Hot damn, it's not over yet. Voice is gone. I'm back to 12 years old. Teleport on the last minion down the bottom side. It's been 4 days of hectic games. It has been an insane series here from WBG and EDG. Now with those death timers, we're going to find out, is this the end?
Yeah, 20 seconds.
Oh, the all out, the Shy, and Chris, they dive on in. JJ, the last alive, his next turret's now exposed. Never before has Weibo made the leap. A newer organization looking to build a future that begins now. For the first time, Weibo will debut to the world stage, and after 4 years, the Shy will return.
It has been oh so long since we have seen the Shy on the international stage. He's had his ups and his downs, but he will be there, and that engage around the Nexus contributes to that final Nexus falling. There's a smile on Uzi's face, but it is heartbreak for him and his fans. Uzi, his return, once again, going on to an organization with a storyline that it was fit for true greatness. Joining a rival organization cannot make it happen.
But this means the start of Weibo Gaming's first debut at the world stage. This is going to be their first appearance, and of course the Shy, Xiaohu, Chris, they will reunite at that international.
For a team that was built up as a super team, that has now come full circle. 4 years ago, the Shy was last on that world stage. but he links up with Xiaohu, and he finally gets the return. This team is explosive. This team is a surprise. This team is bloody entertaining to find a 3-1 in this series.
You know what? Pedro was right. He believed in Weibo Gaming and they made the run. 2 best-of-5s in a row. And that last one, it was discipline. It was patience against the Fiora and LeBlanc composition. But still, Light, this entire series for tonight is the absolute MVP for me.
For me, it's Weiwei. I think it's Weiwei. You look at that jungler and how much influence he had. I think Light had an incredible series, but the fact that both of them worked together in this way was so important. Weiwei linked up with his lanes, getting Light ahead so Light could do so much damage. That was a real story for me, especially against the AD carry god of the LPL, Uzi. Making that bot lane advantage last out was so important, so characteristic of how Weibo won.
This is the old Snake AD carry, the old LNG AD carry, who again went to Worlds with this organization, but after leaving, I feel like a lot of people outside of Worlds don't know him. Everyone knows Uzi, everyone knows the legacy he created, but alongside Crisp, Light's time is now. And coming as a 4th seed, I think a lot of people will be pleasantly surprised how explosive, how dangerous, and how scary this team can be.
And now, obviously, as a reminder, we have JDG, BLG, and then, of course, LNG, and now Weibo as our 4 seeds from the LPL. I am so sorry to every other region which has to face the LPL. These are 4 terrifying representatives that play in so many different styles. Feels like every time we go into a draft, there's an adaptation. There's something different. There was the Aphelios Milio, there was the Kai'Sa, there were various other picks which found great success. It wasn't a 1 string on each bow, it was multiple guns to bring the back.
Yeah, pretty much. And if your organization's last letter isn't G, I guess you're just not going to make the cut for the
What about EDG?
stage.
What about EDG?
EDG, I mean, Edward just wasn't gaming for tonight. Unfortunately, too many singular mistakes in that last game. But like you said, this is going to be Uzi's last game in 2023.
Yeah. It's sad, isn't it? Again, wish you could have both teams going and even top esports to add into that mix. The talent that's missing out on Worlds is huge. We've got MVP, I believe. I just had something in my ear. I don't know what's happening. But we are gearing up for the opening ceremony. If that can be repeated, that would be amazing, as the audience are gearing up to just see all our 4 teams link up. Because again, as you said, the talent is huge. And it feels like a lifetime ago we decided JDG and BLG is our top 2.
Isn't it absolutely insane that Weibo Gaming, the only team that's been able to keep JDG at a chokehold, becomes the 4th seed to go to the world stage? But this game, it was all about this Kai'Sa 2 times in a row now. I mean, Light, once again, he has been performing fantastically throughout the entire playoffs, and he really deserves a chance to fight for some recognition at that world stage.
This was the first game, this last one, really felt like EDG organically built up their gold lead as opposed to Weibo kind of misplaying in front of them. It was a dangerous scenario, and EDG, I mean, credits to them for trying a different scenario in a best-of-5, which had been very, very difficult for them, especially in the early game. They made that work well. They couldn't close it out. EDG, sadly for them, their season ends here. Serious shout-outs, particularly to JJ and Spring. I think he was our best jungler in the regular season. Sadly couldn't continue that in summer. I think Arla, one of our very best top laners, especially amongst the carries as well. Fofo's had his moments. Uzi, of course, returning. How can you not talk about him? And even Mako in this series. We've got 5 players who, sadly for them, are great players, but the level of competition in the LPL locked them out of Worlds.
Doesn't matter, name value doesn't hold any merit unless you can hold skill against it. Weiwei, as you said, I think what a glow up today, even yesterday as well. Weiwei has been a middling player somewhat in the split. I mean, replacing Kai'Sa. We haven't seen Kai'Sa at all, but I feel like I now know the reason why.
Most definitely, and just looking at the statistics for this final game that sealed the deal for Weibo Gaming, 100% KP on the Kai'Sa. This man lost both of his summoners at the start of the game. He was set terribly behind with how this Sejuani was able to pressure towards the bottom side, but he still came out on top.
And where do the analogies end, you know? I think that with Light, I mean, he really was the lighthouse in the way for this last game as well. It was a very difficult game where it felt like they had very few ways to get through that game. Light was the one consistent.
13, 1 and 2, 100% kill participation, 48% of his team's damage.
Does he need a team?
Does he really?
Can we just send Light to Worlds? I mean, he can 1v5,
He got all the bounties. You're talking about gold going in the right place. 4 times he picked up bounties, twice on top, 1 on mid, 1 on AD. Light got back in the game, in a game that really he shouldn't be, with Uzi getting an early lead. And that feels like a similar thing to game 2. Yes, EDG won in the end, but Uzi got outbeaten by Light. They won, but Light was still ever so relevant. And I think in this series you have to say that Light was better. Light gapped Uzi. And I know, you know, Chinese crowd might listen to this or listen back to this. You're wrong.
I mean, that doesn't mean that Uzi was bad. Light was just exception.
That's right. Uzi was not as good as Light today, and that is the complete truth.
Yeah, exactly. And just looking at the details of how Light even got this tiny advantage to turn the game around, it was that initial dragon fight where he was waiting patiently for Uzi to show on vision. And he used his ultimate to fly onto Uzi and collect that first bounty gold into his pockets. And the trend continued for the remainder of the game. So great initiation from this AD carry, and that he has a great, clear understanding of how to turn games around.
And we finally had a Weibo series that didn't go to 5 games. It ends in 4. This team, who are consistently inconsistent, finally managed to snag a series which wasn't quite by the skin of their teeth. They have adapted and evolved as a team. I think particularly the Shy, he was a liability, particularly in playoffs. And let's be honest, some of the games we saw yesterday as well. Today, I think he had some really good performances. He's added a lot more stability. I think the team has learned how to allow him to play weak side better. I don't think they always did that in the regular season, which sometimes made him look worse than he was. And his team fight impact was very much felt here today as well. So the Shy fans, you can have a breather today.
When he dies only once against the Fiora at like 35 minutes, I think that's impressive. You know, again, the Shy is a death king. He still has 100, 200 deaths.
King of the underworld. We'll make it polite.
Has to be. But I think ultimately, again, further to your point, the Shy has grown quite a bit. Even the K'Sante game here, such a great role play. And the teleport was as ballsy as hell. I thought he was throwing it all away. But that happened to actually help them win the game.
Yeah, you made the point there. Where do we go from that? I mean, that's just what the Shy has done. I mean, yes, we agree. And the thing is, like, those teleports in another series earlier on, they would have lost Weibo games. The fact that now the team feels like they're more on the same page, they really have been forged in the fires of an incredibly harsh couple of days here at the regional qualifiers. And also, you know, just over the last 4 days, it has been game after game after game. It has been relentless. LNG played their can't end on a loss run. They played 6 best-of-5s in a row. JDG taking that 5-game series. It has been non-stop here in Xi'an.
And something that I love about the past few weeks is that we haven't gotten a single 3-0. We are so lucky to be LPL fans. The competition is absolutely insane and through the roof for our world representatives at 2023 South Korea. But still, once again, I mean, I am so excited to see the 80 carries that we're sending to Worlds. It's Light, it's Jackie Love.
It's not Jackie Love, but okay. That's all right.
It's okay. I'm sure in some people's hearts, it is Jackie Love.
Is Rookie going as well?
Is Rookie going?
What about Tien? Tien, the champion, surely he's going.
Is Cream going? Is Abel going?
Cream's Kai'Sa.
I want to see. No, maybe that's where Cream's Kai'Sa was going in that last play. It's actually gone straight towards World.
Well, like I said earlier on, this is the furthest Cream came in playoffs. As, ladies and gentlemen, Light MVP. You can see behind us. You don't need the
Who else could it be?
Look, this man, insane damage. And while we say yes, Weiwei really set it up, I think Light carried this game with the bounties. When you put gold into this man, you get rewarded.
And look, we mean about 80 carries and stuff like that, or whatever's there. I think, and we had this conversation maybe even a month ago before we got into playoffs as well, I think current LPL 80 carries is on the shortlist for best role ever in a major region historically. I don't think we have ever, or at least it's very close to the top of seeing one role be so stacked. Maybe you go back to like 2014 Korea and their mid laners, or maybe some of the previous years even of 80 carries within LPL, but this is up there, very close to the top, and Light is putting his name as a standout amongst them.
And you see the development that he's made throughout the entire year, starting off with a bang, working alongside the roster that they had throughout spring, but he had a bit of a quiet type of era during the start of summer, but now through the playoffs into the regional qualifiers, he is truly one of the biggest carries that we've seen so far into 2023.
And the development of a player across his career as well. Last time I remember checking on him before I, of course, joined the LPL this year was when he was at Worlds with LNG, and he was the over-aggressive AD carry. He was the AD carry that would go too deep. He was mechanically proficient, but sometimes the head was disconnected from the hands, and he'd make some of those awkward plays. He has been so patient today. He has been so consistent, and he has always done damage in a meta where you have to do damage. Light really understood the assignment.
Insane performance. Team fighting AD carry, I mean, against Uzi. It's a big statement to make as well. Uzi was always known as the best team fighting AD carry, but he will not get to show it against the world. Uzi has to wait another year at least to go back to the world stage, while Weibo in their defining game in their 3-1, which makes me correct, by the way, makes you the champion.
It's me the champion of predictions.
But I'm okay. Look, it could have very well been a 3-0. Again, it could have really been a 3-0 here today with that second game. I think what we've noticed today is there have been 2 defining picks. Rel, Poppy. Any others you want to add into the mix?
Kaiser's always going to be on
Kaiser
that.
for sure. It's 100% winner over 4 games now.
Ornn, Azir.
Ornn, weirdly enough, yeah.
Azir, I think's in there as
Azir
well.
was insane.
The thing is, though, like, there are some of these picks which you've seen succeed and fail. I think regardless, well, it turns out there's a lot of picks which are defining. I think really that Ral that you first brought out, though, I think that the LPL has shown that development recently, though, using it as a flex pick later into the draft. Things change in terms of your preparation when suddenly you have to consider, oh, what happens if it's a last pick support? What happens if it's a last pick jungler? Without these flex picks, that's not possible. We've seen that with AD carries at the start of playoffs. Suddenly it's not 1-2 AD carry, it's on 4 and 5 sometimes. Uzi being one of the people who's used that best. Last pick Vaynes, we've seen that. Having that now from jungle and support with that Rel enabling it has really changed the way we draft.
Yeah, it really has. And again, it's nice to see because that adaptability in our drafts that we talked about all 4 days, all 3 days of regionals, you know, and finals as well, has been insane. I'm sorry, I barely have a voice to go off of after that, but it's been good to see that we're not just one dynamic. We know priorities, but it can shift, right? That's the thing.
You could finally rest your voice, buddy. We have had a heck of a week, a heck of a trip out here, actually. It's been great to obviously see you guys in person, see the players in person, so many of these world champions, historic players, and of course the crowd, which has been so welcoming, warm, and absolutely electric for the entirety of this time out here. It's been one heck of an experience. Finally comes to an end here. We've had so many games.
We have indeed. I'm just looking behind me because Weibo's getting an interview before we get to our ceremony to announce the players. So we're going to have to chill for a little bit, guys. We might put on some highlights for you, might chill out, talk about old stories of the Shy. Like,
oh, do you want? Can we have story time with Hysterics?
Oh man, 2019 spring. I remember.
It was a cold winter's night.
I was in high school.
Oh.
No.
Oh, that's
really.
I graduated in 2020.
Oh, that feels
crap.
weird.
I graduated in 2013. Oh my god.
Yeah, oof.
When did you graduate?
2013.
Yeah.
2014. I forget.
Okay. All right. Ain't no way you graduated in 20. Anyway.
Generations. We could tie that back to the generations of players, the kids we saw in the audience earlier.
Oh yeah, the 8-year-olds who support Uzi. Who,
probably were born after the careers of Xiaohu and Uzi was started.
True. We'll probably be looking at careers of like Uzi's children when they're about our age.
Wasn't it the joke that Ambition, Samsung Galaxy's jungler, a great player of Jarvan 4, he was said to have Jarvan 5 as his kid. We're going to have these generations there sometime.
We are indeed. I've just been told, though, we have an interview ready on stage to get live English translation. Take it away, Christina.
Hello there, welcome to post-game interview. We're joined by Chris and Wei Wei to our post-game interview.
大家好，我是 WPG 17级英雄联盟分部的打野选手魏魏。
I'm jungler Wei Wei for WPG. Welcome. I believe that you are very excited, just like fans there, because you got the last tickets for the Worlds 2023. How do you feel right now? I'm very excited and I'm very happy because you have been experiencing so many things, and it's been a long time, and finally you got this ticket for the World, and the fans support and the cheering, just the cheering for him, please. You guys experienced a very tough year, just like Xiaohu said. Maybe you didn't have very great team certainly from very earlier, but now you guys are on the same page. Chris, you did a really great job. You know, the tears is for happiness. For this dream, I have fought for 2 years, and just right now, maybe I thought I will lose this opportunity. I thought it's been, oh my God, it's really difficult. I want to say thank you for all of my teammates. How about Wei Wei? I'm very happy to be able to make the Worlds because it's my very first World Championship. And we just decided your effort has paid off right now for Chris. Because this matchup is about do or die. If you can win this matchup, you can get the dream, you can get the 5 last tickets. But now, I think the audience will maybe a little bit nervous right now. How did you guys manage to relax? Because in the last game, maybe we felt so much behind in early game, but you know that we have the determination and we are eager to win. We do not want to give up. So we just to fight to the last minute and get this bounce back. I think that you guys performed pretty good around the bot lane. There were so many fights on bot lane, and you got so many solo kills, so many kills on laning. Because we have expected that maybe our opponent will target bot lane. So we just want to crush them on bot lane directly. Maybe we even made a little bit of errors in game, but we have managed to take down this game successfully. And we performed pretty aggressively in today's matchup. At the early stage of the regular season, you said you want to make the World Championship, and now you just realized your goals. How do you feel, and what's your take on your improvement? It's been a long journey, and I do think I have improved a lot. You won 2 MVPs in today's matchup because maybe today's game pace was very intense and very fast. So it is real test for jungler to see your game plan in jungle. So what's your take on the jungle matchup today? I just focus on the laning, and I will help my teammates according to the laning details on the side lanes. When did you think you can bounce back? I feel like when the Kai'Sa got so many goals, and I do think her got so many proper items. And I want to touch on that you stole the Baron. How did you manage to secure the Baron very calmly? We just saw they were on the side lanes, and our draft can secure the dragon very fast. We also got very proper vision, so we just decided to do the Baron. You have been working for 2 years for the world. I do believe you are very happy right now. Is there any team or any player you do want to face off in world? Because there are so many old friends for you. I like to face off DK and T1. They are also very strong teams. For Weiwei, this is your very first World Championship. It seems to be that you are a very stable player, so what's your expectations for the World 2023? I hope I can perform better at the World, and looking forward to your performance at World. Final question for you. There are so many fans here cheering for you, especially in Xi'an. The atmosphere here is pretty good. Is there anything you want to say to them? Thank you so much for your support all the time for WBG. We're going to perform much better at the World 2023. How about Weiwei? Thank you so much for your support all the time. We're going to perform better at the World. Thank you so much for joining us.
Very much to Crisp and to Weiwei. I mean, very different emotions coming through. Weiwei probably just shocked, hasn't hit him yet. Crisp is so glad to be back, as he said, after 2 years.
And congratulations to Weibo Gaming once again from the LPL English cast, right? But something that I found was very interesting is that we have Knight, Scout, Yagao, and of course Xiaohu revisiting the world stage once again. And that was our last full mid laners that was representing us back in 2022. So they are the new 4 generation. I mean, this is something, shout out to LPL Fan Club for posting that, but still, that is such a cool
so much.
thing. Yeah.
But again, when you're seeing interviews like that, it's hard not to feel the emotions that they feel as well. I'm sure there are a great many EDG fans, and yesterday as well, the top esports fans, which are feeling very, negative emotions with that too. This is the nature of competition. This is the nature of the level of competition at the LPL. You can't have everyone going to Worlds, unfortunately. And suddenly, just this far into the year, LPL is done. It feels weird. That's our last game.
It's the earliest ever. We've never finished in August, or at least the start of August, end usually, or the start of September. Usually LPL...
What are we going to do?
I don't know.
Watch Worlds!
We're usually one of the first, the last regions actually to finish off. Our finals usually always leading into Worlds in like 3 weeks' time. But again, we have to wait 2 months rather. And wait until we get to a point of, well, what meta are we in? How the team's different, because it is going to be a very different game.
And I know in previous Worlds, we've had people like Beryl, who has, of course, won multiple World Champions at this point, say that actually preparing for Worlds is a very difficult thing because you don't know what the meta is going to be. I think even way back to Season 5, and of course things have changed with the way that patches are dealt with in League of Legends now. The meta can significantly change between playoffs and then also Worlds as well. Luckily, these teams we are sending are all very versatile. We've noticed that over the last few days. We've noticed that coming into these series as well. Just saying that, look, they're not playing the same thing. They're not relying on one thing that's giving them success, which they're really, really good at. They are not just jack of all trades, they're exceptional at multiple different facets of the game.
And it's great to see the entirety of LPL revolving around this factor of adaptability, because if you think about back to MSI and back to Spring, JDG, BLG, two of the best teams at adapting to tough situations, but this time around, they've pretty much changed the entire way of how our teams face these competition, and it elevated the entire league to this point.
It has indeed, and again, new generation, new players, or at least old players in new teams, in some cases as well. LPL into its 13th year? No, 10th. Excuse me, we got the 10th anniversary.
We got it on the badge and everything.
We do indeed, to make it easier. But over those years, we've really defined legacies, and I think that's what we're at now. We're defining legacies. And internationally, I feel like we're going to do that again.
And at the start of the year, I remember when we were all talking for the first time, you know, I met you guys the first time. That was a hell of a thing as well. But one of the big things we talked about is that this was a huge year of change. Knight left RP Esports, Xiaohu left RNG, Rookie left V5, and of course into NIP as well. So many players had left those orgs. It is a year of change, and at the end of it, these players somehow, the great names, even on new orgs, finding new players. Scout, of course, even from EDG, moving into LNG, he's going forwards. Change has been the name of this year, and now that change has come in the form of adaptability somehow in terms of in-game as well.
We're getting a new generation that's staying on top of the game as well. I mean, JG, a great example with people like Knight, Yagal staying as top-tier players. Xiaohu, though, like old players who are still staying in charge as well.
We can't get rid of him.
It's amazing. We talked about him debuting in 2015, being a legacy of RNG. Going up against Uzi today, I mean, this man who's been playing now for 9 years is once again returning to the peak of gameplay at Worlds. They might be 4th seed, but again, what we've seen out of LPL 3rd seed in the past winning Worlds, like IG 2018, 4th seed of the LCK, I guess you'd say in some vein a similar region in terms of skill level. I mean, 4th seed can do anything. It really is a big question of...
Well, our 4th seed is the one which beat our 1st seed in regular season. Like, there's any chance that...
True.
We know Weibo. They can lose to any team, they can win to any team. And now they're going towards Worlds, and they're going to play against the rest of the world.
They could lose to NRG.
They could lose to any team, and I will be there for it. You will be absolutely be there for it. Look me in the eye. This team is so entertaining to watch, and even on the stage today, you can see the quality they have.
So now, last question is, before we get into the
send-off ceremony.
Right, the send-off ceremony for our top 4 seeds. I normally ask, like, oh, what do you think, who will win Worlds, all this kind of crap. We have no idea who else is going. I know NRG. I don't know.
Has anyone got a coin?
Oh, flip a coin. It'll be. But
it's heads.
Oh man. Oh, it's the Shy.
What do you truly think? You think we have 4 LPL teams in knockout stage with what you've seen of other regions? Well, as loose as it is right now.
So the thing is, with the format that we have in Worlds, it's Swiss, it's best of ones. Best of ones are very different to how we play in the LPL. Right. Sometimes you need to have that adaptability. That can't always hit in the best of ones. It's very hard to predict that in terms of that. The meta will change as well. I think we have a strong shot of having all 4 teams being strong contenders for even the title. They have competed against each other. 5 games between LNG and JDG, 5 games between Weibo and LNG there as well. These teams know each other very well. If they meet each other, I'd be very interested to see how that works at Worlds.
That can happen, yeah.
God, can we just not have Autoelmne picking out the
oh, shout out.
bracket, please, man? We can't have a finals, a rematch at these international events. Not brothers killing brothers again. Autoelmne, no more.
To be fair, I mean, BLG made one hell of a run. Probably shouldn't have been in the finals if you looked at on-paper statistics, right? But in the end, the fact that they did make it was insane. But yeah, I agree. No one wants to see a regional match in the finals, whether it's LCK finals, whether it's an LPL finals, like something fun.
But things are like, at this point, we get to see this matchup between particularly LCK and LPL, which is kind of flipped in terms of which teams have been strong. MSI belong to the LPL, with teams like KT doing so strong in the LCK right now, though, with their entire roster being LCK first all-pro team, which you saw that come out today. I would love to see how a team like LNG would do against KT. It feels like LNG playing a very LCK style. I'd love to see if JDG continue their winning record over the LCK teams. Maybe we can have a rematch of BLG versus T1 if they make it as well. There are so many matches. I will take any of them.
Guys, there's still NA and EU to think about.
I just want to see how LPL career goes.
You know, best of luck, guys, for the West. But LPL, they're looking pretty strong this year.
There you go. I mean, you're at this point now where you're like, LPL, like, why talk about NA and EU? And even though there's been some moments like, hey, TL at 2019 MSI that beat IG.
Remember?
Yes, they do. I remember that personally. The Shy remembers, as that was the last year he was at internationals. it's still a far way off. And I feel like there's a couple of players I'm looking forward to versing. Again, like I always get excited with Faker versing any of our LPL mid laners, like Knight specifically is one of the greatest laners. I think ultimately, seeing the Shy versus someone like Zeus,
oh, that'd be so fun. One thing which I'd like quite to see as well, because Weiwei obviously first time on the international stage, I'd love to see him against maybe someone like Blabber, who is a very aggressive jungler who's got some experience under him. I want to see how he can deal with a different region style of jungling. Maybe someone like Yike on G2 if he makes it as well. A lot of these players globally, I want to see how the new blood of the LPL also stacks up against the international talent.
Something I'm looking forward to is On and Missing having another chance to prove themselves. I mean, they are two of the youngest supports we have in the LPL, I believe sitting at 20 years old, and they get an opportunity to go up against people like Carrier. And Carrier is also like 22, they're so young.
Wait, when did you graduate again? Let's not talk about this. I feel old. I feel old.
Did you actually say 2020?
Yes, I graduated in 2020.
Oh my God! All right, well,
I feel like I'm old enough to have back problems. Like, my playing career is over.
I complain about being up past 10 p.m. and Kitty's like, you know what? I got out of high school. Well,
I tried to prove to myself that I wasn't washed by getting top 100 in Arena. That's all I had to do. I'm never gonna play solo queue again. I'm just like my decrepit old hands are broken now.
Ladies and gentlemen, I've been told though the ceremony is finally ready. No more ranting from us. Let's go and welcome our 4 seeds at Worlds.
过来，一步杀害拉满了，小连线被秒掉，而且三头进攻卷起4个人，今天乐不消除了自己的大招以后，闪现说了。
LPL Crazy is our game. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome LPL representatives for 2023 World Championship.
他们是
the 4th seed, Weibo for Audi. Top, the Shy. Jungle, Wei Wei. Mid, Xiaohu. Bot, Light. Support, Crisp. Jungle, Garza. 3rd seed, Suzhou LNG Esports. Top, Zika. Jungle, Tarzan. Mid, Scout. Bot, Gala. Support, Han. Mid, Yue Kai. The 2nd seed, Bilibili Gaming, Ping'an Bank. Top, Bing. Jungle, Xun. Mid, Yagao. Bot, Elk. Support, All. Bot, Baiye. And the 1st seed, Beijing JDG ATL Esports Club. Top, 369. Jungle, Kanavi. Mid, Knight. Bot, Ruler. Support, Missing. Mid, LZQ. Hello there, every summoners, ladies and gentlemen. Today, we are so honored to be able to witness LPL ceremony for World 2023 here in Xi'an with 1,000 years of history culture. They have experienced 755 games of 2023 spring and summer split and the recent days showdown matchups. And finally, these 4 teams stand out and get the tickets to the World 2023. On the LPL 10 years anniversary, LPL is ready for World 23 once again and to compete for the highest honor of League of Legends events. With the fearless spirit of LPL and all of the support from the summoners here, they're going to on the journey to write their own legendary stories. Hello there, every summoners, wherever you are right now, this moment, we're going to go to this event together. We are LPL. Let's go, LPL, to create our legends. See you at Worlds 2023.
They're announced. Lights are off because we're enjoying the atmosphere.
Lights are off because Light is on WPG. He has taken everything away from us. But look how cool this backdrop is. All 20 players behind us, plus the subs as well, representing us at the world stage for 2023 South Korea.
See, Light was going to Worlds. We didn't have him for a little bit. He's back now, just for a little bit. And we're back on.
The crowd is absolutely insane. I mean, again, we've got 4 very strong teams. It's looking good. If this is a world song, I don't mind it. I don't know if it's a sneak tease. Bit of a banger hidden in the background as our 4 teams on screen. There they are. Weibo with a 3-1 against EDG. EDG for the first time in quite a while won't be returning to the world stage, but Weibo for their first time will be debuting.
755 games, I think I heard, between the teams, between spring and summer. God, that's a lot of games. It's a lot of League of Legends, but what better way to train up teams at this level? It's always been the phrase which kind of resonates with me when it comes to competition. Iron sharpens iron. These blades have clashed time after time, and never before have I think we've seen a cohort of this stronger teams across the board. It feels that there is no weak team from the LPL. Everyone here is a genuine contender internationally.
Yeah, I mean, I keep talking about how we had one of the best players run so far, and I'm so glad that these 4 teams are the chosen ones to compete against the international stage. But of course, the double deck of the two Jokers being first seed and second, that was to be expected for them being our MSI representatives, but LNG being able to challenge teams like that just as well. And of course, Weibo Gaming, I mean, they have a bit of feist to them, and I'm glad to be sending them as our fourth seed representative.
Again, they fought hard from the lower bracket elimination. Weibo fought their way up for the final seeders. Ladies and gentlemen, that's it for LPL for the year, for the split, for the playoffs, and of course, for the regional finals. Kitty, Nymiran, thank you for joining me for this. Thank you to Mazel, who couldn't be here with us, but of course was a big part of it. Ladies and gentlemen, it is bye for now, but not forever. Good luck to the rest of the world facing that.